Going live.
Okay.
All right, we're live.
We are live, aren't we, Luka?
We are live.
Draft night. Let me get a tweet out. How you feeling, Luka?
Oh, I'm ready. I am ready.
I'm
right. Suited up. I was going to wear a tie. My neck's too thick for that stuff. That's why I don't wear ties ever.
Oh, we get it. You work out.
No, it ain't a workout problem. It's the other problem that makes your neck thick, unfortunately. But I'm good. I got I got my draft night beer. I got some water bottles. I got the door closed so no one interrupts. And I'm ready to party. I'm ready to do this.
I am also ready to party. And okay, so for those of you that are coming to hang out, we appreciate the hell out of you. Here is our plan. Luka, give him a little tease. Give him a little tease of what it's going to look like when this draft starts.
All right.
When the draft starts, we're going to have the draft on the screen. So you won't miss anything by hanging out with us. We're going to react to every pick. What we promise you we won't do. We will not be looking at Twitter spoiling picks. You will not have to worry about us telling you something before Roger Goodell says anything. But Luka, look, enough about us. 10 minutes to go. We've had an entire offseason to speculate. I think right now the biggest question is, do they or don't they trade up? And how high do they go? What say you?
They're trading up. I've been saying it in all our previous, podcasts and everything like that. Brandon Beane trades up. He gets itchy. He gets antsy. He trades up. He gets his guy. The question truly becomes, how far does he go? I will say, right before we hit live, and you said basically, as famously quoted, F it, we'll go live. We'll do it live. I have a very strong feeling it's going to be an aggressive move. Extremely, extremely strong feeling. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm back.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have thought, so here's my thought process. If I was a betting man, I'm a betting man, and I could only pick two players to be Buffalo Bills before this thing is over with, I would pick Odunze and Xavier Worthy. I think both of them will get traded up for. And I know you hear Xavier Worthy and you're thinking, oh God, like I've seen him mocked in the second round. I've seen him always there when the Bills pick. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think Xavier Worthy's name is getting hot. The NFL loves speed. John Ross was a top 10 pick for a reason. Luka, you've been all over that. As this process goes on, teams are going to fall in love with the speed. And Xavier Worthy has a lot more to his game than just speed. But the other thing you have to remember, we look at these draft lists, universal draft lists, and Luka, does my mic sound okay? Because I had come back.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Universal draft lists that are like, okay, so there's these 6 receivers that are ranked the same. And let's just say Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson, pick the names. And it's like, oh, I see them all graded the same. But that's a universal list, not for one specific team. The Bills have a list fit for their team. They have a team that has a gadget guy in Curtis Samuel. They have a team that has the slot guy already in Khalil Shakir. They need a specific skill set. They do not have that deep threat, that explosive rack player. There is enough reason to believe, Luka, that while I believe Rome Odunze is their dream scenario, if they can get up there without selling the entire farm, that Xavier Worthy is the apple of their eye.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. There is something about Xavier Worthy that is just polarizing. And I know, look, you have to fall in love with someone, right? And yeah. It's truly, have they fallen in love with them? I think Xavier Worthy checks a lot of boxes that historically would make me feel that, yes, they believe he is worthy of a first round pick.
There it is.
And it essentially, yeah, I was hitting them hard with you last night. Overall, it's just one of those things where it's another thing that I preach. And I definitely feel that Beane is on this same wavelength, where essentially you don't want to be just good at a lot of things. You need to be exceptional at certain things, whatever it might be, depending on your position, depending on what you're going to be asked to be. Xavier Worthy clearly has both that elite gear of speed, but what I find hilarious in this is anytime you even watch national media and they bring up Xavier Worthy, your typical, like your John Ross back in the day, it was always just go routes and you just see him flying by defenders. And that was the highlight reel. When you watch national media, when you watch any clips and stuff like that, a lot of Xavier Worthy's tape is shiftiness, red zone, kind of being able to create separation right off the snap in tight spaces, anything you need him to do, where it's like he's clearly just not a gunner. He's clearly not just a kind of go route speedster. He has some ability to him, wide receiver traits to him that you go, man, could this guy really be like a D-Jax like impact player? Because in my eyes, honestly, I think that's where he's at. I think that's what he can be. And let me be frank, if we could get Philadelphia Eagles Deshaun Jackson in this offense right now, it would be fantastic. So I absolutely would understand if they've fallen in love with him.
I want to circle back to what Mark said. Patriots trading for Ayuk. Don't like that. Wish we were making moves like that. Mark, I hear what you're saying. And you see a name like Brandon Ayuk available, and of course you want him on your team. And I do think there is a path for the Bills to trade for a player like Brandon Ayuk if they wanted to. But right now, breaking in the NFL, A.J. Brown just signed a contract extension, 3 years, $96 million. That comes on, who was the receiver that signed the contract extension yesterday? Or the day before?
It was Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. These receiver prices are going through the roof.
Yeah.
If you trade for Brandon Ayuk, you have to be willing to, one, give up the compensation that is basically a first-round pick, and you lose the luxury that you get with an Xavier Worthy, where you have 5 years of control, very, very cheap on a rookie deal. You're talking about paying him the same kind of money that A.J. Brown's getting and the same kind of money that St. Brown's getting. That's what the Bills have to juggle. Now, they're up against the cap. They've done a great job of really taking their medicine coming up in 2024 to clear the decks for 2025. I don't think the Bills are necessarily out on moves like that. What I will say, the Bills are getting a lot of cap relief in June when Trey White's release officially goes through. It was a designated June release. I think that's where you could see the Bills maybe attack the veteran market. Maybe it's a Cortland Sutton for a much smaller price than a first-round pick. Maybe like just we'll take his salary off your hands kind of deal. I don't anticipate them going in on Ayuk. To me, Ayuk for the Bills would be much more of a, holy cow, all of our favorite receivers in this draft went in the top 20. There's nobody left that we even really like at all. And, now we have to go with Brandon Ayuk. Brendan Coleman, my guy, says, how many receivers do the Bills draft? Brendan's a friend of mine from outside these circles. Could you see them go quantity versus trade up? Now, Luka, that's always an interesting strategy. The problem with trading up is you have to spend multiple assets to do it. And depending on how high you go, you're talking about premium assets. Next year's first round pick, next year's second round pick, this year's second round pick. It's all could be included in the mix. And you're really putting all your eggs in one basket. What Brendan's talking about is if you can't get high enough to get one of the big three, Nabers, Harrison Jr., or Odunze, is it even worth it to trade up for a Brian Thomas or an Xavier Worthy? Or do you just stand pat, take an Xavier Legette, and then maybe in the second round, you take a Roman Wilson, or in the second round, you take a Troy Franklin. You know the names, like the guys that maybe we're not as cool on in the first round, but by the time you get to the second round, you kind of warm up to it. I think Pearsall from Florida. I think those are the kind of names that the quantity over quality. I will say Jordan Schultz came out today and reported that the Bills are going to come away with multiple receivers in this draft. I've thought all along they need to come away with multiple receivers in this draft. They have too many holes to fill. Right now, they have 2 players on their roster that I consider NFL quality players, and that's Shakir and Samuel. Isabella is a fringe roster player. He proved that last year. Justin Shorter's proven nothing in the league. So the Bills have a lot of work to do as far as filling out their wide receiver group. I think they need multiple receivers in this very deep class. I'm going to send the invite over to Stokes. What do you think about trading back?
I already sent it over to him.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you think about trading back and getting McConkey, Legette, or Franklin? Yeah, so right along the same lines. I love Xavier Legette. Like, I would be cool taking Xavier Legette at 28. It's one of these weird things, Jonas, where I don't know what the scouting community doesn't like about him. He's big, he's fast, he has outstanding body control, he runs good enough routes, and he has flypaper hands. Like, everything that you want in a receiver, he has. But there are some red flags. He was a 5th-year player and didn't really have any production till his 5th year. That's a little concerning. He's a little older. But I will say that is something you see across this entire draft class. This is kind of the downstream effect from the COVID years, where players took the COVID year off, and some players like Greg Rousseau came out into the draft anyway. Other players, decided to stay in college. And now you're seeing guys come into the league 22, 23 years old. It's just kind of a weird time. But I like the quantity approach. I really do. I do say, as somebody that did countless mock drafts, I think it sounds great until you do it. And then when you do a mock draft where you're like, okay, I'm going to sit at 28 and then I'm going to wait till 60. It's like by the time you get to 60, so many of these names are gone. Luka, I think the sweet spot for these receivers flying off the board are from about the time the Bills pick at 28 until 40. I think these receivers are going to just come off the board nonstop tomorrow at that reset your board first 10 picks between 32 and 42.
I was having a discussion so I work in a northeast region of the company that I work in, primary office, Chicago. So naturally a 2-hour long meeting today had a lot of discussions about something in particular, being that they have something to be hopeful about. And the out of nowhere, because individuals understand what I like to do recreationally, being gambling, one of them called it out and they said, hey, by the way, what do you expect day 2? And I thought it was a weird question because, well, they don't really have much to look forward to beyond picks 1 and 9. But I thought it was an interesting thought process because I said at the time, just off the hip, I was like, I think at least 6 receivers can go in the top 10 picks of day 2. Mm-hmm. And it feels like that's going to be what it is. I think when you get to the end of tonight, there's going to be a true kind of all 32 teams are going to be focused on what happens in those final 8 picks. People are going to be fascinated, mainly at the wide receivers. If there isn't a run at wide receivers that some seem to expect, especially with those last 2 picks, Kansas City and San Fran, easily you can see both of them taking a receiver. Yeah. If, say, one of the 2 of them doesn't, and even before then, like Detroit and so on and so forth, not that I think Detroit would, but anyways, those last few picks, if receivers don't go, and you do have your Ricky Pearsall, by the way, when you said how you said Pearsall, I can't remember how you said it. Wrong. It was
Pearsall.
Yeah, it was hilarious. But your A.D. Mitchell, potentially, Ladd McConkey, Jermaine Burton, Ricky Pearsall, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Devontae Walker, all these names you might see on that nice, beautiful bottom ticker there of the wide receiver watch. All of these guys are easily capable of being in that top 10 of day 2. And I think it's going to be day 2, even from a Bills fan perspective, is going to be fascinating to watch right out the gate, because I truly do believe that in that top 10 of round 2, you should expect to see 6 go. So that's where a lot of individuals, and that's kind of going into this other conversation, I don't think day 1, if you are a Bills fan, should affect how you approach wide receiver later on, because that run's going to come regardless of what you do today. And you most likely are going to have to go down to that next tier, which there, by the way, are still solid receiving options, even as you approach day 3, just because of how deep it truly is in this draft. So overall, you can do what you maybe want to do and move up to get a guy, and then still kind of sit and evaluate where everything goes come day 2. And then say early day 3, you do whatever you can to get another receiving option wherever it slots in appropriately. Because at the end of the day, you can also get impact guys that we've seen, like even most recently Khalil Shakir, in day 3, and it'll work out. So overall, I think today is today, and it separates itself from Friday and Saturday in the draft when it comes to receivers around the league, receivers in the Bills draft room, and everything in between. Overall, I fully expect to see kind of a situation where, it's going to be a reevaluation process and some come day 2 for all teams. And eventually, as we keep talking about here, it's going to be an early run on receivers, and we will be well past Devontae Walker by the time we get to pick 60 on day 2.
So Trey, I share your concerns about Xavier Worthy. I get they need speed, but I don't see Worthy as having number 1 potential who plays outside. I think he'd play outside. I think they think Shakir can play outside, but I'm with you in the sense that he just doesn't look like what you expect a number 1 receiver to look like. He doesn't look like Jamar Chase, AJ Brown, DK Metcalf. And I totally feel you on that. I'll say a couple things on this. One, I do think it's a different NFL than a lot of us grew up on. You look at some of the stuff the Dolphins have brought into the league with their cheat motion, where you can get guys off of press just by motioning and snapping as they're running in motion. There's not as much hitting on receivers these days. You get flagged for it. So I think smaller guys can survive. Remember, Jordan Addison had a fantastic rookie year last year, and size-wise, he's the exact same size as Xavier Worthy. Don't be thrown off by his 165-pound weigh-in at the combine. He trimmed down about 10 pounds just to break that record. He's going to play around 175. The other thing I will say, they have a whole group to rebuild here. So even if you don't view Xavier Worthy as a guy that can be that number one of the future, like maybe you view him as your Devonta Smith, that still leads the Bills to next year address the AJ Brown, either via trade, via free agency or whatever, but they need both. Right now they have Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir. So even if they don't get their number one of the future, they get a weapon who's going to be here. And then next year they still need to attack wide receiver, or maybe they hit big on both picks in this draft and we're not even worried about it. Maybe they get Xavier Worthy in round 1, Xavier Legette in round 2, and both of them are home runs and the Bills don't have to look back. But I share your concerns because I look at some people like Brian Thomas Jr. and I'm just like, man, he is the prototype. But that shoulder injury, Luka, there's enough people connected to the medical field that have told the world that it's concerning enough that it can make you shy away. I'd still, if you feel good about his medical, I'd put him ahead of Xavier Worthy personally.
Yeah, if you were the Bills, let's just say for example purposes, but I think this goes league wide. You know, the flags were there. You should have just been able to do your own due diligence where you trust your own medical staff. So then, as you're saying, as long as you trust your own staff for whatever they evaluated it to, then from there, you just essentially kind of take it from there. And I firmly believe that I don't, I'm not a doctor. I don't know how bad it is and stuff like that. So I'm not saying in this particular stance, but it feels like rookies coming into it with injuries that might require surgery it doesn't carry the same weight of concern as it does to even a player that's been in the league now for a couple seasons and they've gotten banged up in that time and then something major happened. And even a torn labrum, depending on the severity, I feel like is not even like a knee injury or something of that level where it could be debilitating, day in, day out. It could be something where it becomes pain tolerance early on. And maybe we just don't get to experience what Brian Thomas Jr. fully can be his rookie year, but there's no guarantee of that even at full health anyways. So overall, if you trust your medical staff, if you trust the process and everything like that in between, and you just like the prospect of what he is, because that is what you're drafting on, potential, overall, you pull the trigger. That's just how it works. So, I personally am not fearful of something of that level, but overall, it will be fascinating to see where he ends up in this draft, regardless, just because of those concerns with that labrum.
Barry Sanders in the house tonight. I just saw Eminem up on screen. Did you see that Roger Goodell may not be physically able to hug the prospects tonight? He's dealing with an injury. That's kind of wild. What's going on, Sham? Sham's one of our friends, and he's a Jaguars fan. If you're a fan of another team and you're hanging out, we are happy that you decided to hang out with us. Let's have some fun. Hopefully all of our teams get better. I mean, it'd be hard to get worse in the draft. It'd be hard to do. But, teams have done it.
I am just doing an experiment here right now, Josh. I will say I'm seeing if truly where I'm at.
You're going to try to get audio, aren't you?
No, I wish. I really, really wish I could figure that one out. It's the biggest bummer for anyone that wants a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. I have been trying so hard to navigate the audio aspect of all of this. And unfortunately, it just is not working out, but we will prevail. We will provide our own audio commentary and everything like that. So I will say, Josh, we are pretty closely timed to, if you are even watching through YouTube TV with what we have going on, I believe we're actually ahead of it. I'm trying to figure this out because there's 3 different views here, right?
Sweet. All right. Yeah. Here's what I want to talk about. So what's the path to getting Odunze or Nabers? But I think Odunze is the apple of the Bills' eye.
Yeah.
So the first 3 picks seem pretty locked in, right? You're going to have the Bears obviously taking Caleb Williams. You're going to have the next 2 quarterbacks come off the board. It sounds like now May, Rap Sheet said that May is pretty much locked into New England. So you have those 3, you're good to go. And that's where Arizona comes in. For a while, it sounded like Arizona was a trade down candidate. That seems to have cooled off. It seems like it would take a lot to move them off their spot of taking Marvin Harrison Jr. I feel really good about Harrison Jr. being the pick there. And that's where the first swing spot comes in, which is the LA Chargers. Because for a long time, a lot of us mocked Nabers to the Chargers. But recently, Daniel Jeremiah, who's very connected to that organization, said that Jim Harbaugh's entire mentality when he goes anywhere, whether it was in San Francisco, whether it was when he was at Michigan, is to build up the offensive line. And you saw it. The proof is in the pudding. And he actually thinks that it wouldn't be Joe Alt who would be the apple of their eye. It would be Fatanu. No, not Fatanu. Who was the one
Fashanu?
Maybe it would be. No. The Alabama guy.
Oh, J.C. Latham.
J.C. Latham. Thank you. That J.C. Latham would be the apple of their eye. Now, in an ideal world, they would trade back to take him because I don't know that the rest of the league necessarily views him above Joe Alt. And maybe they could even convince Tennessee to come up and get Joe Alt. But they seem to want to build in the trenches. This is, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. So that puts the Giants on the clock. So let's just say the Chargers either trade out or let's just give them J.C. Latham. The Giants on the clock. It's been a school of thought that the Giants love the big three quarterbacks. Maybe they don't necessarily love McCarthy as much. And if they want to get someone like a Bo Nix, maybe instead of taking him at 6, they either trade back or they trade into the bottom of round 1. Well, then it comes down to, do you take one of the receivers? Common thought is they would take Nabers. I think on most boards, Nabers outranks Odunze. The problem is Odunze is like as clean Larry Fitzgerald as it gets off the field. He's like the perfect personality to put in your locker room. He's the kind of player that you can make a team captain year 1 and it would probably be just fine. Nabers has a little bit of a personality. He rubs some folks the wrong way. And if you just go back into Giants history, they've been burned. You can say they've been burned, but they got a fantastic run out of them by an LSU receiver with personality. Now, what flies in the face of that for me is they were one of the teams hottest after Beckham last year when he was doing his free agent tour. So I don't know what to believe. I still think, when the rubber hits the road, as they say, they would go with Nabers because I think you want to take the player that's the highest grade on your board. But I think the Giants taking Odunze would be a very bad outcome for the Bills. I don't get the sense the Bills would want to trade up aggressively for Nabers. They just rid their locker room of Stephon Diggs. We're not here to have a Diggs debate, but we can talk about the fact that clearly there was a personality clash. If the Bills are going to aggressively trade up for a receiver that they even have a tint of a red flag on their personality, I don't think that's going to fly. I think that's why Nabers is probably not someone they're targeting. I think it's why when it comes down to when they're picking, there's some concerns about A.D. Mitchell. And that's why I think the Bills may not be as hot after him as I would like them to be. But I think it's once Odunze is off the board, I am pretty much done thinking about the monster trade up, Luka.
Yeah, it's funny. We share too much of a brain at times, it feels like. I brought this up in our Discord that we've mentioned in previous episodes and whatnot that we share friends with. And I brought it up to an acquaintance of ours where I said, essentially,
that would be wild.
I know who that is. Shout out Quan.
Hang on. Yes. Twitter spoiler free zone. Thank you for asking. We are not spoiling. We are not going to react to picks until they show up on our screen. Thank you, Costa. That's a great call out. We are not going to spoil picks.
Yeah. We are not doing that, which we did last year just because I was trying to keep ahead of graphics, which I tried to do the best to hold my emotions. I will say I apologize because at times, like a Jack Campbell pick or I can't think of the Iowa
Stokes
State.
Is here.
Stokes is here. Let's reel him in. But while I reel him in and rearrange everything here, when it comes to the wide receiver conversation, I had this same talk. Now I can use the overlay. Had this same talk where I do believe Brandon Beane loves Rome Odunze, and I'm not saying that he doesn't enjoy Malik Nabers, but it feels like you want to see Malik Nabers off the board and Rome slide down in order for that path for an aggressive trade to occur. If it's the opposite way, I'm with you 100%. I don't know. It doesn't feel like that should dictate that kind of move because those three are lumped in the same, but it feels like there's something that they particularly like with Rome Odunze that they're going to want to go after. And maybe that's just, and this is all speculation. It just feels like that same love and appreciation is just not there for for Malik Nabers. So I personally, I would love to see that not matter. And if Malik Nabers slides down to 9, yeah, thank you for the dress up comment, by the way. If Malik Nabers slides down to 9 and the Bills want to go get a dog, you go and get him. But overall, I'm with you on the thought process of it just has that feeling like it might not be reciprocated in the sense of if it was Rome Odunze there, they will make that happen. If it is Nabers, they will not.
Stokes, welcome to the show.
Hey.
We're talking about receivers. We're talking about how right now it feels like I think the Bills are going to trade up regardless tonight, whether it's a massive trade up for Rome Odunze if he starts to fall, or just a slight trade up for Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas Jr. I'm not ruling that out. What say you? What are you feeling tonight? What are you hoping for? But where's your head at? And I'm going to ask you that. I'm going to trust Luka to answer because I need my first bladder break of the evening.
So my expectation is that they're going to trade him. I think that we have enough history to know that Brandon Beane will go up for the guy that he wants, and I feel like it's entirely possible for. When you have the fear of the unknown, you don't know what other teams are going to do. You don't know what this person may do or what they may draft, and you don't want to miss out on the guy. So my expectation is that eventually they'll get to the point where, okay, we feel like this is the spot for us to trade up for whoever they feel is the guy that's worth trading up for. So I think that is extremely likely tonight that the Bills are going to trade up. And I think that makes it fun for a live draft, like a stream like this, because we have no idea what they feel is going to be that spot for them. Whether it's, like you said, 9, whether it's 12, whether it's 15, 16, or 20, like we don't know where that is, and we can just continue to speculate. And every time a wide receiver isn't taken, like, well, could it be now? Could it be now? And that's what's going to make this evening fun for us, especially since we don't need a quarterback, and we have that sort of loving, caressing care of Josh Allen. Like, hey, we don't need that, so we just we're just looking for the fun time.
We are one of the few teams, of course, that do not care about quarterback, will not care about quarterback for the foreseeable future. So we have this luxury where, like you said, every time a receiver is not taken tonight, it's an absolute win. And on top of it all, as you even said as well, Stokes, there is a true unknown. And what makes this stream great is we have no idea who that guy is that they're clearly targeting. But overall, the expectation is there is clearly someone they have circled, if not multiple, where they have them lined up. And just when is Brandon Beane going to pull the trigger? And I'll just stop real quick for the official selection of Caleb Williams to happen for the Bears. There it is. Hugs, kisses, everything in between. Shocker, surprise. The least surprising pick of tonight. Overall, though,
we'll talk about him in a second too.
Yeah. Overall, though, when it comes to this, it's going to feel like, ironically enough, I'm going to pull something that's very out of left field. It's going to feel like what we experienced on steroids with Nolan Smith last year, where it's like, is he eventually going to get taken? It feels like he needs to be taken, and he's just sliding. Now we're talking about a broad receiver group and a desperation to have one of those guys be our guy. So that is just going to be amplified in a half, and the unknown of that is phenomenal.
Stokes, I want to ask you if there's a position other than receiver you'd be okay with tonight, but let's talk about Caleb Williams, because the Bears really planted their flag on him very early in this offseason. And it's not like there's a shortage of quarterbacks in this draft. Jaden Daniels is a very high-rated prospect. A lot of people like Drake May. And the Bears, for the early portion of this offseason, had Justin Fields in-house, who had done some decent things in the NFL, albeit inconsistently. But they basically gave him away for peanuts, and they only brought one quarterback in for a visit. So they were very clear about the guy they want. And there's been some comps made to Patrick Mahomes. That's lofty. I would never say that about anybody. Is Caleb Williams as good as advertised, Stokes?
I tend to think so. Like, there's nothing you can look at in watching his tape and think that he's not going to be, or he isn't as good as he was in college. Like, he's been extremely productive in college, and whether it was in Oklahoma or whether he went when he went to USC. Like, he's done and shown you everything you really want to see as far as being a quarterback. The only question marks, quote unquote, that have that you have with him are, how he is off the field. And that's the type of stuff. Of course, you may not want your quarterback to be as much of a topic du jour off the field, but I don't think that – I think there's enough of the good qualities that he has shown off the field that should outweigh any of whatever you want to call negative pub. Like, like as far as him being emotional with his mom, or whether he's painting his nails, like all that stuff, I don't think that should factor into anything that comes into how good he is as a quarterback. And putting a comp with Patrick Mahomes that is setting people up for failure, just like when people compare players to Josh Allen, like the Josh Allen comp. The Patrick Mahomes comp is going to get many GMs fired because they're all trying to hit that same thing, and these guys are just generational guys. But Caleb Williams, like from the start of his career in college, he has been incredible, and there's no reason to think that he's not going to be, really good in the NFL.
Guys, I was having this conversation with somebody at work this week about identifying a quarterback and why so many of these guys fail in the NFL. And you look at someone like Zach Wilson, who got traded this week, and we can all officially call him now a bust for the Jets. $1 million arm, very good mobility, good enough production in college, absolutely can make every throw in the game. But when you think about what is asked of these guys from the time they're drafted, when they're these franchise quarterbacks, it's not just going there and playing the sport. You get drafted, you are the face of $1 billion franchise. And the second you step in that building, you're the most important person in that building. The $30 million receiver is counting on you to make sure that his legacy continues. The $30 million left tackle is counting on you to keep him in the league and making that money, not to hold on to the ball too long. And oh, by the way, if you're someone like Zach Wilson, who played college ball at BYU, now all of a sudden you're the face of a New York Jets franchise in New York that hasn't won a playoff game since 2011. And you're expected to be the one to turn it all around, all the while learning on the job at, by the way, the fastest the game has ever looked to you. So I think it's so easy to be like, oh, well, he can throw it far. He can run fast. But, and Luka, what CJ Stroud did last year, it's unbelievable. And a lot of times these guys are going to terrible teams. Like CJ Stroud went to a bad team and turned it around. And I think sometimes we just oversimplify it, like, oh, he's a bust, he's terrible. But when you think about how were you at 21? How were you at 22? Could you have handled everything that came with being a franchise quarterback outside of just playing the sport? It's a wonder why any of these guys hit.
Unquestioned, I could have absolutely handled something like that. No. It's the only position in all of sports, I will put it this way, where drafting them is not something where you solely do it based on physical attributes. It is the only position in all of sports. We talk about wide receivers all the time, and like, this guy has all the things physically that you want and you can't teach. Well, the thing with quarterback is you need them to be very, very smart and be able to pick up things on the fly, because where they come from now, especially in college, there is so many things they have to still learn that if they're being thrown in the fire on a bad team on top of it, like you pointed out, it can absolutely destroy you as a player and your confidence, and confidence is everything. Just to go to another sport, I mean, look at Liverpool FC. They don't know how to finish a dang shot anymore because confidence is gone. Stokes, am I right? No.
Who had the first soccer reference at 8:25?
so look, it's
Stokes and I have not brought up the NBA one time, and here's Luka bringing up Liverpool.
Yeah. Hey, Stokes shares the same frustrations with me overall. But quarterback, you need to have things beyond physical attributes in order to succeed in the NFL. And you have to do an incredible length of work in order to understand what you're picking to then ideally bring that in and make sure it fits. And what we've even seen last year with Bryce and Stroud, like you said, Bryce, he had all the smarts, but then they did almost like they fell in love with that too much and they forgot about the physical things that you would like to have as well. Whereas CJ Stroud, they clearly underestimated just where he was between the years. And he had, oh my God. And he had all of the physical attributes. And then just, they probably drank the Kool-Aid of all the question marks and flags that were out there. And unfortunately for Carolina, and fortunately for Houston, those two trajectories are very different right now. So overall, the quarterback is a very unique circumstance in all sports. And it's one of those things that you can't just look at, go, man, this guy's big, this guy's fast, he's got a strong arm, we'll make it work. It's like, if that was the case, the Christian Hackenbergs in the world would have actually panned out because they had the physical things. Well, unfortunately for him and a lot of others, they didn't have what they needed between the ears and the work ethic to go along with that to succeed. And you need to make sure you get that right at the quarterback position.
Just so you guys know, if you see me checking my phone, I swear I'm not on Twitter. I have a couple messages going back and forth with some things going on tonight. So I promise you we're not spoiling anything. We do expect this pick to be Jayden Daniels, by the way. It's no secret. It seems like that's probably what it is. Stokes, Jayden Daniels. To me, it was a no-brainer over Drake May. I think especially when you look at Cliff Kingsbury, what he did with Kyler Murray, two different skill sets, but the way he built that offense around Murray's legs and his arms. And I think Jayden Daniels is a safer pick than Drake May. I think Drake May has a very high ceiling, but I just feel like even if Jayden Daniels doesn't hit as like a superstar, I don't see really many paths where he's just not like at least a decent quarterback. And for a Washington team that's just been spinning their wheels, I think for the last, 2 decades, like this is a great fit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely would have chosen Jayden Daniels over Drake May if it were me making that decision, just because I feel like he is a better fit for what the NFL is and is becoming. Because it feels like, how many different ways can you stress the defense? That's what the NFL is becoming. How many different ways can you stress them? How many different guys can you take out of a play just because there's this one attribute that this person has that can affect something if it works that way? So when you have a guy like Jayden Daniels, who is a prolific passer, he is a great runner, like you have those different things, and you have a team that you want to build around a guy like that. And I like Drake May. I liked watching him in college. There were games in which I felt like he probably should have played better. But overall, I like Drake May as a quarterback. But I definitely would have chosen Jayden Daniels over him.
We have over 300 or almost 300 people watching tonight. We appreciate you all so much for choosing to hang out with us. We know that the NFL draft is a big deal to you. It's a big deal to us. And the fact that you're spending even a portion of your evening with us is not lost on us, and we appreciate it. It's funny. I spent so much time watching Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr. that you can't help but watch Jayden Daniels in the process. And he is just a very fun prospect. Stokes. Yep. You'll be right back. Luka, if it's not wide receiver for the Bills, what position would you be okay with?
It's an interesting conversation. I feel like in our podcast, we discussed that edge was definitely something we would like to see. It's a premium position, of course. It's something where depth could definitely be utilized on this team, especially with how they've used it in years past. And overall, that seems to be the next one that highlights. I will say, based on also the projection of how the board goes, and Josh, for what it's worth, I turned off the mirroring for now. We're going to see how it goes. YouTube AI bots come after us for copyright. Try if you dare. Hopefully
if we get kicked off, I'm going to be so mad at you.
Overall, though, I think the way that the board could fall, there's a real chance that a legitimate guy at the cornerback position, another premium position for what it's worth, is going to be there, where any other year, a Cooper DeJean, and of course injuries as well, a Kool-Aid.
They picked, I didn't mean to interrupt you. They picked quick. They had zero interest in milking that clock.
It's going to be quarterback. I believe the one thing that was out there, for what it's worth, where someone heard before free agency, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah, that from numerous people that they have been telling free agents that they were interviewing and everything like that, that they were going to sign a quarterback for $8 to $10 million, which then Jacoby Brissett signed for $8 million. And that the intention was to draft a quarterback. If you told the truth on the first thing, obviously the second feels like it's also truthful. And on top of that, if you use that to sign free agents, why would you lie? And then thirdly, if you're at pick 3, why would you mess around with trading back and all these other things that people were talking about when you have the opportunity to basically lock in clearly a top 3 quarterback in this draft, where then the questions do start at 4 with JJ and move back from there. So it just makes a lot of sense. We'll obviously see the pick coming officially, but just to finish the other part, corners like Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, I'm trying to think. There might be your Nate Wiggins back there. Who knows? That feels like a little bit of a stretch if we sit at 28.
I like Wiggins.
No, I love Wiggins. I'm just saying
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll be there at 28.
Oh,
but
okay.
these guys are undoubtedly top 15 picks in any other year draft, it feels like. It's just the way that this year works. And we need to, by the way, embrace this year's draft, because every other year does not feel like this, where you truly have a lot of unknowns on how it's going to shake down. And those are kind of guys that very rarely at 28 or even in the high 20s, regardless if you move up a couple spots, are you going to have the opportunity to take someone at the caliber of, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and so on and so forth. So I would say edge and corner for the sole reasons of we could obviously use them. They're key positions. They are elite positions, needed positions, skill positions, paid positions. And then thirdly, on top of it all, you get that 5th year option. And when you have those positions like that also include wide receiver, of course, that 5th year option just gives you a lot of, leeway in how you navigate their contract. The second one.
Sal Capaccio was on WGR earlier and he said Cooper DeJean. So I don't know. Is it DeJean or DeJean? Either way, we know who
I like saying DeJean just because I like saying it like as if it's DeJean Mustard. But yeah. Overall, yeah.
So we expect this pick to be Drake May. Imagine if they just blow the doors off of this draft and pick JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, I will say I'm really frustrated that I'm watching McAfee Cast because they are, even as they're live on ESPN, Josh, they're using spoilers to announce picks.
That's amazing. All right, it's Drake May. So Bills fans, get used to Drake May. You're going to see him twice a year. So this is interesting, Luka, from the Patriots standpoint. I think they wrote the book on how to mismanage a rookie quarterback with Mac Jones. They drafted him, they inserted him on a good team, and they went to the playoffs with letting him just kind of like be a passenger in that car. And then the next offseason, they blew it all up. They got rid of their offensive coordinator, didn't hire another one. They got rid of all their good receivers, didn't replace them with anybody worthwhile. And now you look at this situation for Drake May. They have no left tackle. Connor McDermott is their starting left tackle right now. Their best receivers right now are guys that most casual fans have never, ever heard of. And you're talking about plopping a rookie quarterback in a miserable situation. Now, look, there are more rounds to this draft. At the top of round 2, they could get an Xavier Legette. At the top of round 2, they could flip that pick for Brandon Ayuk. And all of a sudden, things are looking better. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. The 2018 Buffalo Bills took Josh Allen when the cupboard was just as bare here. We had Kelvin Benjamin, the walking corpse, basically, at that point of his career, not still good in the NFL. And Andre Holmes is our starting wide receivers with Zay Jones working in. And the only good offensive lineman we had, because remember, Richie Incognito and Eric Wood retired that offseason. And they traded Cordy Glenn to get up for Josh Allen, was Deion Dawkins. And we still drafted him. Get the quarterback, figure the rest out. I respect it. If you have a high grade on Drake May, do it. But I would say I am normally a fan of playing the quarterback. I do think there is a path to this Derek Carring him where you put him in such a bad situation, he's not able to overcome it. So I applaud the Patriots for taking their quarterback, because without the quarterback, nothing else matters. But boy, they have got to do a better job, Luka, of building up this infrastructure around him.
Yeah, it's now the clock is on, ironically enough, or, pun intended, for the Patriots to navigate everything else and build around him. But I will say this. For 1 second, on top of the reason that I already said what I said on why the Patriots and I believe that they were going to take a quarterback, it seemed beyond foolish, because I talk about all the time how when you get prepared for a draft, you also start your everything in your preparation on the following year's draft, because you need to forecast how things are going to look even ahead so that you can better understand what you can attack this year and then be setting yourself like playing chess for the following year. And the reason I bring that up is because if you're the Patriots and you expect that this year, regardless if you went quarterback or not, is not going to be a big bump of production, right? You forecast and you go, we'll address quarterback next year. What's the quarterback situation next year? Free agency now, it sounds like Dak could be available. It could be an interesting situation to monitor in the free agency. But overall, if you look at the draft, you have your Quinn Ewers, you would have Shedeur Sanders, and Carson Beck. These three individuals are fine, they're nothing to the caliber of these top 3 quarterbacks that were available this year's draft. And I say that within confidence. And I say that even with my distaste for Jaden Daniels, even though Fork's up, he's an alum. It's just one of those things where, as you said, you get your quarterback, you evaluated it, you like him for what he is, and you figure out the rest elsewhere. And it's just, now you got to do your job to surround him with talent. And I really don't feel like the Derek Carr situation, or David Carr situation, is really going to happen.
I said Derek Carr, didn't I?
Did you say? Yeah, you said.
I
Derek.
Pride myself on not doing that, and I totally did it.
Cardinals pick is in. Sorry.
All right. They are not trading. Okay,
needed to make sure they weren't trading.
Let's hit pause. You're my guy. This is an important moment for you. For those that don't know, Luka's a Bills fan. He has a very special place in his heart for the Arizona Cardinals. He went to school in Arizona. His favorite football player of all time is Larry Fitzgerald. So he still very much is in tune with what the Cardinals are doing. And let's just say Luka was going to be disappointed if any other result but pick 4 was Marvin Harrison Jr. Luka, do you think there is a chance that the Cardinals are one of the teams that had Malik Nabers rated above Marvin Harrison Jr.?
No, I actually believe that there was more of a chance they had Odunze above Marvin Harrison Jr. But I would have bet my house that the number 1 receiver on their board was Marvin Harrison Jr. because Marvin Harrison Jr., I will say this, he comes from a professional family, right? His dad is a very notable alum of the NFL. And I feel like strategically he's been doing things that is something you would see from someone with a lot of experience in the pro levels. For instance, something where he's making sure, all T's are crossed and I's are dotted, that whatever this NFLPA situation that came out recently that he has yet to sign, so you can't use his likeness yet. It sounds like just legally they're making sure everything's in tune and they can maximize what his earnings will be for everything, which honestly, it's a business. We got to remember that. So I can understand that. But overall, Marvin Harrison Jr. came out and said, he had almost assurances from the Cardinals camp that he was not passing for. So it's one of those things where when that came out, it just felt inevitable. So come on, baby. Show me.
Bo Nix.
Oh my God. There it is, baby.
You got your guy. All right. Smart pick. Look, I thought the Cardinals did a great job navigating the draft last year, trading down, accumulating picks, getting Paris Johnson. But look, at some point you need to stop trading down. When you have a shot at a superstar, you take the superstar. And by most accounts, they got the best player in this draft, not named Caleb Williams. And Marvin Harrison Jr. should be the number 1 receiver instantaneously for Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. And Luka, for our Buffalo Bills, this is where the draft begins, because now it is pick number 5, and the Chargers are widely considered a team that could trade down. They have a new coach in Jim Harbaugh. Most thought that they would go after Nabers if Harrison was gone. So far, the draft is very chalky. Everything that's happened so far is what we kind of expected. Now is where the curveball could be. The Chargers were apparently aggressively trying to trade down. That Jim Harbaugh likes to build the line of scrimmage. And while there is a generational tackle in this draft from Notre Dame, Joe Alt, the story out there from Daniel Jeremiah is that the Chargers are more obsessed with the Alabama tackle, and I'm looking for his name. Why am I having a hard time finding it, Luka? Oh, J.C. Latham. Yeah, J.C. Latham. And
you keep forgetting J.C. Latham. He's a phenomenal tackle.
He's phenomenal, and I have this block in my brain for him because I keep confusing him with the other tackle Mims, and I know it's not right, but I keep wanting to say it. It's just like I want to call the Florida State receiver Conley, and it's like that's not his name. I don't know why my brain is that way. It stinks getting old, everybody. But what I will tell you is, I don't necessarily think Latham is the type of player you want to take 5th overall. I think that's bad value. I think that's bad drafting. So if you're the Chargers, you try to trade down. Minnesota has 2 first-round picks. If they were to trade up here, you wonder if it would cost both first-round picks. But the story is they would have only traded up for one of the 3 quarterbacks that already went.
Yep.
So now who else could be motivated to trade up? That's the question. I think it would be somebody looking for either Joe Alt, which rumors are Philadelphia has been like super aggressively trying to trade up all day, potentially for a tackle. Maybe Brock Bowers, but do you really want to aggressively trade up for a tight end? I don't see it. Or Malik Nabers at this point. You figure you need to get ahead of the Giants to get that done. So it'll be interesting to see what teams get most aggressive here, because it feels like the premium quarterbacks are off the board, depending on what you think about JJ McCarthy at this point in time. I wonder if the Chargers are going to be forced to stick and pick here.
So it's interesting. The first thing that came into my head, by the way, when we're talking about Eagles trading up, was like, wait, none of those guys are Georgia guys. There's Mims, Mims. Tackle out of Georgia.
It'd be amazing if they trade up to 5 and take Mims.
Yeah, I mean that's their modus operandi, right? Hey, we need all of Georgia. Like we just need Georgia. It trading up for Joe Alt. Now, I've said this on numerous. He is as close to wearing a gold jacket as a player has seemingly been going into a draft in a while.
I think the guy that just got taken has an argument against that.
I somewhat agree, and I love me Marvin Harrison Jr. Don't worry, I'm going to be very excited to buy one of those jerseys very soon. He's got to sign that document that apparently he hasn't signed yet first. But overall, Joe Alt is just everything you want, and it's so funny because the last thing you think about is like, even though it's the most notable thing about him, it's like, oh yeah, he's also 6'9" with incredible reach. He's got short arms for a 6'9" person. Oh darn. You mean he has the arms of a 6'6" person? That's fine. He also has 3 inches on you and still somehow plays low leverage and does everything so well that I can understand trading up for Joe Alt. And I've said all these things. It still doesn't make sense to me to move up that much for Joe Alt. Or, I mean, we talked about the Bills moving up to 9 for Odunze. I could understand Malik Nabers. The only reason I hesitate is it won't be the Eagles who just locked up AJ Brown for a hell of a lot of money. So if the Eagles, let's just as a absolute wild scenario, did something like that, Josh, the Slim Reaper himself would be gone. There's zero chance they would pay Devonta Smith.
Oh, they've already paid Devonta Smith.
Yeah,
he got a contract this offseason.
Oh, that's right. He did get a contract.
Yeah, they're not.
Then what? Could you
maybe trading up for tackle? Or the other position that they're rumored to be hot and heavy after is holy cow, the Orlando Magic are just putting it on the Cavaliers.
Yeah, there's the NBA reference.
Yeah, I wanted to check the score, see what's going on.
I haven't checked NHL yet.
92-58, Luka. Even as a non-NBA fan, you can appreciate
that is noticeable. That is very
kicking. That stands out. I think a lot of people think the Eagles are going to trade up for a corner, but the last time the Eagles took a cornerback in the first round was Lito Shepherd. So
there you go.
I think when you look at it, well, that's a team that historically likes to build at the line of scrimmage. And Luka, you've been all over this for really since the beginning of the football season. This, as good as we've been saying this wide receiver class is, it might be a better tackle class.
Oh, this is a tackle class. Like,
yeah,
all the talk and all the pizzazz and the shine is the wide receivers, and there are plenty of them. But man, when you truly sat down and looked at it and evaluated and looked, like it made me laugh that one of my favorite sites, just to help, rank things and kind of put them from there where I then do my own due diligence and my own work and evaluation. That site had 8 tackles before any other offensive line position.
Yeah.
And that to me spoke everything about this draft. And a lot of times it's like you disagree with positional rankings elsewhere. It just naturally happens. And I legitimately could not disagree with that. And on top of it, I've actually slid 1 or 2 more tackles above some of their interior offensive line guys. So is this draft, if you are in the market for offensive line, that is the one that I truly, as long as you're not the Kansas City Chiefs, as long as you're not the San Francisco 49ers, which are 2 teams. I think the Chiefs should be taking a tackle based on the 2 tackles we've seen this past season. But overall,
there was some Rashee Rice news that came out today that makes me think maybe they're going to go receiver.
They're going to go receiver.
And our guy in Kansas, the pick is in.
Good.
That's interesting.
That's good.
So what are they doing? They're not going to take Latham at 5, right? I mean, that would be my prediction.
No, they're not going Joe Alt because you're not putting Joe Alt where Rashawn Slater is. Like, yeah, that's so you just don't. Yeah, you don't do that. This is Malik Nabers.
You think Malik Nabers?
I know a lot of people are like, that's not a Harbaugh pick, but you don't do what you did with your receiver room, and you go into this year. By the way, I'm going to pull it up. I know it's only 4 receivers total. Okay.
Costa, are you still here, by the way? If you're still here, I need to hear from you because you're about to be on the clock and you get a chance at having a new quarterback, Giants fan.
Yeah, I mean,
boy, I'm my money is still on offensive line for them. I mean, Malik Nabers is the best player left, I think.
Quentin Johnston, Josh Palmer, Darius Davis, and Simi Fayoko. All right, Josh, those are your 4 receivers going into this year. You did not address it in free agency. The only way you addressed it was by trading Keenan Allen and cutting Mike Williams.
What a sorry franchise they are. Can you imagine trading one of your star receivers and letting the other one go?
Right. And that is what it is. That's what it is, though. It's one of those things where everyone talks about the Bills, and like even the national media kept talking about the Bills, and I just kept going, but what about the Chargers? They literally let Mike Williams go. Yeah.
I always love these videos. Like you had the 5th pick in the draft and you're happy. Like imagine if you cut to the room and they were just all pissed.
Yeah.
Like, we only had 4 first rounders in this class. Did you get a kick out of the conspiracy theory that Harbaugh was going to draft JJ McCarthy and then trade Justin Herbert, despite the fact that his dead cap hit would be like the biggest in the history of the league?
It was, I think his dead cap hit was like north of 90 mil. Oh my God, they actually did it.
Did what?
I gotta turn off the McAfee cast. I hate that they're using spoilers, so I can't watch them.
Okay, yeah, you can't. You got to focus on us. They
took
Latham. They took Latham, everybody. I can tell by Luka's reaction they took Latham.
I don't know about that.
I know about that. They took McCarthy?
I'm not saying anything more. I turn off McAfee for what it's worth so you can see my tablet closing.
Oh, I know what it is. I have a clue. I'm gonna guess everything and just maybe Joe Alt to right tackle, which would break the Titans' hearts.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna tell you this right now, Josh. This is the best thing if you're a Bills fan.
Joe Alt.
Unbelievable.
Well, look, is it the best thing? Because now does that put the Titans in receiver mix? Well,
it puts the Titans in trade back mix.
God, I gotta pee again. Costa, where are you at?
Costa, we need you. What's going on?
Costa, you can even call in if you want to for the next 2 minutes. Anyway, I'll be right back. Luka.
Yeah, I'll ad lib. I'll spend some time. Joe Alt going to the Chargers. Honestly, I just said like you don't move Rashawn Slater. So now the Chargers have to sit there and do something that just doesn't make sense. You're either taking this gold jacket on one arm guy at draft day in Joe Alt, and you have to put him at right tackle for whatever reason, and or you are taking one of the best left tackles in the sport and sliding him to right tackle. I question it. I think I think Trey Pipkins III, who is projected to be their right tackle right now, it's not like he's exactly anything special. So I think if Joe Alt truly is going to be ready to play right tackle, and or if Rashawn Slater is going to be the guy you're moving to right tackle, which for what if I were a betting man, which I am, Joe Alt will be playing right tackle in this league. It will not be Rashawn Slater sliding over. But
so what I would say about this too is much like the Jets, who I think they're like, oh, they got Tyron Smith and they have Morgan Moses. It's like, okay, great. Their season went down the tubes because both their tackles got hurt last year. And now you have 2 tackles that can't stay healthy. I love Rashawn Slater. He's got an injury history now.
True.
Joe Alt not only gives you a bookend, but now if Rashawn Slater goes down, you don't have to be like, well, RIP season. Like this, I am never, ever going to fault a team as much as I love wide receivers, as much as I hate the Chargers wide receivers.
Just watch this highlight tape.
I'm never going to fault a team for prioritizing tackle. I think it's that important of a position. And honestly, Luka, my hot take was going to be if Joe Alt somehow, some way fell past like to the 6 or 7 point, the Bears should have been the team to try to trade up. I know their tackles are good, but hell, you just invested in Caleb Williams. Go protect him with Joe Alt. I think the Bears need to go all in on protecting their quarterback. There's some good tackles out there anyway. I don't know they necessarily have to do that, but Joe Alt is that good. But credit to the Chargers. I think this is a smart pick. It's a hard pick to make if you're a fan because you're like, what am I going to do? Go watch highlights of Joe Alt blocking? I would do that.
Yes.
All right, let's get to it. What's the best case scenario for the Bills here? It's got to be JJ McCarthy, right? That's the best case scenario for the Bills.
Yeah. JJ McCarthy would be the best case scenario. I mean, we talked about it even before. Malik Nabers, I don't think moves the ticker enough for the Bills. Yeah, I pulled that one up already.
That's fantastic coordination between our chat right there. You two, gold star with a Happy Gilmore line right there. Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a shit?
Brilliant. Absolutely. Shout out
Respect.
YouTube comments.
Yes.
it's one of those things where, yes, wide receiver still being on the board ultimately is beneficial for the Bills and more likely for the Bills to get a little bit of that itch, Josh, and be like, boy, I believe, for what it's worth, Josh, already, I think Bean has called Shane to see, hey, buddy, what's going on here? What are you thinking at 6? The Giants pick is in.
Okay, so what are the options? It's Luka. You got to turn off McAfee, buddy.
We
promise no spoilers.
I have it off.
Oh, I thought it was your hoe was like knowing who it is.
No. My pick is just hoe. Pick is in. So
okay. I think the best case. I think the best case scenario for the Bills would be JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
The second best case scenario is Malik Nabers. I like Malik Nabers more than Rome Odunze. I don't think the Bills feel the same way.
Yeah.
So if you want Odunze to fall, you hope this is Nabers. Man, I think this would say a lot about Dayball and Shane if they take Nabers, because Odell Beckham was not their mistake, not their problem, and not their mismanagement. And you can say a lot of things. I mean, I love Brian Dayball. I don't think he's the kind of coach that's going to worry about having a player with a personality. He coached Stephon Diggs. He coached Josh Allen. He coached Rob Gronkowski. He coached at Alabama. He's not going to be shied away from a receiver that has a personality. You want a good receiver, you're going to have to deal with some personality.
I don't like that they were all just standing and posing. I hate that shit. I like the dap ups. I like the excitement and all that stuff, like natural, organic reaction to them turning in their pick. All of them is standing there to like be in front of the camera shot and then wait for their pick to be announced. Come on.
I feel like maybe they were hoping they'd get a big trade down offer and it never came. We're about to find out, so I'm not going to speculate anymore. But I know Peter Schrager said there was some Bo Nix steam on them, so maybe they get him later. There it is. Yeah, Malik Nabers here. Maybe they try to get up in the second round for Bo, or in the end of the first round for Bo Nix. I'm happy for Costa. I'm happy for Giants fans. When you talk about best value, I really do believe JJ McCarthy would have been a reach here. And it is fascinating that the Minnesota Vikings at this point, Luka, who traded into the first round again, now they have 2 first-round picks, have yet to trade up, and they honestly could probably stick and pick at 11 and get JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, it's I remember seeing mocks this past week and stuff where the draft board broke down however those individuals mocked, which obviously there were so many different varieties of things that happened. But overall, all of them did have JJ McCarthy eventually falling to the Vikings at 11. And on the surface, it was like, oh, that feels weird. That feels like they're just trying to get JJ as a Viking. But then when you continuously looked at those first 10 picks, Josh, it was like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it made sense. Like for where JJ slots in the draft overall, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to kick it over to you because I got to update the ticker.
Let's do it. All right. So here's where we're at. The Titans, we believed all along, were going to take Joe Alt. The issue is now they could pivot and they could take a receiver, but the Titans are still pretty well off at receiver. This offseason, they added, why is his name escaping me, Luka? The guy from Jacksonville.
Sorry, I missed
Calvin Ridley. Oh my God.
Calvin Ridley. Yeah, he's in Tennessee now.
You know whose name was in my brain was Jabbar Gaffney. What is going on with my brain? I have no idea.
That's an NFL name game kind of name right there.
They added Calvin Ridley. They still have DeAndre Hopkins. They still have Treylon Burks for what it's worth. So I don't necessarily see them taking Odunze. I think they're a sneaky team for Bowers. They have a young quarterback. He could be a little safety blanket, but it's not like they're okay. Costa's back. Costa, we asked you if you want to come on the air during the Giants pick, but I'm happy for you. I'm happy they didn't let the LSU burning them before when they had Larry, Darrell, and Darrell running the organization prevent them from grabbing another stud from LSU, because I think Shane and Dayball know how to manage a personality and not isolate them. So this is good. I still expect the Giants to take a quarterback at some point, but I feel like any quarterback at 6 would have been a reach. Okay, so let's think about the Titans here. Who are some of the tackles they could go with? They could obviously go with Fatanu, who's one of my favorites in this draft. They could go with Fashanu. Why do they all have to have the same name? They could go with JC Latham, who's probably more of a run blocker, right tackle. And they could go with Fuaga, or they could go with Amarius Mims, who we've already talked about. So there are some options here, but I think the Titans, like Luka mentioned, are in a prime trade back spot. So, because what do you have here? You have Atlanta and Chicago behind them, who are primed to take the first and second defensive players off the board. So if the Titans are getting calls from, say, the Eagles, who want to get in front of those teams and take the first defensive player, perfect. If the Titans are getting calls from, say, the Bills, who want to get up and get Odunze because now we are down to just one of the 3 premium receivers left, then perfect. I think the Titans, they're sad they missed out on Joe Alt, but they could still be in the driver's seat here. I think sticking and picking could actually end up having them not get good value, but we'll see what happens. If they move back to 28 with the Bills, you're running the risk of not getting any of the tackles. I get that. So the Bills are going to have to sweeten the pot to the point where it's worth it for them.
I think the Titans are just also in a place where they just need so much. Well, they're picking. They need so much that I don't think there's a right or wrong way to go about it. You just have to do your best job on getting whatever it is you need. So, like we talk about tackle, you mentioned tackle, and that is definitely obviously up there. But then, I mean, beyond that, yes, they get Calvin Ridley, but they could absolutely still use a receiver. You go and your quarterback situation is an absolute nightmare. Well, not nightmare. It's just, are you true? I mean, you did pick Will Levis, but let's be honest. Are you sold on Will Levis? This is not the guy this is not the front office and or the coaching staff that took Will Levis. The defensive side of the ball could use all sorts of things. There are so many things that they can do that I'm with you. I think sticking and picking for the Titans actually doesn't make sense. I think for the Bears at 9, it definitely doesn't make sense. But overall, these teams have so many needs that I don't think there's a true right or wrong, and you just need to do the best job you can, however you end up letting it shake down.
Who is your number 2 tackle in this draft? And is he high enough above your 3 and 4 that it's worth sticking and picking, or would it be smarter just to move down and take whoever's left?
Olu Fashanu out of Penn State is my number 2. Me personally, I do have JC Latham kind of with him. I will say that it's Olu for sure is number 2, and JC absolutely is number 3. I don't think if you trade back significantly, if you're the Titans, I don't think you have enough in order to get JC Latham either. So there's definitely going to be a drop off from there, because I think after JC Latham, there's notable, or at least concerns for anyone else beyond that. I'm trying to think, like all of those other guys. I know, what was his name out of Oregon State? It starts with an F, but I'm blanking right now. There's honestly so many names that are actually pretty dang similar that it's driving me nuts, to be quite frank. I know JC Latham because it's the easiest one to remember.
Fuaga from Oregon State.
Fuaga, thank you. Fuaga has a really good frame and tape to go along with it, but the reach is a little bit suspect, and that definitely has a little bit of its concerns. I think Troy Fautanu, however you say it, he's more looked at as an interior offensive lineman at the next level, even though he was a tackle in the college ranks. Amarius Mims, a guy we mentioned earlier, I think that he's a little bit on the raw side, and there's definitely that drop where he is at. And then Graham Barton, another guy who played tackle in the college ranks, again, he kind of measures up and feels like an interior offensive lineman at the next level. So if you're the Titans, I think the next true tackle, honestly, Josh, for what it's worth, Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. He's the one where I think the value actually meets a great pick for. And I understand what I said, and I have guys like Troy Fautanu, Talise Fuaga above him. I think if you get a Tyler Guyton at pick, let's say 29, compared to a Talise Fuaga at pick 12, I actually think the winner of that situation is Tyler Guyton, because I think Tyler Guyton actually has a little bit more to him, where I believe he can actually be better at the next level when it comes to being a tackle. But you're splitting hairs really at that point, and really it's kind of depends on you as a team and how you navigate everything otherwise. So
exactly. And it's just like the receiver conversation, depending on what kind of scheme you have. It's like, yeah, these guys have the same rating on a universal draft board, but a team like the Titans might run XYZ scheme. They could have JC Latham rated higher. And then a team like the Lions might have Fuaga rated higher. So it's all just, we're all just kind of guessing. And that's why draft rankings are so subjective, because they're made for not a specific team in mind and specific team needs. The Titans pick is in. a bit surprising. We've seen no trades so far after all the speculation about trades.
Who was it earlier today that said that too? And it was notable news.
Fowler. Jeremy
was
Fowler.
Was it Jeremy Fowler that said
He's
that he
put
expects
the emojis next to it, that all the teams, like how they would be willing to trade up? And
yeah, I think Daniel Jeremiah on the Rich Eisen show also mentioned something like that, where he actually said that the over-under on trades inside the top 10, he's like, not betting advice, but he put it at over-under 1.5. Like, he's like, I don't really expect chaos. And then ironically enough, he puts out a tweet that's like a 4-team like shift and everything. It was like, oh, okay. They took JC Latham. There you go.
JC Latham. Okay. So I guess the steam on him late was real. It wasn't real necessarily to the Chargers, unless you see like the rare NBA trade where it's like, you draft a player and then you trade them to the other team. So let's talk Falcons. The Falcons are a very interesting team. They got Kirk Cousins this offseason. You're getting nervous, Luka.
Things are getting real now, Josh. Things are getting
real. The last 3 years, they've taken an offensive skill player in the top 10 picks: Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. Could they take a fourth one in Rome Odunze? No. I don't think so, because I think when you look at from building a team standpoint, you have 4 skill position players taken with top 10 lottery picks in the NFL. Now you have these guys fighting for a second contract, fighting for the ball. There's only one ball to go around. I think that the Falcons need help on defense. I think this is a perfect spot for them to take. Who did I have them mocked to? I had them taking, Dallas Turner. I had them taking Dallas Turner, but I could see them also going interior defensive line. They need help on defense in a big, big way. But also the Falcons are a team that should probably consider trading down and stockpiling picks.
The Falcons and the Bears, I think the Bears are even more so for this conversation, but they're both in that realm where it's like, yeah, the smart thing to do, the quote unquote smart thing to do, the guy, us sitting in the chair looking at these organizations, the smart thing to do is essentially, I don't like those eyes. Did you check Twitter?
I am so sorry, everybody.
You know what? I turn off McAfee Show. I
checked Twitter because I was trying to see if somebody was DMing me about something that I had talked about, and I didn't realize I had Twitter open. Get ready. Get ready. It's not I don't want to give everybody false hope. It's not Bills related.
Yeah.
And it's probably good for the Bills. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah. Man. Where was I going to go with this?
Don't.
Your dang eyes. Your dang eyes.
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person. But now we're going to have
I turn off my entertainment that I like to enjoy every draft night, Josh.
For
the sake of this show and for the sake of us. And you go and do something like that. No. Overall though, these are two teams, just to get to the point real quick. These are two teams that ultimately just need to acquire so many things, similar to even the Titans, where it actually, though, they're in a predicament where they need to just acquire as many picks as possible and fill out their rosters that way. Like, it's surprising to me that I see the Falcons pick is in. It is honestly surprising. Although
I agree,
it's one of those things where at the end of the day, when you're on the clock, things go awry. Like, we've never personally sat in draft rooms, but we can only imagine the chaos that they are, especially when you're on the clock. So, dang it, Josh. Not to give dead air here, but I got to fill out the bottom bar again.
No problem. So, yeah, the Falcons have a lot to consider here, and we will see what they're doing. Sorry, I'm answering somebody's message real quick.
I'm curious to see what the heck happened. I mean, I imagine they're going to update the ticker, and it's not Falcons pick related. So what is going on?
So there's probably a multicast. So the stream that we're watching probably is not at commercial, but the other one probably is. That's the trick you run into when there's multiple networks.
Yeah.
Showing the same thing. It's unfortunate.
It's annoying. It's really annoying that they got to time it all up and all that stuff. It will be interesting to see what this pick is, though, because it's like, it feels, as we talked about, it shouldn't be offensive related, but at the same time, it's like, do you evaluate, Dallas Turner or a Byron Murphy at this level? What else could it be? I genuinely don't know. I will say this, Josh. I'm just going to say this now. The thing that I found interesting is the Falcons seem a little erratic in their draft process, it seems like at times. And even though they did something like sign a Kirk Cousins, you never felt like they're totally comfortable with the quarterback position.
Right.
And it's one of those things where, do they do something for that? I don't know. We haven't heard anything about it. So it's not like you're like, oh, they did work on JJ McCarthy. They did work on Bo Nix. They did work on Michael Penix Jr. Like, you don't know where their head would have been at. Obviously, you even see like the team needs edge, corner, wide receiver, offensive tackle. Quarterback is not on there because they just signed Kirk Cousins. So immediate need, obviously, you have Kirk. But is Kirk your permanent answer? How many years did Kirk sign for? I would say it's 2 to 3 years. Anyways, it's
Sorry,
just like
Jonas was asking a question in chat. Yeah, spoiler-free zone. We're good here. We're good.
Yeah, we're free. Yeah,
we're not spoiling anything till you see it on our screen. The Falcons picks in. We've been waiting a long time for this pick. We do anticipate Stokes will be back in a bit. That's what my messaging was going on about.
Odunze. Better not be. Don't let it be that.
Remember, Luka.
Oh, you said
I said this was
probably even though you spoiled, you didn't directly spoil it, but you did say it's not Bills related, so it can't be real.
Yeah.
What is it? Wow, you better clip that, Josh.
4 quarterbacks in the top 10. And what did we say, Luka? Every single time a quarterback goes before the Bills pick, thank you.
Oh my God.
It's so funny. We are
Michael
one
Penix.
pick away from Rome Odunze falling out of the top 10.
I love this
Okay,
pick.
react to Michael Penix.
I can't believe I just like it was something that I was like even tempted to talk about when we were doing our mock, because I had the Falcons pick and I was like, I just get this feeling like the Falcons, even though the conventional pick, the pick that I even made in our mock and plenty of others had done as well, was Dallas Turner, the best possible, basically the best defender in this year's draft, was the sensible pick. And then you're like, well, if they want to go offensive weapon again, like Rome Odunze should be there for them. And that would be a sensible pick in that sense as well, because you have Kirk Cousins. But then it's like they traded away Desmond Ridder. They don't really have that quarterback of the future. And what do I always say, Josh? You draft for the future in mind. Kirk Cousins is not your future. Well, buckle up. The Atlanta Falcons just won up the Green Bay Packers, Josh, with a serviceable quarterback on there. They go and draft Michael Penix, the successor. Wow.
The Falcons were trying to trade down. They clearly wanted multiple second-round picks. Nobody would trade with them. They were like, screw you, NFL. We're going to take our second-round pick right now. No. Here's my thought. I would not have done this. I would have done similar to what the Jets have done and go all in around your quarterback, Kirk Cousins. But I think what the Falcons are probably thinking is in a weak NFC South, with them having a legitimate quarterback for the first time in a long time, they are probably not going to be picking in the top 10 for a while. And if Kirk Cousins gets them to the playoffs and they're picking 24, 25, it gets a lot harder to find that quarterback heir apparent.
Pick is already in for the Bears.
Ooh, that might be Odunze.
That it could be a problem.
That could be a problem. Now, granted, there's a lot of people that think they were in love with, let me just speak anything into existence at this point, that they were in love with Byron Murphy. Chris Sims said that he's heard that they were in love with Byron Murphy. But yeah, if this is Rome Odunze, our dreams are shattered for the major trade up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Still waiting on Stokes to come back. Stokes, come back.
Man, updating that ticker to say that the Falcons took Michael Penix, the 8th overall pick. Wow. We talk about all the time how a pick is just going to come completely out of left field. And whereas Michael Penix in the first round is not truly out of left field, going to the Falcons obviously is out of left field. And then just adding to it that he's top 10 with JJ McCarthy still on the board is just the cherry on top, because it truly kind of, what you want to call it, it stirs the pot of what everyone's been provided going into the draft. It changes the dynamic of everything. So, wow. I will say, if the Falcons were just looking for a few seconds and stuff to,
hey, Luka,
back, what?
I will be right back. And then
Solo?
No, Stokes is gonna come tag in for me.
Okay.
I'll be right back. We're gonna get this switcheroo done right away. I'm gonna react to this pick with you though, real quick.
Okay.
This could be a big moment for the Bills if it goes wrong.
I'm trying to think what else the Bears. I mean, it would either be Olu Fashanu. I mean, Rome Odunze is obviously an option. The pick came in really quick, Josh, and that's where my problem with this comes. If the pick comes in quick, that means there's a surprise that you didn't expect to be there. And at the end of the day, I don't think that comes in the form of a tackle.
My thing is that the Bears only have 4 picks in this draft. So for them to pick here, they, like you said, they have to love the guy. If this is Rome Odunze, the Bills' massive trade up is done.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Fans are happy.
Rome Odunze.
There it is. All right. So I think we can all breathe for a little bit. I think the next offensive skill player to go off the board is Brock Bowers. Everybody, I am here to tell you the good news. The good news is the Bills did not just set their first round pick next year on fire.
Yeah.
I'm not saying taking this dude would set it on fire, but there are still plenty of good receivers in this draft. I will be back in a little bit. Stokes is coming back in a skosh, and we are apparently going to be here for a little bit longer until the Bills trade up.
Yeah, no, it's going to be one of those things where, yeah, we're going to have to just buckle in and see what the heck happens, Josh. Obviously, you will not be a part of this dream for a little bit here.
Be back
with you having to go on and stuff like that. Got to handle some business, whatever it might be. I'm riding solo. Hopefully Stokes pops in here real quick. This is officially the Luka cast. Welcome to the Bills chat draft spectacular featuring myself, Luka, as Josh and Stokes have personal things going on. Look, let me just say this. The dream of an elite receiver is not over. Now, the top 3 dream is over. Rome Odunze dream is over. I put out a tweet earlier today that basically said the number 1 dream was trading up 2-9, this very pick, and taking Rome Odunze. That is over, but I said the realistic dream was something that will come later on in this draft, hopefully for the Bills' sake. But overall, what I will also add that is on the bright side of this, if I were to say the glass is half full in this situation, the glass is half full in the sense of the New York Jets did not get Rome Odunze. It was widely rumored that if Rome Odunze did pass this pick 9 and was available pick 10 for those New York Jets, the New Jersey Jets, that they were then going to be taking him. And if not, I think one of the more least surprising picks that we will eventually see for the Jets will most likely be tight end Brock Bowers out of Georgia. As good as Brock Bowers is, and as much as that is going to probably be a pain in the ass to deal with being in the division of, I am still happy that it's not them having Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, who we had talked about earlier, was cut by the Chargers and now signed with the Jets, and then Rome Odunze as your top 3. Insane. Yeah, I mean, Costa, it's point. It's funny. Normally when you have one pick that really sparks the flames of chaos, like the Michael Penix pick was, that's normally when chaos continues and it kind of just snowballs from there. The Rome Odunze pick just puts it right back on course. That's what it does. And finally, my ad-libbing's over. Stokes and his long wait. Oh, Minnesota traded up 1 spot, Stokes. Literally as I brought you in.
Yeah, well, I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Hey, they were worried that the Jets were going to take JJ.
Yeah. I guess.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Stokes, what if the thought is they think the Jets think they were just trading up to secure JJ, but in fact, what they're doing is taking Brock Bowers?
Huh.
How funny would that be?
Yeah. So what I think might have happened is like the GM's like, I'm on the phone with so and so. They're trying to get number 10, if you want to get number 10, then you got to make sure you trade for him. And it's one of those things that you play a little chicken. I mean, for people who have played like Madden or anything like that, where you're negotiating trades, you tell people that you're in negotiations with other people to try and get a little bit more, and that's just what could happen. I imagine that happens in real life too. Like, why
I would think that you just start dangling offers. I have this guy offering me this. I mean, I joked around, one of our mutual acquaintances, shout out Nino. He's like, this is my mock Luka, me helping you. And it was, some chaos involving the Cardinals and all this stuff. And I was like, that legitimately looks like something I would have done in Madden, because it was, like 3 receivers, a quarterback, and I think a corner somewhere in there, and all in the top 60 picks. But I told him, I was like, yeah, it's that, while I'm also frustratingly breaking my controller trying to negotiate a 5th-round pick for a 26-year-old Jalen Strong for the owner of him. And there's 2 worlds. And I feel like in real life, something to that equivalent has to also occur.
It has to.
It's human nature, right? Human nature is the same regardless of where you are in society. It has to happen with these NFL GMs, just like it happens to us on the couch. Yeah.
But I will accept no other reality than where these guys are teasing each other, trying to get the most out of the that they can with a trade.
I'm just picturing where someone calls the Jets. They're like, hey, I'm offering you this, this, and this to trade up. And let's say, for just example purposes, it's the Saints. I'm just throwing out a random scenario here. And then I can just picturing the Jets GM, whoever it might be, name's not on the top of my head. He then goes, hold on, I'll make a call real quick. And he calls the Vikings, not the Vikings calling him. He calls the Vikings, goes, I have this on the table. I know you want this. And it sounds like maybe they're going after your guy. I don't know that for sure. Just providing information. What are you going to do for me?
Yep.
And that would be something else if something like that happens in real life, but it feels like that has to be something. So
yeah, I got Joe Shane on hold. I mean, if you want to beat him to the punch, you're gonna have to beat him to the punch. So I need that fifth.
Yeah. Throw in that extra 4th as a sweetener for you, would you? Let's do this for 1 pick, for 1 move up slot. Yeah. I mean, basically who was it? It was Chicago and San Fran for the Mitch Trubisky pick. I think is what it was, moving up 1 spot, and they had to give up a pretty good chunk in order to do so. Man.
Mitch Trubisky.
Hey, they got Caleb Williams now, and everything's good.
Yeah, I know. It all works out in the end.
They're gonna have a number 1 running behind center, and it's not Justin Fields, it's Caleb Williams. So good for them.
Yeah, the Bears are gonna be a problem. I think they're gonna be a problem.
I don't think out the gate. I don't think out the gate they're gonna be a problem. I will say the Rome Odunze pick makes them fascinating. I mean, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, of course. They have 7 tight ends on the roster. They got to figure out the offensive line situation a bit. So what I can see though is I can see like a rookie Joe Burrow situation where you can see the flashes. You can see that with the offensive pieces they had, because at that year, of course, remember they took T. Higgins round 2, and it was like, oh, they need to address offensive line. They have to do this. And then they even doubled down the following year and took Jamar Chase, of course. But overall, it was like, how are they going to make this work? But even in that rookie year when the protection was shit, but they drafted a receiver weapon, obviously pick 1 of round 2, it was like you could see that something was cooking there. And then it worked out. All right. So the trade was, so it was just a 6th essentially to move up. And, they received a 6th and they had to give up a 4th and a 5th. Oh my God. They even give up a 4 and a 5 just to move up.
Hey, it's that slick talk.
Man, Jets win that trade. Let's just start with that one.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I think the 6th, if I didn't see it, but I think the 6th was even a future 6th too. It was a 2025 6th. I don't even think it was this year. So
Denver picks 12. That's correct.
Yeah, Denver picks 12.
Okay, so I imagine they would definitely play them when they can see. Hey, you're at 11. I mean, I can get something. I can get this from Denver if you don't.
I will say I don't necessarily buy the Denver QB talk as much as some others, only because I think Sean Payton is that arrogant to think him acquiring Zach Wilson. Oh, I can fix him. I can fix this.
I can see that from.
Yeah, Sean Payton seems like that kind of cat where it's like, he's like. He can work in your market for you? Yeah, I got this. I am Sean Payton. Did you see what I did with Drew Brees? I turned him into a Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
We're good. Yeah, it's like, no, Drew Brees was still pretty good before you got him there, Sean, but more power to you.
I'm not a huge fan of JJ McCarthy in the general sense. So
I think let me hear your whole kind of opinion on JJ. Like what you like and what you dislike, all that stuff. What do you think about JJ? Assuming
I
this pick
feel like he might be one of those guys that the more you look at him, the more you're going to talk yourself into him. And I feel like if he was enough of a quarterback or enough of a thrower of the football to have been showcased in the offense, he would have been showcased in the offense. But I understand the alternative. Like Jim Harbaugh, he built this team to run the ball and shut everybody down, and he was just playing to those strengths. So I get that aspect of it, but I just felt like, if JJ McCarthy was good enough to be a top 10 type of quarterback, like they would have showcased him a little bit more. But he was also a winner guy, so that's good for quarterbacks, I guess.
And yep, there it is. Officially JJ McCarthy. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, clearly the trade up was, either the Jets got information and or the Vikings had suspicions that someone else was trying to trade up to get him. So the Jets acquired a couple picks and probably can still get their guy Brock Bowers, we project, at 11 now. But overall, I'm kind of with you on JJ, although I believe that there's still a chance, only because at the end of the day, he is one of the more impressive arm talents in this draft. I think there are things there. It's just, so let me put it this way. There are people out there that were saying, oh, he's similar to like Zach Wilson, where all of a sudden you start seeing the workouts, you start seeing the tape, and you're falling in love with those things that he has, the arm talent and all of this stuff. The only difference is in this scenario, he's going to Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. He's not going to the Jets. Like, he is going somewhere where I think both you and I could agree it seems like it's a good path to success. I mean, on top of it, they definitely have weapons. They absolutely have weapons. You got Jay Jets and you got Jordan Addison. Jeez, I can't believe I blanked on Jordan Addison's name. Anyways, you have a great 1-2 punch at wide receiver. You have TJ Hawkinson at tight end, who, for what it's worth, I think he's a little overrated, but he's still very productive, obviously. It's one of those things where I think the path to succeed for JJ McCarthy compared to a Zach Wilson situation is very different and very positive for JJ. So overall, I think he's just being put in a better position. If I were John Harbaugh, just being a fan of JJ, obviously with the Michigan connection and everything, I think he's thrilled that he's going to Kevin O'Connell and has that good chance to succeed up in Minnesota, also in a different conference. So you don't have to really worry about it anyways as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't do well, it's not going to be because of his supporting cast. So if he doesn't do well, it is because he's not good. I think that'll be what you'll be able to take away from that. But yeah, like you couldn't like blueprint a better spot for a young quarterback to go, hey, this is probably the best wide receiver in the NFL. You get to throw to him. And hey, Jordan Addison played wonderfully as a rookie when Jet was out. And then, hey, here's a tight end. If Jetta's triple covered and Jordan Addison fell down in his route, here's CJ Hawkinson 10 yards down the field. Throw it to him. So I feel like he's going to be in a good position to succeed, and that's great for him, great for them. And it is what it is.
Yeah. I will say this: when it comes to rookie, let me ask you this real quick. The Jets pick is in, of course. Again, we pretty much are confident that it's either going to be a tackle or they're going to be much more win now, and it will be Brock Bowers. But overall, the question I have for you, Stokes, is, so 5 quarterbacks have already been taken, right? Caleb Williams, just to recap, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., the surprise of the draft already, and JJ McCarthy. If you had to say which 3 have the best chance to succeed in fantasy terms, just to throw a little curveball at you, who would you say are the best 3 to succeed in fantasy come next year?
So I would say number 1 would be JJ McCarthy, just because I think it'll be easier for him to get those easy yards, easy touchdowns, so to speak. Then after that, I would probably go Caleb, because he has Odunze and because he has DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. Okay. And then after that, I would go Jaden Daniels because I feel like he will be he'll be the guy that has the floor of 30, 40 yards rushing, and then whatever he's going to get passing the ball.
Yeah,
and then I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, I don't know whether Penix is going to step on the field his first year. So,
yeah.
And then you have Drake May, and I can't live in a world where I think he'll succeed.
Great way to end that point. I mean, he is in the worst situation when it comes to all the rookie QBs for one. And then, the fandom in us cannot see him succeed anyway. So, it's one of those. Wow. Jets actually did go tackle with Olu Fashanu. We have mutual Jets fans out there, Stokes, that I think they will be disappointed with that pick. I think overall, me personally, I believe this to be the smarter pick for what it is worth. The value of Olu Fashanu, he is a phenomenal tackle in this draft. I actually have him as the second rated. I think others do as well. And I think down the road as well as now, I mean, there's all this talk about needing to support Aaron Rodgers. It's like you should feel okay with what you have now with both Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams. How about you worry about that protection so you're not worrying about Morgan Moses dying week 3 and you don't know what to do now at tackle position as you have a 40-year-old quarterback coming off a ruptured Achilles standing in the pocket trying to deal it. So I think it's smart, even if it's not viewed as the sexy win now pick. I think this makes a lot more sense for the Jets moving forward.
Absolutely. It makes sense for them. It's not gonna move the needle a whole bunch when it comes to what the outlook is. But I think at the same time, you look at protecting our biggest asset, which is Aaron Rodgers. Like that's the goal, and this guy's going to help do that. So I think that'll be easier to make it palatable for the fans. But I know that it's you would want to have more weapons for Aaron Rodgers, but I think that it starts with protecting him, and so this makes sense for him. But it's almost like when you're a fan, like an offensive lineman is almost never the sexy pick. It's almost never the pick you want to see, even though like you can understand that this makes sense football wise. But as a fan, I want to think about what this dude is going to do for my offense, like skill wise, or defense, like skill wise. So it's almost never a fun thing for a fan, but it's logical for a fan thinking football minded.
Yeah, I will say there's going to be a weird poll that I give it an example of, but the mindset, if I were a Jets fan, which thank God I am not, but the mindset I would share the similar one that I had for my admiration for the Cardinals when they took back in the day Jonathan Cooper when there was a lot of offensive talent on the board. I will say that pick sure as hell didn't work out until they traded him to the Patriots for what they did in Chandler Jones. Somehow we swindled Bill Belichick with that one. But, and I say we just being the Cardinals. But overall, I remember thinking, boy, it would have been nice to get another weapon, get another piece, whatever you want to call it, and Josh returns. But overall, as you said, you need to do the thing that makes the most sense. You need to do the thing that will protect your most important asset, being the quarterback. And this is the right move for the Jets moving forward. Hi, Josh. How's it going?
It's going good. I agree with everything you said. I agree with what Costa said. I thought Brock Bowers was a toy the Jets didn't need. I mean, any offense can absolutely fantasize about what a great weapon Brock Bowers would be. But outside of the Aaron Rodgers injury, which was absolutely devastating, what has sunk the Jets battleship the last couple of years is tackle health. And if you're relying on Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith to stay healthy all year long, good luck. And I know people have been saying like the Jets need to focus on this Aaron Rodgers window and go all in for this little 1 to 2 year run, but that's not how smart organizations are built. And I think that this tackle, Olu Fashanu, has a chance to be the tackle for the next 10 years for the Jets, not just for Aaron Rodgers, but for whatever quarterback they ultimately draft behind him and build around for the future. So I applaud the Jets. I thought Brock Bowers would have been a mistake. It is fascinating now to see where Brock Bowers falls because he has been talked about, Stokes, up there with the Kyle Pitts level tight end prospects, and he has now fallen out of the top 10. I could see a world where Indy falls in love with him. I've heard Denver's in love with him. I mean, you hear a lot of things.
I could see him going right now.
But ultimately speaking, like I think for a team where the Jets are at, when you look at their offense with Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, and the defense is suffocating as it is, they just have to make sure Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. And Brock Bowers would be fun, but Fashanu could be the difference between them making the playoffs and missing it. And if Moses and Smith stay healthy, they'll just slide him in at guard. He's not just going to stand there and drink Gatorade all day. Like, they'll find a spot for him. Like, he's going to be on the field. It just might be at guard to start his career.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of logical sense for what you're trying to do football wise, of course. So I don't know. So if I'm thinking of building a team football wise, yeah, protecting my best or biggest asset in Aaron Rodgers. That's what I should or what we should do. If I'm a fan, that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about all the toys and how Bowers is going to stretch the defense along with Garrett Wilson and everything else. So that would be how I'm thinking as a fan. But when you look, as you mentioned, when you look at how the seasons went bad for them, if you can't protect the quarterback, it doesn't matter what sort of fun pieces you have out there.
So, guys, let's reset where we're at now. We saw Odunze come off the board, so I think Pipe Dream is gone.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of in that reality. And I think that's the reality most of us expected, but it was fun to dream about. But now now we're kind of facing what the real reality is. And I think now we're looking at receivers like Brian Thomas Jr. We're looking at Xavier Worthy. I'll just be honest, and you guys can chime in too. I like Brian Thomas Jr. quite a bit more than Xavier Worthy. To me, he's kind of in a tier by himself in front of the next group. I don't know if the rest of the league views him that way. And I like Xavier Worthy just fine. I just feel like maybe the Bills might value them differently. I also would throw A.D. Mitchell in that group. I'm not sure that the Bills value them that way too. But if the Bills are in a situation where they have Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas Jr., and A.D. Mitchell as still having first-round grades, and then maybe even someone like Xavier Legette, the motivation to trade up is very minimal. You can stay at 28 until a couple receivers come off the board and you're good to go. If they only have, say, Xavier Worthy left with a first-round grade, well, then maybe they're getting itchy. So we have no idea of knowing what their board is. But at this point in time, Stokes, I don't see a real urge to trade up unless it's a situation where like there's one guy left with a first-round grade for them.
Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. If we get to 17, 16, 17, I can see them starting to think about it. But I think it'll probably still be a little bit too rich for Bean's blood.
5 quarterbacks off the board.
6.
And I have to tell you, you're right, 6 quarterbacks. I have to tell you, Benjamin Albright is one of my favorite follows on Twitter. Okay. He is super insightful, but he's a little bit arrogant. He covers the Broncos, and he's been saying for 2 months, all the national hype around the Broncos liking Bo Nix is false. They don't like Bo Nix. Boy, is he going to be wild on Twitter. People love to throw receipts in their face. All right, let's talk about this because in my opinion, I can justify what the Falcons did, Stokes, because I think Penix, outside of the injury concerns, does have some unique skills. I also think when you look at the Falcons team, they're a team that's probably not going to be picking in the top 10 of the draft anytime soon. When you look at the weapons they have, the stability at quarterback, the easy division, I can see why they're like, let's get a quarterback in the pipeline now. This makes no sense for me for the Broncos, unless for whatever reason, they're looking at this like, wow, Bo Nix is a top 3 quarterback in this draft for us. This almost reeks of, well, we had to come out of this draft with a quarterback, so why not?
Yeah, this is a little bit baffling to me. This is not what I expected, and that's what I'm thinking happened here. Hey, okay, we needed a quarterback here, so this is the guy fits, I guess. So
here's highlights of our quarterback kicking field goals to give you an idea of how good he is.
Wow, Raiders pick quick too.
Wow. So Raiders, well, we know it's not going to be a quarterback.
Top 3 tackles are off the board. I mean, I guess they'd be going tackle still. I would say this could be Talise Fuaga. I'll just shoot that one out there.
You know who did I mock to the Raiders earlier in my draft? No, I had them taking the quarterback Atlanta got, so never mind. I kind of like a cornerback for the Raiders here. Quinion Mitchell, maybe.
Ooh,
Unless
yeah.
who's the Raiders? Who's the Raiders tight end?
Michael Mayer. They took last year.
Oh yeah,
they better not be going back to back. Well, hey, maybe they do. Who knows?
I could see Quinion Mitchell. Antonio Pierce is their head coach. Like they're out of the quarterback game at this point. Obviously, I would hope. Who's left?
I love you bringing up Brock Bowers, though. Brock Bowers could legitimately fall into the laps of Indianapolis.
That's beautiful. My nephew would be so ecstatic. And what a missing link for that offense. And as an Anthony Richardson fan myself, and I know, I'm assuming you guys like him too. Like, hello, absolutely. Michael Pittman, Jonathan Taylor, and now a safety blanket and Brock Bowers. And one more thing. The Colts are a team that are supposed to be really hot after Brian Thomas Jr. So go ahead and take Brock Bowers, Colts, because my mind right now, until the Bills tell me otherwise, is on Brian Thomas Jr. My heart's on Brian Thomas Jr. My mind is on Xavier Worthy, but my heart is on Brian Thomas Jr.
Let me put it this way for you, Josh. I think this draft board has broken down in an even better way than the Bills and Bean could have ever projected. I think this is the dream on dream scenarios, and that's even with the Bears sitting, taking Odunze and all of that stuff.
They're going to take Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy, aren't they, and just blow up this entire conversation.
That would be brutal. I mean, it would be kind of Raiders-ish. Brock Bowers. And the Colts all cry. But
no, they don't cry because I think they love Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah.
And there is no risk of the Saints taking Quinion Mitchell because they have you and me starting at tackle this year. So I don't know who the tackle is for the Saints, but it's going to be a tackle, like market in ink.
Hey, they love what's his name? The UNI tackle. The big
Penning?
The big boy. The guy, Penning, who's
no.
You're right. Trevor Penning.
Terrible.
I know. Yeah. He's been awful. It's funny too, because going into that draft, Josh, I was like, I think Trevor Penning is actually what Spencer Brown should want to be. And it's like, oh boy, how did that work out in that fashion?
So Joe Marino on Locked On Bills actually had the Bills trading back with the Saints at the end of round 2. And one of the pieces they got back was Trevor Penning. That, that's just, playing around
as a swing tackle situation, Josh, not a bad swing tackle to have.
So I will say this. Yeah, Spencer Brown played with Penning. Joel's asking. By the way, Joel is putting some bangers in chat tonight. I'm just gonna say, like, he has some really funny comments. The Bo Nix comment, everything.
Shout out, Joel. Appreciate you.
The Brock Bowers pick, not the best thing for Brian Thomas making it past Indy. I'll say that right now. But I do think there's a love affair with them with Quinion Mitchell. So, we shall see. And I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around the Colts wide receiver need. Maybe you guys can tell me otherwise. They just signed Pittman to a mega deal. They have Josh Downs that they drafted. I know Pierce has been a little bit of a letdown, but a wide receiver pick to me sounds like a little bit of a luxury when you have Kenny Moore kind of on his last legs and really nothing at boundary cornerback that excites you. Like they have that Prince that they drafted last year that has good athleticism, but really kind of raw. I feel like Quinion Mitchell in that defense would just kind of brings the whole thing together.
Yeah. I tend to agree there. I don't think that going wide receiver would make a lot of sense for them, but like when you think about your if you building around Anthony Richardson and getting him more pieces, that's what you would maybe want to do. But then again, their defense, it makes sense to continue to work through that. Because the AFC South, it's still a winnable division, and I would imagine that they feel really good about going into the season. If you told them they had 17 games of Anthony Richardson, they would have felt that they probably would have had a good chance at the AFC South this season.
Speaking of Anthony Richardson, his backup last year, Gardner Minshew, is the starting quarterback for the Raiders.
Yep,
and now he has Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. All respect to Michael Mayer, but I mean, as a tight end too, that's like fantastic. And then you have Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers. Who's the running back now for the Raiders? Did they sign anybody after they lost Josh Jacobs?
Alex Madison, I believe.
Oh, geez. That can't be good.
So the Raiders could draft a running back this weekend. That's not an offense that scares you, but it is an offense that sets up nicely for the Raiders next year to insert a quarterback into. And I think maybe that's what they're thinking. Costa brought up a couple things that's interesting. I had mocked Byron Murphy to the Bears so much this offseason that it actually escaped my brain that he's still available. Like, even though I know the Bears took Odunze, in my mind, he wasn't available. The fact that a team could get him now in the mid-teens it's not going to be the Saints. I mean, if the Saints don't take a tackle, like, there needs to be an investigation. I mean, I guess you could make the argument, guys, that the Saints could trade down here because there's so many tackles that they want to trade down a few spots. Maybe that's what they're doing on the clock right now. Maybe a team like Philadelphia is trying to move up because they know that Mitchell is not going to fall past the Colts. Maybe they're in love with Mitchell. I don't know. If the Saints don't take a tackle, like, just do you hate Derek Carr? I hate Derek Carr, but I'm not paying him.
I honestly, I'm amazed that this clock has gotten to the point that it has, Josh. It feels like the tackle was the home run pick here. And I think the Saints, if they were looking at tackle, should feel very good about it, because what you would have expected to be available here is still here. So I'm actually a little surprised that it is here. So to me, I am starting to wonder if they're fielding calls. I'm starting to wonder if they're doing something, because, as you even brought up here, again, Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy being there, and you brought it up even verbally.
Have we had a defensive player taken yet? Those are my two top defense. None. Nope. No defensive players. That's
no corners, no edges, no D tackles, nothing. Yeah. This is crazy.
NFL 2023. Who needs
defense don't
players?
Matter.
But yeah, we have all these Bills fans doing their mock drafts, trying to figure out who the Bills' third defensive tackle is they're going to pick with this 28th pick. And yet here we are in pick 14 and not one stinking defensive player. Although I love Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy. Stokes, what would you do with the defensive end, Letu? The guy that compares very similarly to Jalen Phillips, where tape-wise, talent-wise, everything you want. But holy cow, you talk about a guy that's already had a neck fusion, the surgery. You worry kind of about, like, is he a one-contract dude to bring basketball into this? Does it get to a point in the first round where it's kind of like Michael Porter, where it's like it's too much value to pass up? And even if you get one full contract out of him, it's probably better value than what you get at the bottom of the round. He's an interesting case study to me.
Yeah, if you look at your scouting staff and they're like, hey, this guy's a top 10 talent. Like, if we can get him late in the first, then we get him late in the first. Like that's how I would look at it. Much as you mentioned, like Michael Porter. Like, if his neck holds up, he's gonna be great. Michael Porter, if his back holds up, he's gonna be great. And his back has held up after a couple setbacks here and there. Like, now he's great. Now he's proven worth a second contract. So I would only take a flyer on him if I looked at my scouting staff and they're like, hey, okay, his neck will be all right. But if there's any sort of question, if there's any like, well, a couple things have to go right, well, never mind. Just take him off the board unless, we're at 30, 32 and or in the beginning of the second. But he's not going to get to the beginning of the second because someone is going to take a flyer on him, because you see him and the talent pops. Like, he played in some teams and it's like, wow, he's the best player on that field regardless of position.
Yeah, I mean, you're the Chiefs, right? And you have Patrick Mahomes. You're in this championship window, and you're like, I can set this dude next to Chris Jones for the next 5 years and maybe win a couple more chips. Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, 5 years from now, who cares? Like, we're trying to pile up trophies right now.
Exactly.
You don't want to win any more trophies. Come on, that's overrated. You already have a bunch. Try to have the fun again of getting early in the draft and rebuilding. Come on.
I was listening to a podcast earlier. Now it was a basketball podcast, but the guy hosting it's a Chiefs fan. He's like, yeah, when I watch Chiefs games, like, still my fan, I always expect them to lose. Like, I'm a jaded Chiefs fan. I'm like, dude, you can't be saying that right now. Like,
does
sorry,
that exist?
You lost that. And to let you guys know how my brain works, all 437 of you that are watching right now, which we appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you very much for hanging out with us on draft night. I was looking around my office here, like, is there a piece of glass in front of me? And then I realized, like, oh wait, there's the same piece of glass in front of Luka. Oh wait, that's the screen that he's sharing. You can go to college for nothing, folks.
There you go.
Problem solving. Any chance this is not a tackle? Any chance?
No, it has to be. It has to be. The only thing it could be, which would be interesting to say the least, is Dallas Turner, just because you're like, the value is too good. Like, it's like, oh my God, like, the best defensive player in the draft fell to 14. Something that never happens.
And get ready because Dallas Turner is going to have an amazing training camp going against you and me at tackle every day.
True. All the preseason reports are going to be like, man, this guy's he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
He's living in the backfield.
Well, it's easy to do against Trevor Penning, but yeah. Okay. Have fun against who is it out of Tampa that I'm thinking of? The big guy.
Vita Vea.
Yeah, no. That's defense.
Shaq Barrett.
No, offensive.
Oh,
tackle.
offensively.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you're talking about
Tristan Wirfs.
Thank you, Tristan Wirfs. It's like, all right, you think Trevor Penning's fun? Have fun against Tristan Wirfs.
There it is. There you go.
So he's makes sense. I think I even had that mocked, Josh. I think I even had that mocked. But
Exacto?
Mel Kiper, sit down, buddy.
I believe exacto. I will say, Josh, speaking of our mock, something that I just did something that you are very good at. Transition. Speaking of our mock, this is the moment where we actually said the Bills would be trading up.
All right. I'll be back in 30 seconds because I am drinking way too much water. I don't know why I have to announce why I'm leaving every single time, but you're not drinking water, Luka. You're drinking beer.
I am. I'm drinking English beer. Straight from
are boring. We don't drink alcohol. Stokes, you don't drink alcohol, do you? Are you a non-alcoholic drinker?
I got water in here.
Yeah,
it's fine. I don't normally drink on weekdays, but when it's draft night, I broke out the UK beer. I had to do it.
So, Luka, we in our mock trade up to this spot for Brian Thomas Jr.
That's right.
In our mock, Quinyon Mitchell was off the board.
Yep.
But and Brock Bowers was off the board, which he is. And we worked out a trade that did not cost the Bills their first round pick next year. It cost them their second round pick this year. And I think a little bit of change on day 3. But yeah, I don't know if the NFL values Brian Thomas Jr. that high. It only takes one. And there's a couple of wide receiver needy teams coming up here with Indy and Jacksonville. Although I have a hunch that Jacksonville may not like Brian Thomas Jr. But we shall see. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. And hopefully this is not Brian Thomas Jr. If the Bills trade up, I'm going to be so mad at my bladder.
That is interesting too. He's got to go pee too, Stokes. And I want to be why he thinks he's got a gut feeling. I know he did draft research on the Jags and why he thinks they're not in the Brian Thomas Jr. sweepstakes. Cause I mean, why would you not be in the Brian Thomas Jr. sweepstakes? But,
Gabe Davis,
it's okay, so the Colts still have 5 minutes to go. This is where we mocked that a trade up could happen. If you're the Colts, though, as we even mentioned, Quinyon Mitchell's on the board. The Colts absolutely need a corner. Quinyon Mitchell, is he your best corner in this year's draft?
Yes, he is. So I think that when you're a team in the middle of the round, you don't expect for the top player at any position to be there when you pick. And it's interesting to me that they've taken so long to pick because I mean you've got the top defensive player, like regardless of position, obviously, still there for your pick here. So it's Quinyon Mitchell. I like when you watch him, it's like, oh, like he is really, really talented, and it seems like he's really good at every phase of it. And of course, you think about where he played and how many NFL quote unquote caliber guys he went up against, and you can question that all you want, but when you look at the way he plays, that translates. And so yeah, he'd be the guy if I was rating cornerbacks, like he'd be the guy that I would take.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that, but I just want to also take in the Colts draft room. They still use boards and tape and nameplates. Did you see the wall ceiling to floor, wall to wall? Good. That has to be just for show. That has to be just for show. Josh, you're muted.
You would think that they probably got some like fake names up there just because. Like,
there is no way. There's no way come day 3 that they're like maneuvering the walls still and getting it work. In front of them has to be 4 screens or more operating everything, or a video wall if they were smart enough. Shout out. But they have to have something that is more to this era of management when it comes to the draft board.
What's the worst case scenario for the Bills here? It would be a receiver of any form, right? Whether it's Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas Jr.
Receiver in general, like it wouldn't matter. We are now officially in that world, Josh, where yes, Brian Thomas is the ultimate downer, but a receiver in general is a downer because there's still the speculation. Obviously, the Jags you had mentioned, even though they might not be favorable to Brian Thomas, which I wanted to pick your brain on, even though your bladder said otherwise. I was curious on that one, but they could potentially be in the wide receiver market. The Bengals with the T. Higgins situation could be in the wide receiver market. The Xavier Worthy itch could be there for Miami at 21, Pittsburgh at 20. Are in the receiver market. There are plenty of teams coming up right now that you would have to imagine are eyeing receivers of whatever variety. So the best thing that needs to happen now is Quinion Mitchell, as we were discussing, goes here, and then Seattle right there, who absolutely could trade down because realistically they need things that will definitely fall to even pick 28, wink, wink. And that seems like the sweet spot that if you are Brandon Beane, Josh, and remember what I said on our mock draft thing, where I had the Bills trading up was that we did it at 15 overall, but I had it at 16. And it feels like that spot that if you love Brian Thomas Jr. and you truly grade him above the rest, that is the spot to do it because it makes a lot of sense for Seattle as well. And then right after that is where you expect that run, similar to last year, come on the wide receiver. So, this needs to be a corner. And ultimately, I think Beane has been working Seattle's phones with some connections now in that room, hopefully trying to, weasel his way in there.
This is from Diana Rossini. It popped up on my phone from the Athletic alert. The Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know about the Penix pick. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. He's a bit stunned, I'm told. So they're off to a great start of the Kirk Cousins era.
He's gotta have his Tuesday off days represented, as we learned in the Netflix quarterback series, and he's got to do his things to get over that because guess what? It's reality. And Aaron Rodgers in his division at the time probably wasn't happy about Jordan Love getting drafted. And look at them now. It's worked out pretty good. So I think the model is there for an understanding of, look, at the end of the day, does it make a lot of sense to us sitting here? No. But the model is there as we talked about receivers with Green Bay, but Green Bay also did something in 2020 that made a lot of sense for them then. So here we are.
And Goodell's walking slowly.
Well, he has an injury.
Pain.
He's got an injury going on, He's in Detroit, he's trying to be cautious.
I predict we get our first defensive player, Quinion Mitchell. Boom. Make me look smart. Boom.
Boom. Jack Campbell. No, it's
It'd be funny if they just drafted him again.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Latu.
Ooh, that. Oh.
Ooh.
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 That
is
no.
I like him as a player. I think it's risky and also doesn't make sense.
When you have
put it there.
It's the whole point Stokes made about when you take a player like this in the late 20s, you're mitigating risk because you're talking about a pick that's not a premium pick. You took him as the first edge off the board over Dallas Turner.
Makes no sense.
Over Jared Verse.
Makes no sense.
So it has to work. Like there's no like, hey, we're picking 28 and everybody we have left is a second round grade, but here's this first round grade we have on a guy with some medical risk. Let's roll the dice. Like, no, this is pick 15 in the draft. This is the first defensive player taken in the draft. From a skill set wise, he's every bit worth the first defensive player taken in the draft, but you can't ignore this is a contact sport. He has a neck issue. And boy, oh boy, are the Colts rolling the dice here. I hope it works out for this kid because my heart breaks for him. He's worked his entire life to be a professional NFL player and he has a neck issue. I'm certainly not rooting against him. Plus, you all know the Colts have a special place in my heart because I have some family members that like that team. But this is a stunner to me.
He's got to be so much better than Dallas Turner for this to work out. Like he's got to be like leaps and bounds better.
I will say, pre-show on the McAfee cast, whatever we're calling it for the draft, obviously Bill Belichick is on their cast if you did not know. And he talked about Latu being, I believe he said, a 4-phase pass rusher, and it's the only one in this year's draft. So, for whatever it's worth, Bill Belichick said that Laiatu has something that no other defensive player has in this draft. Just something to be said.
This is me sitting here pretending that I know what those 4 phases are.
Right. I don't know what that is either. But if Bill Belichick says
all
that,
4 phases, you say.
If Bill Belichick says something about it, it's like, all right, look, I think Bill Belichick has a little bit of a resume for me to go. He clearly likes something about him, so there's something there.
So if I had to guess, I was going to
say Stokes, tell me.
No. If I had to guess, I would say defending the run, holding the edge, and then rushing with power and rushing with speed.
But he said 4-phase pass rusher, which is what threw me off.
Yeah, I think
speed to power.
I think he's just saying pass rusher in the sense of a position more than like.
Okay, so then Stokes is probably right.
So
okay.
yeah, Stokes is probably right. Or I think Costa could even be on something where maybe his even ability to drop into coverage is very good compared to your average edge defender, where maybe they kind of just are a big body with length out there. He actually has a sense for what he's supposed to do. Who knows? It's Bill Belichick. He liked something about him and said that he's above everyone else, and therefore he liked him. So just saying that is something there.
I'm a sucker for when the parents come on the screen because you can only imagine like how cool this is for them. And then for his mom right there, like she had to watch her son go through neck surgery, like imagining what that probably felt like for her. And just any parent watching your kid go through surgery in general. I mean, if that doesn't hit you right in the heartstrings, like this is the most beautiful part of the draft, like dead serious. This is like the best part of the draft outside of like watching the Bills pick. This is the coolest part.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. It's the reward finally being achieved for all the sacrifice that, both the individual who's the player themselves, but then obviously as we talk about the family and stuff like that, it's a cool moment for all of them. That's what makes the individuals who are there for the draft, Josh, and they highlight them. I love that we've never really seen, other than Will Levis's girlfriend, we've never seen them just play to the camera, and more so they're actually there for each other. And then you just get the organic reaction. Shots fired. Oh, sorry. I should say now Will Levis's ex-girlfriend, because she was above. I can't be with a non-first round pick quarterback who doesn't start in this league. I can't do that.
Stokes, that image I sent you earlier had me in tears at work. That movie reference from the draft. I'll send it to you too, Luka. It was definitely not something we could share on screen, but very true.
I don't think so.
and then the follow-up was like,
I think I know what image you're talking about.
The iconic part of it is the one is like Russell Wilson with his girlfriend being so excited on draft day, and then she's just like gone. And then the CeeDee Lamb one where he's like texting someone on his phone and his girlfriend's looking and he snatches it away real quick. And Will Levis's girlfriend leaving him because of that. And then, I mean, there's been some good ones.
Yeah. It's been incredible. I always love some of the stories that come out about it that aren't just the typical heartwarming story or anything. And then you have these other moments and you're like, oh, wow. Like these are human beings, and boy, are some of them just questionable with their everyday decisions. We'll just call it.
So the pick is in. The Bills are not trading up ahead of Jacksonville. I would not anticipate Seattle taking a wide receiver here at all. They have DK Metcalf. They have JSN. They have Lockett. So, I mean, unless they're going to trade DK this weekend, it feels like Seattle's in a position to probably add to their defense. They're certainly not taking a cornerback. I mean, that would be if they took Quinton Mitchell, they're just trying to win Madden championships at this point.
This feels like Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy. This feels like that. I will say Byron Murphy, I've had the sense all along that he was destined to be a Bengal. So I'm just going to stick with that at this point. So Dallas makes a lot of sense here. I think that's one thing that Seattle really desperately needs is an edge. They've kind of tried to navigate that in different manners throughout the years here, even as they've been competitive. But overall, I think they might still have Carlos Dunlap, but outside of that, they don't really have anything there. And they might not even have Dunlap anymore. So I genuinely I'm trying to think of an edge and I cannot think of one. So Dallas Turner makes a lot of sense.
Let's see.
Are you looking it up right now?
No, I'm trying to find this. I had some notes on Seattle from when we did our mock draft because they were one of the teams I looked at before I realized they weren't one of the teams I was responsible for, but I can't find it. Oh, well.
I hate this.
Seattle's interesting because I thought they were a sneaky team for a quarterback. Not anymore. Like all the quarterbacks are gone. I thought Penix was a guy that could have made some sense for them because, Geno Smith's not getting any younger. And they did just get rid of Pete Carroll, and Pete Carroll kind of had that attitude like, I can win with any quarterback and, old school style. And maybe that they might transition more to like a more of like well-rounded passing attack because Geno did have a down year, but that's not going to happen now.
Nope. Yeah, if we saw like a Spencer Rattler pick going on right now, then all hell would break loose.
I would support it.
Yeah. Spencer Rattler, state of Arizona high school stud, who is an absolute massive college disappointment, gets picked to Seattle.
He looked a little bit too much like Patrick Mahomes in like look that he was just set up to fail.
You think he was Arizona State? State of Arizona High School Player of the Year just because he looked like Patrick Mahomes? Stokes, do you think that was the case?
Hey, I mean, it didn't hurt him. Like it certainly didn't hurt him. Like he just looks so much like wow, he looks just like Patrick Mahomes. Like
similar side profile, and obviously the hair is similar, and then he even does the band. So I can see where you're coming from. It was funny where anytime I've ever heard Spencer Rattler come up, the immediate spine in my tingle cringe that goes, oh God, please, like, talk about the massive disappointment. On top of he told Arizona State that they weren't good enough for him, and that's why he didn't go there. And then lo and behold, he goes and has the most disappointing college career of the past 4 years. So it's like, who really lost? Arizona State
went to OU, lost his job to Caleb Williams, and then.
Yeah, Arizona State lost, so it's okay. Spencer Rattler. Then they go get Jaden Daniels, all that fun, and then Jaden walks on him, because Jaden Daniels.
And has Rashada transferred out yet?
No, Rashada's gonna stick. His dad is an ASU alum, so Rashada's gonna be a guy unless someone comes in with a bag, obviously. Someone like, welcome to college sports. All of a sudden Texas A&M goes, hey, we got $1.5 million for you. It's like, oh, son of a bitch.
What a world.
I will say, now that the pick is in, Josh, I'm with Costa here. Fautanu. He's an interior kind of can shift around guy.
That was my note. Yeah. They wanted somebody from Washington. I could not remember who it was.
Fautanu. Yeah, that is the consensus. Like, I felt like it was a very confident, like he fits a lot of both what they like to do as a scheme on the offensive line, but then on top of it, you can move him around the offensive line. So for the Seahawks who definitely need something like that, it makes a lot of sense. Shout out Costa. It makes a lot of sense. Like I said, Dallas Turner also would be the surprise only because I imagine they couldn't have expected Dallas Turner to be here at 16, and they definitely need an edge as well. But I know when we had prepped for our mock, that's who I had. Costa clearly thinks the same. And then I also agree with his other sentiment. They always need offensive line. So yeah, It makes a lot of sense if that's the way they go.
So in the top of the second, do you think are trying to get back in to try and get Dallas Turner or Byron Murphy?
That's a good question. Top of the second, trying to get all the way in right now to get Dallas Turner. What would you have to give up for something like that?
Well, I'd imagine
moving up
one next year, but if you're at the top of the second and you're going to give you one next year, it's probably not a good idea.
You think? No. Well, Carolina would be a fascinating one, right? Like all the talk's been, you need to support Bryce, but at the same time, it's like they just got rid of Brian Burns. It's like, oh, Dallas Turner's in there. Byron Murphy. Wow.
Okay.
All
right. I mean, you can't argue with the value. He could have gone in the top 10 and nobody would have said boo. Wow.
Joel, did you just spoiler? Joel, don't do that. Looking at you, Joel. Hopefully that's not actually a spoiler and he's just saying something, but
Joel's about to get booted from chat.
I'm seeing if it's an official thing. Yeah, we won't boot you either, but because he did spoil a pick.
All right, I did.
Yeah, it's a rap sheet Schefter thing that the Vikings already traded up, and it just hasn't reflected on broadcast
with the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will see a trade. Yeah, trade alert immediately. Yeah, I was gonna say as long as I see Schefter and Rappaport and them tweet out something like that, I don't consider that a spoiler. That's just proper channels.
All right, so let's think about this. The Vikings, they're trading up from 21, so it's not that big of a leap. Let me go see if I can find my Vikings notes. They already addressed quarterback with JJ McCarthy. They are not a threat to take wide receiver.
No.
I would not think. They need an interior defensive lineman, but that seems like that just ended unless they were going to go with somebody else. They need a cornerback.
But didn't they just lose Daniel Hunter?
What's that?
Didn't they just lose Daniel Hunter?
Yeah. This could be for Dallas. This could be for Dallas Turner.
Yeah, that's true.
Stokes was Nostradamus on this one. He was thinking people from the second round were trying to trade in, and all of a sudden Minnesota's like, not so fast. We have that first round pick still in our pocket. Yeah. How you doing?
So Jacksonville's out of the way, but they're not out of the Bills' way yet.
They're not out of the Bills' way. They are not out of the way. They just moved back. I will say this, though. It does confirm your thing where they're not in the Brian Thomas Jr. sweepstakes, because if they were in the Brian Thomas Jr. sweepstakes, they would have stayed and taken the pick, because Brian Thomas Jr. going to Cincinnati is a very hot kind of rumor situation, whatever you want to call it. So
I talked to a person in Cincinnati that has a little bit of info, and he said he would be stunned if they went receiver in the first round.
I agree with that, but at the same time, I think it'll, you know what? The Cincinnati pick will be very telling on what the situation is when it comes to T. Higgins. If at the end of the day they take a wide receiver, Josh, T. Higgins is getting moved. And then on top of it, if I were like a Brandon Beane, I would be working that phone ace. I'd be like, oh, you took a receiver. You're losing leverage here. What is it going to take?
About to find out. Why does it say Jaguars pick is in? Come on, Raj.
I love how it says Minnesota above Jags pick is in.
Yeah.
Dang it, ESPN. Oh, they just pulled down the bottom bar because of it. This is
no, I don't know.
Dang it, ESPN.
All right, I'm going to Twitter.
You sons.
Dallas Turner.
Yeah, I think it's Dallas Turner too, but it's hard to tell because obviously they're not wearing helmets and shoulder pads here.
Dallas Turner.
It's Dallas Turner.
So the trade details are: the Vikings got pick 17, the Jaguars got number 23, number 167, and a 2025 third and fourth.
Excuse me. What a return for the Jags.
Holy cow. So the Vikings have already lost their second because the Bills own that one. I forget what that's from.
It's from Houston.
Texans trade, but I forget how Houston got that trade.
Good call. I don't know.
And then they don't have a third or a fourth next year. The Vikings are all in, apparently. And it's a good thing they got JJ McCarthy because they would not have any ammo to trade up next year. All right, Cincy is on the clock. So what was told to me about the Bengals, and I could be dead wrong, is he does not see them taking a wide receiver. He thinks really it's defensive tackle, but I wonder now if that is dead, or cornerback, which all the corners are still there. So we shall see. Or no, defensive tackle or offensive line. That was what I was told. So he would be surprised. And what I've been hearing from a lot of people that cover the Bengals is they give zero shits about agent threats and agent seeking trades. Like, they make the decisions on their own. So whatever's going on with Trey Hendrickson or T. Higgins has nothing to do with what their plans are. They will just force you to sit out. So we shall see. I think that T. Higgins is a player they want to keep. But the Bengals are notoriously cheap. And if they take Brian Robinson Jr. here, that would sting.
I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy all of it. It does. The Bengals do have to do whatever they can to make T. Higgins happy. I will say I also do buy all the reports that have been out there where T. Higgins keeps telling, all the insiders, Rappaport, Schefter, all of them, where it's like, I haven't had talks in over a year about a contract, which if I were T. Higgins in his camp, I would be pissed off about.
You know what I'm going to do? I don't know why I had to announce this. I'm going to do? I'm going to bring up the old trade chart because I think it's interesting at this point in time to figure out what would it take the Bills on the Rich Hill trade chart to move up.
Okay.
I think it's God damn it, Twitter. I swear I came here for the trade chart, not for being spoiled.
Opening Twitter. What are you doing?
Well, the trade chart. I want to borrow Ubers from Cover One because I love how user friendly it is. So I had to go to Twitter to do it, and I saw who they're taking.
You son of a gun! Is it good or bad news?
I'm not going to tell you.
Just be good or bad news. Good or bad news.
What would be bad news?
Wide receiver. Duh.
It's not bad news.
There we go. That's all we need. It's all we need. Like now, it doesn't.
Let me say this. Let me say this. When I opened Twitter, it wasn't exactly Schefter that posted it. Okay, so like, take it for what it's worth. It's somebody that we interact with somewhat frequently, and I don't think that she would be posting BS. And the way she posted it made it seem like she'd already seen it. My guess is she's at the draft, but it wasn't Schefter or Rap Sheet. Let's just it's somebody that we will probably have on our show at some point in time. So,
whoa, spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's not it's not Diana Rossini. Okay, it's not Kay Adams. It's
why don't you think we could have the Diana Rossini on our show? Come on.
Have you met us?
Yeah, if I was Diana Rossini, I wouldn't want to come on the show either. We're
fun. We're fun. Stokes is likable.
Yeah, we got to make sure it's a round table kind of episode.
Stokes is our in card, and Uber, damn him, does not have his thing pinned anymore. So
does he have some is he have some tweet up where it's like about the draft and something that's already happened or whatever?
And he tweets so much. Uber, I love you, dude. I'm trying to use your chart live here, and I'm gonna have to scroll down to when I posted it, and I tweet so much too. So it's just like, holy cow! Like we are
stop tweeting so much. Jeez.
No, it's my thing. Because if I stop tweeting, then I have to work, and ain't nobody got time for that.
Is Costa happy about the Nabers pick?
Oh yeah, he's ecstatic.
He ought to be.
Yeah. Have you been paying attention to that chat?
Yeah, it's like the third or fourth time he's mentioned. Like, yeah,
oh yeah, it must be nice.
You remember how mortified Costa was when they took Daniel Jones, and like the next day he came back and he's like, "All right, guys, I've had time to sleep on it. I can see some ups." Like it was, and we've all been there. Like your team takes a player that you hate, and like I just felt so bad for him. And actually, the way it went year one, it actually was looking pretty good. And then, holy cow.
Yeah, once you have the reality, okay, this is going to be your guy, then you start watching tape looking for the upside. Like, okay, well, he moved his right foot pretty well on that one throw. So, it can work out. And you just look at it with, because you have to deal with it the 4 or 5 years at least that you have to accept that this is going to be your player.
All right, I have the trade chart up. So once this pick is officially, I'm going to go ahead and figure out what it would take to get to 19, just to see, because I think the Rams are a team that would definitely want to move out. So we're going to use Rich Hill chart. We're going to use Buffalo, and we're going to use the LA Rams. Used to be the St. Louis Rams. Buffalo would be sending pick 28. Rams would be sending pick 19. Could Buffalo do it, say, for let's do a future 2 and see if that gets it done. Or how do I do a future 2? And trade.
Bengals pick is in.
Just let me know for a while. Let me know whenever you see it.
It's probably been in for a while because they're on commercial. Sorry, yeah. And I'm trying to, I just realized on the bottom bar, someone texted me. They're like, hey, by the way, the bottom bar's cutting out. It's like, oh, dang, there's a character limit on this damn thing. So I'm just slowly trying to delete all spaces, basically. Let me tell you, it's not easy on OBS. OBS, shout out you. Sponsor us if you can. But boy, your thing is not easy to operate at times, depending on what you're trying to do.
Oh, I don't have a team select.
Also, fix your audio card situation. It doesn't work very well. You think OBS is listening to us, Josh? I think they are.
I hope not. Oh, we're doing the Rams, right? Rams.
Yeah, Rams. Pick 19. So
19.
We'd be moving up 9 spots.
Okay, on that one, if the Bills wanted to give a future 2 and 28, they'd be 17 points shy. So they do a future 2, 28, and throw in their second 4th round pick.
Hell yeah, brother.
The 2 from Diggs, a 4th round pick, And Bean, Bean, he's always willing to sweeten the pot. He'll throw in his first 4th round pick. Let's do it.
I'd sign up for that.
Should I tweet that out and see how popular it gets?
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
it's you got 5 minutes, but
yeah, indeed.
it's a little bit of a time sensitive thing.
You got a tight window here, Josh.
The Bills to trade up to 19. It would cost 28. Future 2 Diggs trade and a 4th.
Wow, the Oakland A's beat the Yankees tonight. Oakland A's win the series against the Yankees in the Bronx. Shout out.
Shoot, I gotta turn on. No, I'm gonna be so distracted if I turn on. What do I do, Stokes?
Do not turn on the Nuggets.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
You're right. How do I leave my boys? It's a playoff game.
Because it's the NFL. Amarius Mims.
You'll just miss the first half, and you can check in after that.
My shout out to the person who I think will be on our show one day. That is who she picked. Shout out to the Bengals being smart, taking an offensive lineman and not taking our pick. And let's see if anybody has responded to our tweet. A lot of people have 7 likes, and everybody says yes. I say a lot, 7 likes, like that's breaking Twitter or something.
I mean, that's 7 likes in 1.4 milliseconds. So yeah.
What is Sham upset about?
The Jags trading back. He probably wanted
Sham.
something.
Sham, did you see the value they got? They got a 3rd and a 4th next year to go back like 4 spots. That's insane. We were just laughing at the bank. Who was it that traded up? The Vikings?
Vikings, yeah.
Yeah, like you do that all day long.
It's a no-brainer. Jags win that trade and some because they, like you said, they slide back 4 spots. And like, let's put it this way. If they wanted to get their Calvin Ridley replacement, which would be like a Xavier Worthy, probably a great chance that you're still able to get him where you'll be at. So
if the Bills trade up right now and do exactly what we projected, that tweet is going to be juicy.
It really would.
Do the Rams take Quinion Mitchell?
No. So take it for what it's worth. I have heard through the grapevine that the Rams are obsessed with Chops Robinson. Now, I don't know if he's worth taking right here.
No.
But they lost Aaron Donald. They're going to need some edge rush now. They don't have the best defensive tackle in the history of the sport getting pass rush now. And, this is their first round pick in a long time. And he has rare skills. Now they need to be refined because his pass rush moves lead a lot to be desired.
He relied on speed so much in college, like so much.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about it 2 years ago in the Ohio State game. Like he had nothing for Paris Johnson or DeJuan Jones. It just was an unfair fight. Now those guys are NFL tackles, so that's fine. But
DeJuan Jones has the reach of a quarter mile. So yeah.
But I think this is the kind of player where if you don't want the Bills to take a defensive end, go ahead and hope that Chops Robinson gets off the board. But I've heard the Rams really like Chops Robinson. But I mean, I am not Adam Schefter, folks. The people I'm talking to are not like in the Rams front office. So take it all for what it's worth. I just heard that they like worked him out extensively.
That's interesting. I feel like the Rams do need a corner though. Like the corner is kind of like you look at them and they lost Jalen Ramsey, although say what it is about Jalen Ramsey at this point in his career. But overall, it's like if they got that lengthy, speedy, shut down like corner, like it would make a lot of sense. But
okay, you guys are gonna hate me.
Why are you spoiling it?
I'm not spoiling. I'm not spoiling. I'm driving the wide receiver train, right? What
are you doing? Yeah.
If Quinion Mitchell gets within range of the Bills, go get him and figure out wide receiver tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like Rasul Douglas is going to be 30 and an unrestricted free agent. And Christian Benford, I love him, hasn't stayed healthy in either of his first 2 years. And Kyrie Elam's a wash.
All right. Let's relax on the slander of Christian Benford. All right.
I like Christian Benford, but if Quinion Mitchell falls, like I need Quinion Mitchell to go because I'm starting to feel like Stokes last year with Nolan Smith, where it's like, we need a weapon. And he's like, Nolan Smith? And I'm like, no, Stokes, weapon. He's like, yeah, but Nolan Smith.
Yeah, Nolan Smith.
Yeah. And then I'm like, Luka, tell Stokes we need a weapon. You're like, but Josh, Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
You're both ganging up on me.
Look, sometimes you look at these guys and you're just like, all right, what are we doing here? And then you get Dalton Kincaid and all works out in the end. So what does it matter? But, by the way, good time to bring up this tidbit. Look at where the Rams are right now. Did anyone see this post about where the Rams are right now? They $16 million redesigned a house that's sponsored by Zillow, and it's the Rams pick house or the draft home or whatever. $16 million to renovate a home. I think it was in was it Lagoon? I don't remember where it was. Somewhere where real estate's expensive, obviously in LA. And overall, like, what are we doing in the NFL where all of a sudden it's like we're taking the war rooms to a home? Like, come on.
Well, as somebody who lives in St. Louis, let me just say, I have no idea why the Rams left. They could have done this in the lobby of an Emo's. Been just fine.
I don't even know what an Emo's is, but sounds
it's
awful.
Okay. Emo's, for those that don't know, is what people who live near me think is really good pizza, and it is terrible. It's basically like ultra thin crust pizza with provolone cheese on top of it. Ew. I mean, it's not bad, but it doesn't fill you up. And compared to like really good pizza, it's just like a different kind of pizza. I thought Dave Portnoy's, when he like came here for the Stanley Cup when the Bruins were playing the Blues, and he did the Emo's pizza review, he's like, what is this? It's a cracker. I heard all about it. It's a cracker. And it's so true, because people in St. Louis act like it's the best thing in the world. And when they move away, they're like, I can't wait to come home and get Emo's. And I'm like, what the hell?
So this is not a plug to get an Emo sponsor, I guess.
No, not at all. Not at all.
God, no. I would yell at Josh if we got a sponsorship from Milos. I'd be like, we don't support shit pizza.
Hey, speaking of good food, Luka, there might be a trip where I'm coming through Buffalo at the end of June. We may have to meet up for a Buffalo dinner. The family will be with me, and I'm only in town for like half of a day.
End of June?
Yeah, we're going to visit the wife's family on the East Coast, and we drive through Buffalo. So the pick's in. Chops Robinson is my prediction. I think you guys are right, though. Arnold or Mitchell could make sense. I mean, they're in a great spot, but
yeah, me in this spot would take Quinion Mitchell. Terry and Arnold actually would. I can forecast a lot. Let's see this. The person wearing a goat head.
Watch them take a receiver to go with all their receivers.
Oh, Jared Verse.
That, folks, is fantastic news for those of you that don't want the Bills to take a defensive player. If you were going to have a prototype of what the Bills draft at defensive end, long arms, sets the edge against the run. This is like Greg Rousseau 2.0. Jared Verse is going to be a very good NFL player. Not sure he's ever going to be like a premier edge bender, but I think he would have been somebody sitting there at 28 that would have made the Bills flinch a little bit. Him being off the board, good. Hey, person that told me Chops Robinson, thanks.
I will say this, Josh. The only negative I'll pull from this, not to be a negative Nancy or anything, the only negative is I felt like Jared Verse, based on everything I did for the Dolphins, was destined to be there. And it felt like Jared Verse was going to be a Dolphin. Now that he's off the board, feels like the Dolphins might go for a Xavier Worthy just as an effort situation. And we just don't need to see the Dolphins get another, guy who runs 4.21 and he can fly all over the place, because that would be problematic. So
Mel Kiper said earlier today that the Steelers are in love with Graham Barton, by the way. So that's probably who's going here.
Should I share my screen real quick of me picking Graham Barton in our mock draft? Hey, shout out me. No, Graham Barton makes a lot of sense for the Steelers for what it's worth as well. Another one similar to who's the Washington offensive lineman? The Seahawks, or what we were projecting the Seahawks to take. Anyways, the Steelers are another team where they really need one of those rotational pieces on the interior offensive line. I mean, they need offensive line in general, but they need someone that can really plug and play in a bunch of different areas. And Barton fit that mold. Now with the surprise of, Fautanu being there, I think either him or Graham Barton makes a lot of sense for the Steelers. Although the fans and the mocks and everything, as Costa says, here comes the Brian Thomas sweat with Pittsburgh. That is also an option. I will say I don't buy it. And I feel like, Josh, you probably share this, and Stokes, most likely you as well. The Steelers don't take wide receivers in the first round. Why would they start now with Brian Thomas Jr.? I just don't see
Antonio Holmes.
Oh,
your boy.
Geez, you're okay. He ain't my boy, first and foremost.
Your boy.
Right. No. That man stole way too much from me in my emotional bank. But
all right, boys,
you're going back a bit.
To trade up to pick 20, it would cost pick 28, second round Diggs trade, and a fifth. The Bills have 3 fifths. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We are, Josh, it doesn't matter anymore. We are in the do it situation. You just need to find the buyer. Like that is where we're at. Miami won't be buying. Like that's the only team that if Miami traded with us, that would be crazy.
You're just in the do it situation. It was so hard for me not to throw out that's what she said.
Hey, you could do it. You could do it.
That's what she said.
Josh, let me ask you a question.
Ask away, Stokes. Here I am.
If the Bills did trade up, let's say they take the center here. Let's say they trade up with Miami for some whatever reason. Anyway, let's say and then they pick Brian Thomas. Are you going to be upset that they did not take Quinyon Mitchell?
No. I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade up for Quinyon Mitchell.
Okay.
I mean, let me revise that. If Quinyon Mitchell makes it within like 2 picks of the Bills and like Brian Thomas is off the board, yeah, I would trade up for him and just take him and figure it out. But I don't want to give up anything of consequence for him. I'd want to trade up and maybe throw in a 5th because now I need my 2nd tomorrow and all my day 3 picks to move up in the 2nd round and get like a Troy Franklin or a Roman, somebody like that. So that's where I don't want to aggressively trade up for any defensive player in this draft. I think the Bills need to strategically position themselves to get a receiver and maneuver the board to where the receiver makes the most sense. I think what I'm wrestling with is the optics of them trading up right now and taking Xavier Worthy over Brian Thomas Jr. and how that would go over nationally, because I think most nationally people think that Brian Thomas Jr. is wide receiver 3, although that's changed quite significantly in recent days. Oh, I care a little.
That would be disappointing to me if they traded up and didn't. And they traded up and passed on Brian Thomas.
Yeah, Brian Thomas is just like him and A.D. Mitchell. Like I love A.D. Mitchell and I like Xavier Legette, but Brian Thomas to me has everything you want and it's moldable. And I understand like he may not be ready to come and hit the ground running as an X right away. Fine. Have him come in right away and fill the Gabe Davis role. And then either maybe Khalil Shakir can be your 1, or there are still guys out there like Michael Thomas, Odell Beckham Jr., Tyler Boyd that you can go out and get, or you wait until June 1st, Trey White's money kicks in from the June 1st release, and then you throw a day 3 pick next year for Cortland Sutton. There are things you can do. Luka always says this all the time. The draft is about the next 10 years, not next year. So if you're worried that Brian Thomas Jr. is not ready to hit the ground running as an X, spoiler alert, I think only 3 receivers in this draft were. That shouldn't be a reason not to draft him. It's where do you see him 3 and 4 years down the line? Once you get that shoulder surgery behind him, I think he has a chance to be an absolute home run. And I think it would be a disaster if he winds up in Miami.
Josh, you always make me sound smarter than I actually am. And I always appreciate that out of you. Yeah, it's the concerns and the flags and the everything you want to say about a Brian Thomas Jr. I hear it all. Like I genuinely do. But even early on in the process, Josh, you know this, I have been a massive fan of Brian Thomas Jr. And even you would tell me I'm not in love with Brian Thomas, it seems like, than the others. And I feel like I was the one that started that for you because it was even before you had begun your draft process this year. And it's one of those things where I truly believe it's a pick that can make an impact of some variety this season, but I believe it's the best pick for the Bills down the road as well. As you say that I say all the time, you are drafting for the next 10 years. You are not drafting for the immediate, even though the immediate would be nice. Brian Thomas is someone that you should be able to navigate around accordingly. And on top of it all, I will say this in the sense of we understand where the Bills are and how they've operated with rookies. And even when you had a Rolls Royce of a tight end in Kincaid last year, they still, when healthy, were leaning on Knox more than Kincaid. And it was even frustrating from a fan standpoint, but that's what they do. So you have veterans in place right now. You go out and even bring in another veteran, however you do, as you mentioned. And it's not like Brian Thomas is in here to be that Rome Odunze for us right out the bat. You are projecting that he can hopefully develop into that dominant one force where even the injury becomes less of a concern because of that and so on and so forth. So I don't fully understand why that should shy away anyone at all.
Yeah, you definitely don't. You don't need him. You don't need him for week 1. You don't need him to be super impactful week 1. If he's impactful week 14 and going forward, that's what you're banking on with him. So yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense to try whatever we can do to get up and get him. Because his size and the way he can get behind defenses and his ball skills, like all these things just make a lot of sense for him to be a Buffalo Bill. And it's gonna be sad if he isn't, because we're in range to take that shot, and if we aren't able to get it done, whether teams just don't want to trade or whether Bean didn't try or whatever the case is, it's just gonna be a little bit sad if he ends up on a team where we have to see him multiple times, if that's the case.
Let's see what Brendan has to say here. Let's see the pick first. 1 second, Brendan.
It was one of those awkward windows here where we're watching pick 20. I'm still trying to edit this bottom bar so it can all fit in. Got to delete schools now.
Roger Goodell's looking a lot like Cam Hayward right now.
I'm more... Man.
Steelers.
Come on. Don't you do it, Pittsburgh.
Not a receiver. I mean, they lost Deontay Johnson.
Yeah. Every time I see it, because I got the blackout, I like seeing Selecty instead of Selection.
Selecty. Fans are not overly...
Troy Fautanu. Boom.
That's a good pick. All right, so now Miami's on the clock. They could use I don't know if they could use a receiver. Brendan Coleman. I know any Josh Allen year could lead to a deep playoff run. That said, is this a retool year? Absolutely, this is a retool year, Brendan. This is a take your medicine year. The Bills were in a unique situation where the previous years they kept restructuring guys, restructuring Josh Allen, restructuring Von Miller, restructuring Stephon Diggs. And when you do that, you push your problems slightly into the future to keep on to the core of guys you have now. But what happened over time was their core of players all started to slightly regress, hit that age of 30. And whether it's because of injury to guys like Hyde and Tre'Davious White and Von Miller, or just age to guys like Stephon Diggs and Jordan Poyer, these guys were not the best versions of themselves. So instead of continuing to push forward with this core of players that I think had already kind of proven they've hit their ceiling, are not going to necessarily be able to get over the hump, the Bills decided to take their medicine in 2024, because as long as you keep doing that, the credit card approach, you're never going to be able to really improve your team. You're just wrapping your arms around the core of guys you have. By taking their medicine this year, the Bills are not going to really be able to add significant pieces through free agency, but next year the decks are clear. And now they have a lot of picks and they can kind of rebuild the foundation, because the stars of this team for the last 5 years, the Hydes, the Poyers, the Whites, the Von Millers, the Diggs, those guys are all starting to age out, the Mitch Morses, and it's time to find the new stars. We found a couple last year with Terrell Bernard, with Ed Oliver, with hopefully Khalil Shakir, hopefully James Cook, hopefully Dalton Kincaid, hopefully whoever they pick coming up here soon, but they got to inject some new youth into this roster. And I think it was a smart move where they can kind of be aggressive next offseason. But always appreciate you hanging out. Dolphins on the clock. They lost Christian Wilkins. Is there a defensive tackle that makes sense at this point for them? Johnny Newton is a guy that a lot of people really like, to the point where a lot of people think that the Bills could be in play for him. I also think the Dolphins are a team that really could use some offensive line. Now, Graham Barton is a guy that we thought could go to Pittsburgh. He makes sense here for Miami. And then after that, another thought for the Dolphins, Chops Robinson. Why do I say that? They have Bradley Chubb, who tore his ACL. They have Jalen Phillips, who tore his ACL. One of those might have been an Achilles. Either way, devastating.
I think Phillips was an Achilles.
So you're looking at a situation where, and they lost Van Ginkel in free agency. You're looking at a situation where you could start the season without your two best pass rushers. Now, look, you don't want to just draft for immediate need, but when you look at Bradley Chubb's age, the injury, he could absolutely be in a Von Miller situation where he's never back to being that version of himself. And you're probably about to pay Jalen Phillips a very hefty sum of money. So having a running mate for him on a rookie deal for the next 5 years makes a lot of sense when you look at the fact that the Dolphins are probably going to be in the expensive quarterback business sooner rather than later. So that pick makes a lot of sense to me. I don't see the Dolphins going cornerback here. I would be super annoyed if they took Quinton Mitchell. Super annoyed. Not as annoyed.
Corner. I mean, Jalen Ramsey's over, near or over 30, and then they brought back Xavier Howard. So those are their two top corners in there. Yeah, both aging, so to speak.
Oh, I don't think they should go corner because I don't want them to.
Yeah, it was purely fan driven.
Yeah. So let's not look into this any further than that.
My bad.
I don't want Quinion Mitchell on the damn Dolphins. 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 I'm tired of having roster envy of the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, just give us
I mean, we have Josh Allen, so it doesn't matter. But if you put Josh Allen on that team, they're better than us.
James Cook, Devon A-Chain, Josh Allen. That'd be nice.
God damn.
Love me some A-Chain. Or A-Chain, whatever he wants to go by, but screw him. He's a Dolphin.
570 people watching. This is great. Like we took a gamble, obviously leaving our old place, which, for those that don't know, Stokes and I were hanging out with them earlier because we're still friends with all them. What's up?
Whoa, spoiler alert. No, I was giving you the, oh, wow, he's going to say it. No, sorry. Go for it. Shout out.
But Bill's chat on YouTube, appreciate you if you're hanging out on YouTube. Please, please, please hit the like and sub. You can find us. Luka is going to be all over the Sabres offseason. He uploads in the offseason every other week a Sabres chat video where he just sits there and chats Sabres with you for about an hour, let you know everything on his mind. He'll be all over the hockey draft. Stokes and I will be here all offseason with some quick chats. We'll have some stuff wrapping up the draft. We put podcasts out weekly. It slows down a little bit in the offseason, but we have you covered on all Buffalo Bills content. And really, it's a lot of what you've seen tonight. We're three fans. We consider ourselves educated on the Bills, but we never try to present ourselves as more than we are. And we hope that comes across. And we just appreciate any of you that take the time to sit here and watch us, because 600 people on draft night is a pretty nice number.
Yeah, this is awesome. We greatly appreciate it. Everything Josh said, it's great. I will say we just got a little bit of a mini bump because I gave our Twitter stream a bump. It was like, hey, we're coming up close. Come join us.
So you're taking credit for Luka?
No.
The butts in the seats. That's what I heard.
We are taking credit together as a unit, as a togetherness. Yeah, no, we always love this. And like you said, we took a risk just going back doing our own thing. But at the same time, we knew that's what we wanted to do with this. And we appreciate everyone stopping by. I will say even YouTube just alone has very, very respectable viewer count. So we appreciate all of you. We appreciate the comments. We appreciate everything. And this one's to you guys.
If the Bills have a wide receiver that they fancy above everybody else, I've been watching British reality shows, so fancy is kind of my new word. They are certainly within striking distance to go up and get them. They certainly would not be able to get a trade done with the Dolphins. Nobody would expect that. But Philadelphia, Jacksonville can make a lot of sense. The Dolphins are a swing pick here. I think they are dangerous enough to take Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy. Holy cow, would that be like hilariously sad if they took Xavier Worthy because of all the speed they'd have on offense. But I think that's a team that has to address their defense. I know Mike McDaniel feels like somebody in a Madden league, right? Like where it's like, okay, don't have anything on. We lost all of our best defensive players, but here's a 99 speed wide receiver. I know we already have two of those, but YOLO.
Josh, I know our running back is super fast, but hey, he's A-Chain. He's super fast too. Let's get.
I was about to
say, everywhere.
I was about to say something, Josh. It sounds a lot like someone that sits to both of our lefts. Our rights, whatever way, right, technically. God, it's confusing. Whatever. Stokes. Sounds like Stokes in a Madden league. Where all of a sudden you're like, Stokes how are we handing this guy? Like he's just trading for this after he trades away his draft. And all of a sudden, somehow he still ended up with his 23-year-old 96 speed receiver.
Don't pick a receiver.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't be Xavier Worthy, if anything. Honestly,
I mean, I'd rather be Xavier Worthy than Brian Thomas.
Chop
Robinson.
They needed to do an edge. They're going into the season with no edge. So
makes sense.
They had to. And honestly, I will say this, Josh. I don't mean to steal it from you, but
no,
I think you even said it. It's like if all the edges, I thought Jared Verse was destined for this pick. Obviously, he went beforehand. Chop Robinson is one where I even go, if that's who the Bills are going to have to deal with week 3, and that's who, Spencer Brown's going to have to deal with on the right side, I think I'm okay with it. I think I could live with this.
Well, let me say this, and I'll kick it to you, Stokes. I like this pick for a team like the Dolphins that don't have like an immediate need elsewhere, and they need an edge, because what a moldable piece of clay this is. If you can get his pass rush, that's a cute photo. Pass rush, 14-pound baby. Holy cow!
Yeah, I was going to say the note was the text.
Fundamentals to match the athletic skill set he has. Like, he's been compared athletically to Micah Parsons. He's not nearly as polished as Micah Parsons, but if you can get that athleticism, defined and refined, you have a real player on your hands. And in theory, if Chubb and Phillips come back, you have the runway here to mold him up, make him like a third down pass rush specialist and not need him right away. And maybe this is a good landing spot for him.
You know who he reminds me of?
Oh, you're gonna say it, aren't you? You're gonna go back to a Bills bust, aren't you?
Yep.
Mayhem.
Maven.
I knew it.
He reminds me so much of him just because of like, oh yeah, he looks like he can do all this and all that. Now he definitely looks a bit more thicker than Aaron Maven. Aaron Maven came in like 155 pounds, soaking wet. But like he looks so similar, and when you watch him play, and there's the Penn State thing, of course. But when you compare or when you look at what he's going to go into with the Dolphins, and Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips, if he can just go into it and play it slow, but he may not have the opportunity to because he's going to be the guy that's like, hey, you got to go and make it happen for us. But with the way that the Dolphins play, he's going to have a lot of pass rush opportunities because they're going to score, and then they're likely to be in a lot more track meets where passing the ball is more prominent. So they'll be able to do whatever they want with him, and I just hope he is more on the lines of the Aaron Maven trajectory than the Micah Parsons trajectory.
Yeah, this just in. Stokes hopes that Josh Robinson fails miserably in the NFL. Stokes is a miserable person. Got it.
Well,
Got it.
That's me as a fan. As a person, I root for him to be super successful.
I mean, I'm with you. I just wanted to throw you under the bus. So the story all week was the Eagles were aggressively trying to trade up. And not only did they not trade up, they are milking every second of this clock. So again, folks, and I was guilty of it too, believe nothing you hear draft week. Chances are, if you're hearing it, teams are putting it out for a reason. The Eagles are probably trying to trade back. And honestly, if you're looking for a trade-up spot for the Bills, this one makes a lot of sense because get in front of Jacksonville, who probably is like one of the last few teams in front of you that need a receiver. Also, though, don't just focus on the teams in front of you. The Chiefs have been known to leapfrog the Bills. Hello, Trent McDuffie. The Niners, depending on what's going on with Brandon Ayuk, could use a receiver. The Panthers sitting at pick 33, the first pick tomorrow, can use a receiver. So I don't think the Bills can just look at what's in front of them and assume that they're safe. I think that if they have a guy they're targeting and there's one guy that stands out, we have no idea the pick is in for the Eagles, then the Bills need to be aggressive. I think we can safely assume that this isn't a first-round wide receiver because the Eagles just handed out a boatload of cash to A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. For the Eagles, I would expect they probably are just happy that Quinyon Mitchell fell in their lap, and they're going to just gladly take him and continue to run the draft, taking all the great defensive players that just fall to them randomly.
Ridiculous.
I will bitter about that at all.
You want a quick break real quick for a funny meme? Shout out my buddies who posted this and stuff just because they're trying to prod me a little bit, Josh. They're trying to make fun of me a little bit and just feel like it's a nice light moment here as the Eagles make their pick, and probably doesn't matter too much. It's going to be Quinyon Mitchell or whatever. So be it. This is really funny to me. It's basically the meme says first look at Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, NFL meme. Shout out them.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Just look, I even said it in my group chat. Kyler Murray could be 2 inches tall out there, and I will be very happy in every place that matters. So yeah, let's go here. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a Cardinal. Just a reminder for everyone, if you missed the 4th overall pick, I know Costa was trying to boast out there about Malik Nabers. Guess what? Marvin Harrison Jr. is in the desert. So that's that overall.
700 viewers, guys. We are moving on up. Moving on up. The Bills are not moving on up right now. Just in case anybody was wondering.
No, it's gotta be fairly negligible return at this point to get up. What, 5 picks?
Yeah,
you might have to give up the second next year.
Yeah, you're probably giving up a 4th and call it a day, just like what they've been doing the previous few years, right? I mean, that's what they've done.
I'm going to throw something out into the universe that I'm not thrilled about throwing out into the universe.
You see this? You see this crap out here real quick? Come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Relax, Costa. Chill out.
There's been more than one reporter that covers the Bills that says if Cooper DeJean falls to the Bills, he's going to be very, very hard to pass up on.
I mean,
if there's a world where Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette are on the board, and the Bills take the white cornerback. I mean,
well, hey,
whatever. I like Cooper DeJean, but whatever.
Josh.
I like
It's
Cooper DeJean. He's
at least the Bills could have a player in that very electric conversation that happened previously where it's like, hey, maybe we got that answer to that one thing. Who knows?
Take that, Rashad Mendenhall.
Yeah.
And then when we play the
that.
Chiefs, we're going to be all over you like white on rice. But I mean,
oh, baby, shots.
I like Cooper DeJean, but not at the expense of one of the wide receivers we've talked about.
Correct.
I do think the Packers are probably going to take him though.
Yeah, I agree. I think Cooper, and by the way, Ty Schmidt is going to be electric on McAfee show. I hope they're live tomorrow. I don't know if they actually are or not since they're at the draft, but an Iowa guy going to the Packers. I feel like the Micah Hyde comparisons, by the way, are going to be aplenty if that pick happens.
Oh yeah, I mean it's super comparable because he's going to start off as a corner. He plays at Iowa.
Yeah, kind of wait for this. I will say though, Josh, too. Remember what I told you off air after we recorded our mock about Xavier Worthy, 24 to Dallas. Keep your eyes peeled. I do think the Jags could be in play for it as well, but Dallas 24.
I want to say something about Jacksonville and Brian Thomas Jr. when this picks in. We don't anticipate it being a receiver, but we'll find out who it is in a second. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be Quinion Mitchell, right? Like,
yeah, it has to be. It has to be. I mean,
unless they value Arnold or
yeah, I mean Terrian. Oh, it could be Terrian Arnold. Could be Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I feel like Kool-Aid's fallen. People aren't drinking the Kool-Aid on him. Where are we at?
I still am.
Don't they do this on day 3? Why are we at the beach?
Well, it's apparently him live from Hawaii, I imagine.
At least I haven't had to like make fun of him. Remember last year when I was like, get this kid off the stage, and he was a Make-A-Wish kid, and I just felt like the word. I had no idea until I saw that.
That was a bold move.
It's Quinion Mitchell. Damn it.
Yeah. I mean, Josh, it totally makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
And guess what? Overall, in the long scheme of things, this is great for the Bills. This is great.
If you're driving the wide receiver train. Okay.
We're chugging along here, baby.
Brian Thomas Jr. What has Jacksonville done this offseason? They have lost Calvin Ridley, but they've signed Gabe Davis. They still have Christian Kirk. There's certainly a need for a wide receiver there. I think Brian Thomas, what he is right now, is redundant with Gabe Davis. Brian Thomas is a much better athlete than Gabe Davis, but he has a limited route tree, he has inconsistent hands, and I think he's much more of an X that can just kind of run a few routes and take the top off a defense. I don't know where both of those guys fit into your offense. Maybe they have a different plan for Gabe Davis. I don't know. But I would think that Jacksonville would be a little bit more enamored with somebody like Adonai Mitchell, who can run the full route tree. And Doug Peterson is not somebody that shies away from, personalities. I have not heard anything negative about his personality. I'm just trying to figure out why he's dropping. But I would think, in my bold prediction, that they would prefer Adonai Mitchell over Brian Thomas Jr. But the other thing that they don't have in Jacksonville is they don't have a 4-2-1 blazer. Nobody does. So if they need a receiver and they're looking at it like, okay, well, in 3 wide receiver sets, we can throw out Zay Jones or we can throw out Xavier Worthy, then maybe that's what they do. I'm not convinced that this is even going to be a wide receiver. They have other needs, but I don't love their tackle situation. What do we have left at tackles?
Tyler Guyton is still there. Off the top of my head, I'm just reaming that one out. Like I said, Graham Barton, even though he's kind of looked as an interior flexible offensive lineman, he does have tackle experience. And Jordan Morgan, that would be probably your 3 you're looking at here as still potential first round grades. Jordan Morgan, I think eventually will fall to the early second, but Tyler Guyton is definitely, when you're talking tackles, that is, circle that in pen. He is the next true tackle in this draft. Josh, I did all of that while also doing like 3 other things. I just want to say
I was just reading an update on the NBA that was kind of concerning, not score related, about Joel Embiid.
Oh, I was about to say, did Joker have an issue? And I was
no, Woj just tweeted that Joel Embiid is being treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy.
Oh,
yeah,
jeez,
that's
heavy. Like, oh my God, that's tough.
Hopefully, it's I don't know enough about it to really.
Yeah,
that's all the best to him.
Wow.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. I was looking for Uber's chart and had to go back to my Twitter bookmarks, and I have Woj there too.
So what Jim Ross had to deal with, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn,
All
Josh.
right.
Bringing it down.
Sorry.
Woj bomb that brings it down.
Quite the segue, John. Appreciate
So
it.
here's what I want to talk about, though. Let's live in a world where Jacksonville takes a wide receiver, whether it's Thomas, Worthy, Leggett, whatever. I don't know that has to make the Bills panic, but I think that has to make them at least think about moving up to get the next one, because you have the Chiefs and the Panthers and the 49ers behind you.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be interesting. And then you have Dallas taking, a receiver in your
Xavier
mock.
Worthy.
So if this were to go like Thomas and Worthy, holy cow, would that be a terrible result for the Bills?
Yeah, that would be brutal. I mean, that would feel the Cooper DeJean stuff there, Josh.
That would feel like last year when we had all the receivers fall to the 20s, and then it was Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, boom, 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 JSN, and then it was like, holy cow, like whatever.
Thank God
but I predict that Brandon Beane, the next time a receiver comes off the board, is going to trade up. If it doesn't happen, then he won't. But I just predict it.
I will say it will be impressive to me if Beane really did hold on 28. And like I've been saying this whole time, I truly believed, or I thought that the last resort was actually staying at 28. But I will be thoroughly impressed if Beane holds, lets the draft progress, and a receiver does end up that they like at that spot at 28. I firmly am that way about this. If Brian Thomas falls to them at 28 and they then eventually take him at 28, I think I'll give Beane more props than I ever have before, because Josh, I even led into this live show with it. I've said it in previous episodes. Beane gets itchy, and it just feels like he gets itchy. And you put out a tweet, I think, after our last episode when we recorded, where it, basically indicating that he will slightly overpay just to make sure he ensures getting his guy. And in a draft where receivers are obviously aplenty, but at the same time, there's only a few that truly could potentially be that first round grade. If he holds on 28 and it ends up working out,
this is a big
one. Props. This is a big one.
If you think that, like, if you think his draft board, if their draft board is sitting looking like Worthy, Leggett, Brian Thomas, and then oh no.
All right, that's all right. We are built for this. We are built for this. Hope your shoulder falls out of the socket. Okay, go on with your thoughts, Stokes. I think it's going to be more important here.
Yeah, so if you thought that the draft board set Leggett, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, and then Cooper DeJean, he's like, well, it's 4 picks from now, and if we're comfortable with all of them, then there's no point in trading up, and just deal with whatever comes, come what may. Like, it means you know you're going to get one of the guys that you have a high grade on, but one down.
If the Chiefs jump up and take Xavier Worthy, it's going to be an empty feeling right now. Now, I like Xavier Leggett as much, if not more, than Xavier Worthy. I'm just going to put that out there. And if the Bills take Xavier Leggett, I can wrap my head around that and be just fine. But if the Chiefs jump the Bills and take a receiver, it's going to sting.
Yeah.
And I think there's 2 spots here to trade with because they're NFC teams. All right, on we go. Look, Brandon Beane did not do the mega pick. Brian Thomas Jr. was clearly not. Brian Thomas Jr. was clearly not a standout on his board, or else he would have gone up for him. And I will tell you this all. Look, you don't care what I think. I think I like Adonai Mitchell better than Brian Thomas. I don't think the Bills view it that way at all. I don't think the majority of the league views it that way at all. But I think if the Bills could get Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Leggett with pick 28, sign me up. So Xavier Worthy is not my favorite idea. It's just the idea that I think is the Bills' favorite idea. Carl says the Bills are going to take Ladd McConkey. My only pushback on that, Carl, I like Ladd McConkey a lot. I think he's a bit redundant with what they already have in Shakir. I think he's probably a little bit better version of Shakir. He can play everywhere. He runs good routes. He has enough speed to get deep. But I'm just not sure that if you look at building a wide receiver core like a basketball team, like if Shakir's your shooting guard, I don't think you want another shooting guard. They need a power forward at this point.
Oh my god!
I would not be thrilled with Lad McConkey.
Doing okay, Luka?
Gut punch. Absolute. I'm gonna cuss. Absolute fucking gut punch, Josh. That was. I will say this: the gut feeling was starting to churn as soon as you were like, the Jags are not. What I researched, the Jags are not in the market for Brian Thomas Jr. And then he went to B, and I was like, I really want to ask you about this because that doesn't, at least from the outside and the surface, it didn't make sense because it's like Brian Thomas actually provides them something that they don't have. And it's like, that makes a lot of sense then. So them trading back, I was like, okay, maybe you're onto something. And for it to fall in a way where they still get him after getting a very good return for moving back in the first place. I need
Giovanni.
Don't
Let's
do that,
have a
Giovanni.
Conversation, buddy. This is sports.
Well,
we all have no control over this.
Yeah, first and foremost, yeah.
And Ricky Pearsall is like 85 years old, so I wouldn't be putting all your eggs in that basket.
He's an ASU alum. Don't be throwing him under a bus. Everyone knows him as Florida, just like everyone knows Jaden Daniels is LSU. Oh, these guys were born and bred at ASU. That's where they figured it out. All right, remember that. Remember that when we draft Ricky Pearsall at 60. Just shut up.
Dallas lost their starting center in free agency. They did lose Tyron Smith, but they have Tyler Smith who can fill in. I think for this team, there's been rumors about them needing a running back, but holy cow, you're not doing that in the first round, particularly in this draft. I think two players that make a lot of sense for them right here, Jackson Powers Johnson, who can kind of play all over the line. And then still, I'm going to throw that name out there of
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton. Thank you. I want to call him Duke Barton, but he's from Duke. Graham Barton, another guy that can play all over the board. So that's what I would think, but they are clearly milking the clock. I wonder, you have to wonder at this point, are they fielding calls from Dallas, from Buffalo and Kansas City? And he's like, Bean, you better give me that too, which I wouldn't give a 2 to go up at this point.
I think Dallas would be very smart to move back a little bit in the first round. They can get Graham Barton, as you mentioned, JPJ, Jackson Powers Johnson, Tyler Guyton, an Oklahoma guy who obviously Jerry Jones would probably see aplenty. If they slide back and all of a sudden there's a run on those three, you still have Jordan Morgan, who's a very respectable tackle. If they are truly targeting an offensive line and that actually is the way they're going about this, that's the way they should do that. That would be the play. Jerry Jones is the ultimate wild card in the draft. He talked about wanting Johnny Manziel in the first round and was disappointed when then all of a sudden his room did not agree with him, essentially. And it's like, well, good thing you didn't just, take over that one. But I'm telling you, man, I don't know what it is. Feels like a Xavier Worthy pick. Just feels like it.
Boy, if that happens.
I will say, Josh, they got to pay CeeDee Lamb. They got to pay Dak maybe potentially. And they also got to pay, of course, Micah Parsons. Those are 3 massive contracts coming up. Now, it came out, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah. It might have been Ian. No, who did it? It was on the Rich Eisen show. I know I heard it for sure from one of the insiders. I get them.
Because we're at commercial, I'm going to go ahead and say this. We have a trade. It's not the Bills. The Lions are on the clock.
Ooh, Lions are on the clock.
When they went to commercial, I went to Twitter, just so you know.
This is going to be Graham Barton. Mark it down. Mark it in stone. It's going to be Graham Barton. Lions are going for a 6'5" absolute beast in the trenches.
Pull up my Lion stuff. Yeah, Lions needs. There's been some rumors that the Lions could be in on receivers. Now they just paid St. Brown a ton of money. They have Jamison Williams, but people have been saying watch out for the Lions on receiver. Big body X receiver maybe, but like that would be Adonai Mitchell, not Xavier Worthy. Yeah. Let's see. Offensive line. Taylor Decker will be a free agent in 2025. Frank Ragnall's coming off an all-pro season, but as injuries pile up, how much longer will he want to subject himself to the physical grind of the center position? Okay, whatever. The Lions, they could use a cornerback.
All right, I was just reading Costa's comment. My bad.
I think Costa might be onto it. But the Lions, every single time they draft somebody, they act like they just won the Super Bowl. It's kind of obnoxious. Now I'm in a bad mood because of the Thomas thing, but
Dan Campbell,
like,
dude, he's just got to bite those kneecaps. Let's go.
Yeah.
Last year when they were like high-fiving themselves that Jahmyr Gibbs fell to them at like 9, it's like, yeah, he did.
Remember when they went up 7-0 in the NFC conference in the conference championship and then fell apart? Oh, that was good times. Good times.
I'm glad they lost that game though, because I
slaughter.
would have had a hard time living this offseason wondering if the Chiefs could have beaten the Niners.
Yeah,
you know
right.
I mean?
Exactly. Like the Chiefs would have slaughtered the Lions.
Yeah,
especially being that the Lions won week 1 on the opening night situation. Chiefs would have gone into that one with a little extra chip on their shoulder, and it would have been a slaughter.
Jared Goff's going to be the one to stop the Patrick Mahomes dynasty. I think I'm with Costa on corner. I think at this point it comes down to like which flavor you like. Arnold makes a lot of sense. Some people had him rated really high. I think he's significantly higher than Kool-Aid at this point. Who was the guy you mentioned earlier? Nate Wiggins. I like him a lot, but I wonder if people are thrown off about his lack of size. He's a frail guy, kind of like Forbes that the Commanders took last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. Arnold feels like the kind of player that they've just been putting on their defense, just like a solid all-around player. Like him and Brian Branch could just be best friends, basically. But that's good for the Bills, especially if Cooper DeJean goes at 25.
Yeah, Cooper. I mean, if we're forecasting, let's forecast a little bit here, Josh, before the pick comes in. Packers are up next, 25. Cooper DeJean. Let's just say that 26 with the Bucks. It doesn't feel like they would go wide receiver, although maybe they could for whatever reason. At the end of the day, I think they just have too many other needs. They could address offensive line because you can never have too much offensive line, and there's plenty of premium O-line out there. I'm trying to think. There's no edge really. There is that. They run 3-4, and there is the Missouri guy. Oh, was it Darius Robinson? Is that his name?
Yeah, Darius Robinson's a guy that they like quite a bit.
Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense because he's a 3-4 D end. And they could definitely utilize something like that. So that could be there. So let's pencil him in at 26. Now you're at 27 with the Cardinals. Cardinals are going Kool-Aid McKinstry. Write it in Sanskrit because it's going to happen and it's in stone, but at the same time, no one can read it. And then you're at Bills at 28.
Here's something interesting. The Bucks, they do have a receiver need. But it's kind of looking forward to when Chris Godwin is a free agent. There's a lot of slots in this draft, but if they want to get the best slot in this draft, this is where you could see a Ladd McConkey come off the board.
Yeah. I think Ladd's destined to be a Niner.
I could see that.
It doesn't Ladd being a Niner just make sense.
Imagine Brandon Ayuk, his new agent. Like they're going to bring Ladd McConkey and they're going to be like, this guy. This is our leverage. This is our leverage against you. And Ayuk's like, I don't even see him. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
And that's where Ayuk goes. Send me to Buffalo for a 5th.
Hey, 28 for Ayuk. Would you do it?
Based on what the market for trade is, no. Based on emotional, give me Ayuk, and if it costs 28, yes. But overall, you shouldn't be moving a first-round pick for a vet receiver, especially that you have to pay. Like that would
in that trade. The Cowboys 24th pick and a 2025 7th. Okay. In exchange for the Lions 29th pick and a 3rd. So it seems like the going rate to move up right now is a little less than a 3rd round pick. So the Bills could get up there right now with one of their 4ths if they really wanted to. But as Luka and Stokes have laid out, unless they have Xavier Worthy or AD Mitchell or Xavier Legette, just like head and shoulders above everybody else. There it is. Terrion Arnold. Yep. There's really no reason to do it. I am now living in a Cooper DeJean fear bunker, fellas.
Nah, it's coming here in Green Bay. Don't worry about it.
God, I hope so.
They got to get their next Micah Hyde for 4 years, and then he will be a Bill and be an all-pro safety.
I like Cooper DeJean. I think he would come in and be a rare rookie that would start on McDermott's defense in the secondary. I think he's that good. And I think for the long term, that would be a good move. But I would go to bed tonight petrified about who Josh Allen's going to throw the ball to. And I'd be like, are we going to wake up tomorrow to a trade for Brandon Ayuk? Are we going to move up tomorrow and get a Troy Franklin? Or, At some point, this first round's going to end, and Xavier Worthy or Xavier Legette can still be on the board, and then we're going to do this all tomorrow and be like, can they get up high enough to get those guys? So
Troy Franklin's my absolute fear. Like, do not, and I repeat, do not give me Troy Franklin. It'll
be telling. Let's live in a hypothetical world where Cooper DeJean comes off the board here in the next couple picks, and Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, and AD Mitchell are all on the board for the Bills. What if they trade back to Carolina? They get the first pick tomorrow. That'll be telling that they don't have a favorite of this group.
Yeah.
Because they're going to let Kansas City take whoever they want, let Carolina take whoever they want, let the Niners take whoever they want. And boy, wouldn't that be fun if we have to sit through all day tomorrow with the Bills having the first pick.
That is not a reality I prefer. Sir.
What's your problem over there? What's your deal?
I'm just trying to play it all out.
Oh my God.
I am living it. If I had to predict what's going to go on, I'm going to say the Bills are going to trade up. Like, I think they're going to trade up. I every time I'm waiting for them to trade up. That's what I'm waiting for, but it hasn't happened yet.
At this point, why? At the end of the day, that's the question.
I'll ask the questions, Luka.
Why? If you are Brandon Beane and you're staring down 3 more picks before you, and let's just say it, I mean, it's obviously you listed 3 wide receivers and you continue to list those 3 receivers. The likelihood of all 3 of those going right now are extremely unlikely.
So something to keep in mind, Arizona is one of the teams in front of Buffalo. They just took Marvin Harrison Jr.
Hey, AD Mitchell, Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Kyler Murray. Just saying.
How do I get Luka off the screen? Well, I think the why for the trade up is I don't know that the Bills see it this way. We're talking about 3 vastly different receivers, right? Like, I think AD Mitchell and Xavier Legette are fairly similar in like what the role would be. I'm super intrigued by Xavier Legette. I don't know. Do you have a favorite of those bunch, Stokes?
Xavier Worthy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Stokes.
Do you have a favorite of those 3? Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy, and AD Mitchell?
Well, I think that of the 3, Legette is most intriguing. 1, because he looks like a good wide receiver, and 2, because when you've got the stamp of approval from your number 1 guy, it's an easy sell to everybody, and it's easy sell to the fans. Like, hey, our guy said he wants him, and we got him. Just like Dalton Kincaid last year, he said he wanted him, we got him, and we're keeping Josh Allen happy as much as we can. So that's a super easy sell. 1 for the fan base, and 2 for your job, if that's what you're most concerned with.
Luka, are you going to be nervous if Cooper DeJean does not come off the board here?
No. I won't. I will say this, Josh, just to throw it out. Let's throw things out in the universe now. We are approaching pick 28. Let's throw things out in the universe.
Luka's talking like he knows something.
And let me pick your brain and see how good your memory is. No, I don't know anything. Who was the first player that I was like, I like this guy and I'm going to be paying attention to him very closely early in the process? Who was the first guy I mentioned?
For the Bills?
Just in general, but also for the Bills, with wide receiver in mind.
God.
I don't want to have too much there here.
I thought it was Brian Thomas Jr.
It wasn't. Who was my biggest disappointment from the combine? Just like yeah.
Keon Coleman.
Is there a chance? Because I've noticed that late, and I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but I'm just going to put this in the universe. The last 72 hours, I've been consuming a lot of the different media and all that stuff, of course, like always. And it seems like a lot of people are coming around where they're like, hey, there was this massive wave about the disappointment about Keon Coleman's combine. And he fell out of mocks. He was just falling out of them. But they've continued to hear around the NFL and around the landscape that people do love his tape and do love his attributes and love what he has. So do not be surprised if you see Keon Coleman squeak into the first round. And it's someone that early on I was so in love with and infatuated with, and also felt that disappointment. But then again, you watch his tape and it's not like it's overly impressive. I at the end of the day, I did have Brian Thomas over him and the others as well. Obviously, I didn't even have Keon Coleman above Odunze's and Marvin Harrison Jr.'s to begin with, but Keon Coleman is someone that still, like, now that we're sitting here and I looked at my little ticker that I created, and there's a reason I have it in a certain order, because I didn't run that by Josh, for everyone that's watching. I didn't run that by Stokes. I wrote that ticker myself. And if you pay attention very closely, it's Xavier Worthy, and then it's Keon Coleman. And what if we live in a reality where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Josh, Keon Coleman is a Buffalo Bill at 28?
I like Keon Coleman. I don't know that I like him. I think people are reading too much into his 40-yard dash. I think he's electric with the ball in his hands. I think there's some metrics that show he has way more agility, maybe not the straight line speed. I mean, we're a team that ran Stevie Johnson out there as our number one receiver for like 5 years, and it worked out just fine.
He's a Revis killer. That's a little different.
Yeah, and I think, at this point, I just want a receiver at this point. Like I'm living in a Cooper DeJean fear bunker, literally living in a Cooper DeJean fear bunker.
I will share something with you. All this time, I have been like, do not take AD Mitchell at 28. Do not take AD Mitchell at 28. We're sitting here at pick 25 on the spot, Josh. I will be ecstatic if AD Mitchell is pick 28.
Just because it's not Cooper DeJean?
Because it would not. I am a fan of Cooper DeJean, but I will just be happy that they grabbed. Wow, Jordan Morgan.
That's not Cooper DeJean.
It's not. That's also surprising. Tyler Guyton, just for what it's worth, as an NFL fan, Tyler Guyton is falling right now. Tyler Guyton is a tackle that I genuinely respected and stuff. That is surprising.
Tackle is a sneaky need for the Bills. If you project forward 1 year and you realize that Spencer Brown is an unrestricted free agent and they're looking at potentially making him a 8-figure player next season, and he's only had one good year, like, do they want to put stash a tackle? Like, this is a uniquely good tackle draft where you can get a top 10 graded tackle that just happens to be there because of how rich this tackle class is. Or if there's only one good tackle left on the board, and let's say the Bills have a receiver board like Stokes laid out, and this is a nightmare scenario, I get it for a lot of you, but if the Bills legitimately look at the receiver board and it's Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, AD Mitchell, Keon Coleman, and we'll just throw Ladd McConkey in there, 5, right? 5 of those guys are there and they're all similarly rated, and somebody is aggressively trying to come up and get that last tackle. I mean, that's where you look at a trade down and you can acquire multiple picks tomorrow. Like, think about a team like Carolina that has the 33rd pick and the 39th pick. What if you got both of those picks? That would be, I mean, you'd have to give something back. You'd have to give like a 4 and a 5, but all of a sudden you have 33, 39, and 60 tomorrow. Enticing.
Yeah.
It makes for a terrible show for us. We're not coming back on the air tomorrow. I don't think. Are we, guys? Like, I don't. No. We got to enjoy our lives tomorrow. That's not to be that person. At this, honestly,
there you go.
I think I know
who this is. By the way, shout out.
I'm with D Lucas. At this point in time, any wide receiver is better than no wide receiver. If it's Ladd McConkey, fine. Would that be my number one choice? No. But show me you care about the damn position, please. Gabe Davis gone, Stephon Diggs trade away. Show me you had a plan. We have Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir starting right now.
Yeah. I will say, shout out that individual. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. I think that's Sausage on Twitter. If you don't follow them, you should be familiar with that, Josh. Shout out him. Yeah, take a receiver. That's what I even said about like AD Mitchell. Learn. There you go. Learn to think. It's one of those things where
nope, Jonas, you ride with us. We're in this together. We're on this terrible ride together. And we're gonna, damn it, the Bills are gonna take a receiver. We're all gonna get off of here and watch that receiver's highlights for the rest of the evening, and it's gonna be a great grand night. Damn it. I'm not gonna watch Cooper DeJean highlights and wonder if he's gonna be a backup nickelback to Taron Johnson.
Cooper DeJean highlights are pretty electric, Josh. They are pretty fun to watch. Not gonna lie.
Danny Sanchez in the house. Trade the Niners 7 first for Ayuk.
7 first might be a little too rich for our blood.
A little rich.
We can have a conversation though. It's a starting point, Josh. It's a start.
Ayuk is undeniably the best receiver in Niners history. So, I mean, it's Ayuk, Terrell Owens, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss. People forget Randy Moss played there.
People forget. Brandon Ayuk, shout out. A lot of ASU guys have been discussed tonight, Josh. Just want to point that one out. Whether they're recognized in that draft night might be a little bit less than that, but just want to point that one out. We're getting to a tough point on that.
The thing that annoys me the most about this Cooper DeJean pick, if it happens, is knowing how many Bills fans that have been all about the receiver will flip the switch.
Oh yeah.
For reasons that we don't want to talk about on this show, but we all know are out there. Like, ooh, look, they got the one guy that everybody's been talking about. It's like, I think he's a very good player. Like, this had nothing to do with him. It has to do with like this glaring team need that the Bills have and this draft that is just filled with players that can fill it. And maybe the argument is, what's a better draft combo? You take Xavier Legette here, just throwing a name out there, and then you take random safety tomorrow, or you take maybe the best safety on your board now, and then tomorrow I keep saying Troy Franklin. It doesn't have to be anybody. I don't even necessarily like Troy Franklin,
just
but
please not Troy Franklin.
The combination of the two, maybe the Bills get aggressive and trade up again. I don't know.
Oof. Just Xavier Worthy. Give me Deshaun Jackson with Khalil Shakir, and let's party, Josh. Let's will it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Can everybody stay off of Twitter?
Yeah. This is a Twitter-free zone now. If you
Bills,
have Twitter, take it off.
I'm just telling you all the Bills are on the clock in real time. I'm just telling you all the Bills are on the clock in real time. They have not traded up. The draft is behind because they've been at commercial. The Bucks and Cardinals picks have been in. I didn't see who they are. I just saw somebody say the Bills are on the clock, but it's not because of a trade. They're on the clock at pick 28. So I'm going to expand the screen to ignore chat.
There you go.
And we're going to watch it play out. Like, we're going to see who the Bucks pick. I have no idea who's been taken, but
there you go. Here, Josh, I'll pull up this comment for you.
All right, I'll write you. I'll call you in sick, Lucas. We'll give you a note from your friends at Bill's chat.
Yeah, I'll personally write one up for you. I'll get it to you. No problem.
So, Luka, you know how the internet works.
Yeah.
We have 974 viewers right now.
Yeah.
If
fantastic.
the Bills were to take Cooper DeJean, is that number skyrocket because people expect us to come in and flip out, or is that just people just logging off for the night? Are there many people that are excited about it because,
log off? It's a log off situation. Come on. What are we talking about? The emotions going into this, Josh, were the hopes of even as high of draft Rome Odunze. You can't all of a sudden go into Cooper DeJean and just be like, or DeJean, and it'd be like, oh, let's see what reactions like. No, it's a slam the laptop, turn the TV off situation. You go to bed and you all of a sudden are tossing and turning, and you're not cold enough sheets or too cold sheets, however you like to sleep, whatever your preferences are, and you are just frustrated with what the situation is. That is what's going to happen. And then we got to make content off of it, Josh.
Cooper DeJean will be content.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Taking Cooper DeJean after all of this,
Graham Barton.
It'd be like going on a date with a girl that you've been chasing for a while. Dinner goes great. Wherever you guys go, it goes great. She's like, hey, you want to come back to my place? You walk her to her door and you're expecting her to invite you in, and she gives you a handshake and says, have a good night. Cooper DeJean is the handshake.
Yeah. Are you saying that just because he's what's all the prototypical white things that like white receiver? They're scrappy.
He's scrappy.
Yeah, he's scrappy.
First one in, last one out.
Yeah, all those the shout out whatever. Oh man, someone tweeted that out earlier, Josh, and I wanted to almost like retweet it and add to the list, but I was like,
I think it was Rico from Buffalo Fanatics.
Oh yeah,
it was hilarious. I almost tagged Stokes in it because we always joke about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's so factual. Like anyone that doesn't recognize it like that is just come on.
110%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sneaky athletic.
Brings their lunchbox to the
a lunch pail type.
Yeah, lunch pail type of guy.
God.
Please, for the love of God. I'm curious what the Cardinals do here. I'm gonna guess based on their needs, it's gonna be D line. So that would have to be Darius Robinson, right? I'm trying to think of other. Well, there's that. Was it Jerzahan?
People like
Newton,
Chris Jenkins quite a bit. Another guy the Bills could take. I swear to God, I actually have a worse idea than Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, Jerzahan Newton, right?
Yeah, if they take Jerzahan Newton, they take a defensive tackle.
After all this time, that's who I'm thinking maybe could be here too. It's got to be either Darius Robinson. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense for the Cardinals. And all right, hey, let's have a talk about Darius Robinson, shall we?
All right. This is going to be for the YouTube clip. So the Bills are on the clock at pick 28. Let's recap what has happened. There are 4 wide receivers off the board. Started with Marvin Harrison Jr. going to these Arizona Cardinals. Malik Nabers went to the New York Giants. Rome Odunze goes to the Chicago Bears to join Caleb Williams. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars broke our hearts with Brian Thomas Jr. But the Bills are in good shape because Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. Who am I forgetting, Luka? The one you just mentioned, Florida State.
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman sitting there. So the Bills are in a spot where they could trade back. But as we were just kicking around, they are also in a spot where there's some defensive players at need position that they could take. I am not in favor of that. We do not have chat open, by the way. We appreciate all of you that are in chat right now. We do not want to see spoilers on this. Cooper DeJean is a player that we know the Bills are very interested in. Has some ties to, not some ties, but has a background that the Bills might like. Drawn some comparisons to Micah Hyde. I know he's a corner, but could play safety. The Bills obviously lost Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer this offseason. And then Luka, who was the defensive tackle you just mentioned that the Bills could
Jerzahan Newton.
Why is he not on my list? I don't know. But I know he's a player that a lot of people like out of Illinois. Really good pass rusher. Not sure what he offers in the run game, but people are thinking like, hey, Daquan Jones is getting older. You can buff up that interior defensive line. My argument against taking a defensive tackle in the first round is, one, I don't think you take a nose tackle in the first round. That's not what he is. Their 3 technique is Ed Oliver. He's under contract for a long time. So you're talking about somebody that is going to back up your 3 technique in the first round when you have a glaring need at wide receiver. And as much as I like pass rush, as much as I would like to see the Bills get better at getting the quarterback to the ground, there is not an edge rusher here that is worth taking. I would understand it if they took Cooper DeJean. I would not like it. But at this point in time, just roundtable it, guys. Who's your favorite idea at wide receiver? Luka?
My favorite idea, it's Xavier Worthy. Bottom line, just real quick, I believe his upside is a Deshaun Jackson-like upside. And if you could plug in prime Deshaun Jackson into this current wide receiver room with Josh Allen, it feels like it could be an electric factory. So that is my top idea.
Stokes?
I mean, over this time, I've talked myself more so into Xavier Worthy because he can't teach that level of speed that he has. And when you have a guy that can throw the ball like Josh Allen, I mean it can be a game changer. But I mean, I can see it if they take Cooper DeJean because I mean, the Bills have a pseudo need in the secondary. So I mean, I can see it, and it looks like it's all turning towards it, and I'm worried. I'm worried a little bit.
Here's the best news for all of you. We don't have to guess how the Bills ranked these wide receivers. They're either going to take one who they clearly like more than the other ones. Trade alert.
Oh, no.
49ers for Ayuk.
Oh,
Kansas City. Stokes, we've lost Luka. So what we know is the Bills make this trade well aware that the Chiefs are probably going to take a receiver, right?
It's most likely.
So Brandon Beane is not dumb. Let's all understand. We're going to go back to chat. Everybody knows, whatever you want to say, Brandon Beane is not dumb. This tells me that much like we've discussed recently, Stokes, despite the reports that Xavier Worthy's sticking out on their board, they have a cluster of receivers, and it really doesn't matter to them whether it's Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, or Xavier Legette. They think they're going to get one of them at 32, and they hopefully recouped a day 3 pick. I'm going to go back to Twitter. I'm not going to blow any picks. I want to get the trade compensation. Costa, if you happen to see that, please feel free to put it in chat. Totally trust you if you see it.
That's what it has to be. They're like, okay, we're comfortable with any of these three guys. So if we can go back and get a fourth round pick or a fifth round pick or whatever, it'll be fine. We're not gonna lose any sleep over if we don't get one guy over the other guy. So
okay, so here's the trade. Here's the trade compensation. The Bills receive. The Bills get pick 32. Pick 95, which is a third. That has to be a third, right?
Yeah, that has to be.
Yep.
And then pick 221, but they give up one of their fourths, pick 133 and 248. Luka, what we were talking about is, so the Bills now have 2 picks tomorrow.
Sweet.
Luka, here's what it is. And you're not gonna like, well, never mind. Here's what it is. There was a lot of smoke about Xavier Worthy for the Bills, and we thought he stood out on their board above the rest. The reality is Brandon Beane is not an idiot, right? This is not a situation where Brandon Beane got duped and the Chiefs told him, hey, we're going to go up and take an offensive lineman. Brandon Beane clearly had a group of receivers that he rated very similarly, or at least a group of players, and it's worth it to him to recoup a third-round pick, and it doesn't look to him like it's worth it to take a receiver when he can look at, would I rather get receiver X here at 28 or receiver Y at 32 plus a third-round pick? That's how it has to be. Right or wrong, but here's the other reality. There is a stench on this organization right now because they are the team that trade out of the pick that became Patrick Mahomes. If whoever they pick that we can assume is a receiver becomes Patrick Mahomes' go-to guy for the next 10 years, that's going to sting. So you better be right. When you trade with that team, you better be right. Because this isn't trading with the Cowboys or the Jaguars. This is the damn Chiefs who have ended our season 3 years in a row with a quarterback we traded away from. So you better be right. Fish is saying stuff in chat that makes me think that
there's only one. I don't even care if that's actual factual or not. The reaction I had is because the moment that trade fucking happens, there is one reason that Andy Reid is moving up from 32 to 28 to get something. And that is Xavier Worthy. It has to be. We obviously need to wait for it to be official, but as soon as that happens, that's a bigger gut punch than Brian Thomas going to the Jags. It's a fucking joke. You do not hand Andy Reid, as you pointed out, a team and a coach that has knocked you out time and time again, even without a Tyreek Hill, another weapon that he could potentially mold into a Tyreek Hill being available there at your pick. What in God's name are you doing? I don't care what the return is. Oh, whoopity-doo, you got your third-round pick selection back. Who cares? Are you going to be thinking about that as Xavier Worthy or whatever else is going down your throat? What a joke. An absolute joke.
This is Brandon Beane getting back that third-round comp pick that he didn't get for Tremaine Edmonds.
Great. I hope he stares that down as he's getting it absolutely up his, let's fucking whatever.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Here's the reality. We're all kind of upset, but I want to go back to what I said. Stokes, Brandon Beane's not an idiot. He has to have had these guys so closely ranked that it's worth him to recoup better picks tomorrow. So that tells us that despite the reports from the national writers that the Bills had Xavier Worthy on this pedestal, which, by the way, that's going to be the pick here. I apologize for spoiling it, but enough people are saying it in chat. I went and checked, and it's true. They have Xavier Worthy on a pedestal. That means that the Bills, if they go receiver, must have a similar grade on guys like Leggett, Mitchell, and they just felt like it was worth it to do it. At this point in time, though, if they don't take a receiver, good luck.
Yeah. This is I don't know. It's tough to absorb. The only thing you can hope for is that Andy Reid doesn't know how to use this super fast guy in his offense. Like, it's just to have the same team be attached to giving them their generational quarterback, and in this type of position, it's really difficult, especially when this is a team that we that we've just been getting, crushed by for multiple seasons. It's just it's really tough to take. But I mean, I imagine Brandon Bean could be looking at it like we're looking at it like business. This is business. This is business. It doesn't matter who it was. It could have been Joe Blow, whoever it was. They had the picks that we wanted. So we made the trade. I mean, it could have been the Chiefs. It could have been the team in our division. Could have been this and that. That could be how he's looking at it, but it's just difficult when you're looking at it from an emotional standpoint. How
Fish, you're good, buddy. I wasn't saying that you were bad with spoiling that. I was just saying like enough people were saying it that I was good to say it. Sorry, Stokes, go ahead.
No, I didn't have a whole lot left. It's just difficult to absorb as from a fan perspective. From a business perspective, like it's the reason why companies do business with Saudi Arabia. Like despite what they've got going on, Saudi Arabia has the money. So this is how you do it. But this is you don't want to do that.
And the Nuggets are losing.
Yeah, they're down 4.
Okay. Everybody, Josh is going to bring us back. I got this. This is what I'm built for. I said when this show started, Xavier Worthy wasn't my favorite idea. I thought Xavier Worthy was the Bills' favorite idea. I like Xavier Legette and A.D. Mitchell better as prospects for Xavier Worthy because I think they both have speed, but also have that ability to develop into the X. If the Bills get one of those two players at pick 32, I'll be just fine. And it just turns out that these national reports that the Bills clearly did not have a love obsession with Xavier Worthy because look at all the stuff that, the Eagles have an obsession with trading up. That didn't happen. The Giants have an obsession with, who was it? Mitchell. No, McCarthy, excuse me. My brain is, no, didn't happen. So like all this stuff we've been hearing has not necessarily come to fruition. So I think it's incredibly plausible that the Bills just felt like we can trade down, get our guy, and their board looks very similar to what many of us had. It makes sense to me that when you're building this basketball team that the Bills are trying to build, that they would be looking more so for an Xavier Legette. I will throw this out there. I like A.D. Mitchell. I have heard that the Bills are very into Xavier Legette. So, I mean, I know it's not a secret that they had a private workout with him. That would be my prediction at this point, that it's Xavier Legette. And if you just handed the Chiefs their new Tyreek Hill, good luck. Luckily, Tyreek Hill is kind of a one of one. And there was a fear that when they drafted Mecole Hardman, he'd be their new Tyreek Hill. So
that's fair. And I mean, and for what it's worth, Xavier Worthy isn't really built like Tyreek Hill. They're both fast. Like that's really where the comparison's end. Because Tyreek Hill, he is difficult to tackle, and it doesn't seem that that's the same way with Xavier Worthy, but he's still super fast. And and we know that, of course, Andy Reid can scheme guys open, but he wasn't able to scheme Mecole Hardman open enough for him to be a difference making member. Although I guess he caught the game-winning touchdown this year, so I guess there's that.
Fish, I love you, buddy. I love you. If the Bills' response to the Chiefs drafting the 4-2-1 receivers to draft the white cornerback,
give it to me.
I'm gonna find a new team.
I'm done. Give it to me. Give me Cooper DeJean manned up on Xavier Worthy, week 11.
Granted, the Bills have nobody that can run with him except for maybe Elam.
Let's go. Let's do it. Tyler Guyton. Hey, Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys.
That's a good pick for them. They have a lot of Tylers now.
Back when they were on the clock originally, I was like, hey, Jerry Jones does like his Oklahoma guys, whatever. I don't care anymore. I literally don't care. I cannot. How you don't trade in division and you don't trade to the fucking team that literally is the pain in your ass. You just don't do it. I don't care. I don't care. They would have to offer another first for me to be like, okay, do it. Sure, you want to do like you would have to. Literally not another first, but you would have to drastically overpay to make it happen. And sure, you got the pick you wanted. I am just so irate right now that the fact that If there's one guy you just don't hand something to, it's Andy Reid. What are we doing? What are we doing? You can reel it in. You can spin it all you want. Josh, I appreciate all of it, but you just don't do it. It's insane.
Danny, this blares for you.
It's absolutely fucking insane. Like, I can't believe it. It's legitimately mind-blowing to me that Bean would accept that call and accept that trade, full well understanding what is there. If Xavier Worthy's not on the board, it's still something where I go, what are you doing? Because there's clearly something they're targeting. There's something there.
Oh, this will help. This will help everybody. Jordan Schultz just now, text from another AFC GM on Chiefs getting Xavier Worthy, quote unquote, fuck me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, guys, like, what's your ideal situation that you don't want to deal with? Oh, Andy Reid getting the most potent and electric offensive weapon in the draft. Well, here you go. Like, it's an unknown, and it's not literally the best offensive weapon in the draft. That's Marvin Harrison Jr. Shout out you, Costa. Overall, though, Xavier Worthy, if there's one place that's the ideal landing spot, Stokes, we talked about JJ McCarthy going to what seems like an ideal landing spot in Minnesota to succeed. If there's a place to succeed as an offensive weapon, it is Kansas fucking City.
God. This won't help. I need to find stuff that'll help. This won't help. Seth Walder says this is a cheap trade up for the Chiefs. When you add all the picks together, it all adds up to basically a late 6th round worth of value.
Yeah, sure does.
Yes.
Bean was obsessed with having 2 picks tomorrow night.
That is insane what just took place. Insane.
It's hard to justify. His press conference will be interesting.
I can't wait to fucking hear what he has to say. I can't. I'm not going to sleep tonight. Work's going to suck tomorrow.
I mean, the Bills still get to pick a player. Like, they're going to get somebody.
I don't care. Yeah,
Xavier,
shout out.
I like Xavier Legette.
Shout out this one. Don't worry, we got Mac Hollins on the fucking roster. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna open it up.
We pick in 2 picks. AD Mitchell is rated higher than Xavier Worthy on most boards.
Oh, good for them. Did they also have Xavier Worthy not on the Kansas City Chiefs? Because guess what? That's where he is now. Sweet.
I mean, sure, AD Mitchell has diabetes, but sugar high Josh. No, God.
Hey.
Dude.
It'll work.
Yeah, here's another good one from Jack Dawson, although I know who that is. Yeah, that's my thought too, was like, oh, are we trying to practice picking 32? Is that what this is?
Experience it.
What up, Nino?
God. Dude.
Danny, if you're still here, who are the Niners going to go with? Help us out.
Ah.
Boy, wouldn't Ladd McConkey be even like more of a slap in the face?
Bro. No, I'd welcome it just because it feels right. Who cares?
We're a meme at this point.
We are. Hey, remember that time you traded back so that the Kansas City Chiefs could surprisingly shock the world and take Patrick Mahomes? Hey, you doubled down on that one, Bean, and you fucking handed them Xavier Worthy. Congratulations. I hope that pick 96 is fucking worth it.
Remember that offseason you traded away Stephon Diggs, didn't re-sign Gabe Davis, but the fastest receiver in the draft fell in your lap, and you decided, nah, I want a 6th round pick worth of value coming back to me, and I'll just give the fastest receiver in the draft to Kansas City, whose upside people say is Deshaun Jackson. Where did he start off with? Oh yeah, Andy Reid. That made it worse, didn't it?
Oh my God, the connection, the fucking connection, Josh. Oh. Nate Wiggins is a Raven. What a perfect fit. That's good for them. Congratulations.
That's a good pick. The Ravens.
Oh my God. You have your Xavier Worthy cornerback, Ravens. Congrats.
The Ravens just seem to kind of sit still and let the draft fall to them, and they just draft really well every
year. It always works out. I mean, Kyle Hamilton, remember calling that one? It just made way too much damn sense.
Remember that time that the Ravens traded back with the Steelers and gave them TJ Watt? I don't either.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. This is what an interesting end to this evening.
Stokes is like, thanks for inviting me, guys.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Oh my God.
I better wait. Josh, we need to wake up to, okay, we draft who we draft. And we also just traded for Ayuk. Do something for me, Bean.
The third round pick from Kansas City was the missing piece of the Ayuk trade.
Honestly, consolation prize wise, that would at least put me at ease.
The Niners had 96 players rated as first rounders in this draft. So anything less than pick 96 would be unaccepted. There it is. Being the wizard. I can't justify it anymore after that Seth Walder tweet. Like, I just can't. You didn't even add to your pick pool. You just moved around. Congratulations, picking at the end of day 3.
I mean, maybe he's using a different, valuation system for the picks.
Hey, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content. I really am. If our misery brings you joy, that makes me super happy. And if you're part of this misery and our misery is therapeutic for you, that also makes me happy. Like, that's why we do this. But let's all keep in mind, the Bills haven't picked a player yet. Cooper DeJean is still there.
Hooray.
Just do it. Pull the trigger.
This is going to be the night that Johnny Newton becomes the Bills' backup defensive tackle. The Chiefs get the fastest receiver in the draft, and the Bills are like, okay, bet we'll take a backup defensive tackle. I didn't even think about the McDuffie thing. Like, whoever the Bills take is going to be compared to this receiver. Like, this, you better be right. Like, the guy that the Bills take absolutely has to be better than Worthy, right? Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Oh, dude. Yeah. From day 1 to day end. Better be. I am. Remember when Brandon Beane didn't trade up into the top 20 to get Brian Thomas Jr.?
Yeah.
Now Brandon Beane can say, hey, I finally traded back in the draft. You didn't get anything for it. You just moved back.
Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr. Brian Thomas Jr. didn't fall in our lap, so we ended up moving back so that we could, at least acquire a 3rd round pick. Wait, what happened with that 28th overall pick? Oh, that's right. You just handed Deshaun Jackson 2.0 to Andy Reid. Congratulations. How are you feeling about that one? Are you going to really look forward to that one in the wild card round or the divisional round when you have to play Kansas City again? Is that going to feel good? Yeah.
Can I tell you guys, I was watching Xavier Legette stuff last night. Who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Eric Moulds. Eric Moulds came into the league raw, all the tools, kick returner. But man, like, when you see him on his good plays, you're like, that has some mold stuff to it.
Deep to molds, huh?
Deep to molds. I think Legette's the guy they're targeting here. I really do. Which means the Niners are probably going to take him.
You guys better be right about Xavier Legette, man.
Or they're going to trade out to Miami and let Miami get Legette. And get like a 7th round pick. But we got
49ers pick is in. All right. Woo. Take Cooper DeJean, 49ers. Come on.
I did see a tweet that the Jaguars tried to get Brandon Ayuk prior to, and this was from one of the insiders, not like just random Joe on Reddit, but the Jaguars tried to get Brandon Ayuk from the Niners, but it didn't come through. So then they ended up taking Brian Thomas Jr. So if the Jaguars couldn't get Ayuk with their pick, it seems like they don't really want to trade him.
Adam Schefter, the fake Adam Schefter Twitter replied to our one tweet, and it was he did and we traded down. So it's official. We kind of know the realm of what fan that fake account is. All right. Cool.
So Carl, here's the thing. I hear your concerns on the size. I do have concerns myself. I don't know that Xavier Worthy ever had the ability to grow into a 1. We talked about this earlier before he was a Chief. It's on the stream. I will say he was down to 165 at the combine because he shed about 10 pounds because he really wanted to break that combine record. I think he's going to play closer to 175, which puts him right up in that Jordan Addison range. And Jordan Addison was just fine. I don't think Xavier Worthy is ever going to be your 1, but they have Travis Kelce. They have Rashee Rice. He doesn't have to be the 1 there. He can certainly play a very good role there. The Bills need a 1 and a 2. And right now they have a pick after the Niners pick to figure out what they're doing. And the Bills are probably on the clock again. So I'm going to close chat.
Yeah, and
1400.
another thing about Worthy is like he doesn't have to be one. He just has to stress the defense, like in a way that you have to account for him, whether it's one person, which you're probably not going to be able to account for him with one person. So it scares you the rest of the way. Do you put one over the top like they try to do two deep shells with? Versus the Dolphins and things of that nature. And then you have to deal with whether it's Kelsey or Rashee Rice getting single covered, and like it just adds a different layer that's going to make any defense have to play outside of whatever their norm is to try and defend this team. And then of course it's Patrick Mahomes throwing the ball to them. It just really puts defenses in a ridiculous sort of bind, trying to figure out how to get one stop.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Can't wait for that. Sounds like fun.
You want me to add to your fun? You're gonna have a lot of Chiefs in your mentions.
What did I do now?
Your tweet is aging like a bag milk sitting out on the sunny sidewalk right now, and all of a sudden we're starting to get some Chief fan notifications on that tweet.
Hey, just mute. I'm just gonna mute that whole conversation. Ricky Pearsall.
Come on!
That's who Luka wanted in the second round.
What are we doing?
I mean, hey,
why do the Niners? No, hold on.
Why do the Niners?
Niners just love like scouting ASU alums, and they go, "Yeah, this guy looks sweet. This guy looks great." They're like, "Oh, I love this guy." So I just have to hate ASU alums year after year after year. It's like Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the Niners dig a knife right into my fucking rib cage and just, oh my God.
I like
Worthy, and now this.
I liked Ricky Pearsall on tape better than Ladd McConkey. I thought his hands were tremendous. I mean, they're probably going to show this. Like, he catches the ball away from his body as well as anybody in this draft. This might be the highlight here, where he makes the best catch I think I've ever seen in college football. Is this it? Yeah, how the hell does he hold on to that ball? His catch radius is ridiculous. He runs very good routes. He doesn't have that super high end speed, but look at that. I mean, you can just see the wiggle he has. If the ball's in the air, he fights for it. My one concern about him is he's going to be 24 years old when the season starts. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about pick 31 on a Niners team. I wonder what that says about Buffalo Bills trade pick again, Luka. To Carolina, we're not even getting a player.
This is such a joke.
33-39.
Wait a minute.
Is that 5th, 7th round pick going to be sweet?
I swear to God, if they didn't get 33, if that ticker's right. If that ticker's right, if they didn't get 33. This is going to be Xavier Legette.
Yeah. Write it down.
Oh, Luka, you excited? Want to hear what they got?
Oh, don't.
They didn't get an extra pick. They moved up from pick 200 to 141.
What a joke, dude. Hey, I mean, value-wise for moving back one pick, cool. Like, awesome. And good. I really hope you didn't care about Legette. I really hope. Unless
has this been the first time in our life? It has to be. Yes, obviously. Why am I even asking? The Bills are going to have the first pick of day 2. That's kind of exciting. Right, guys?
Spin zone.
Exciting?
Wow.
I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss of words.
Luka, can you flip over to the Nuggets game?
No.
Just live stream that.
If there's something I definitely do not need right now, Josh, it is to watch the Nuggets or anything else in general.
141 that's a good question. Let's figure out the particulars.
I believe that's a 4th because we need 5 of them.
It's early round 4. So now the Bills are going to have 2 2s, a pick at the beginning, a pick in the end, a 3, and 2 4s.
Woo!
And no players.
No, 141 is round 5.
So Brandon Ayuk can
factor
go
in the compensatory stuff, Stokes.
Brandon Ayuk. We can get Brandon Ayuk for 4 4s and 4 5s, right? Like
this
that,
is like
that
draft day where they trade like 7 2s to get up to the 6th pick. Here we go. We don't have to guess. Oh, it's a 5th round pick. Good call, Stokes.
Yeah.
Luka, having a moment. They went from the 5th to the 6th to lose the 5th-year option.
Oh my God. I mean, like,
whoever the Bills take tomorrow won't have a 5th-year option, but hey, instead of a 6th round pick, we had a 5th.
No.
Oh, hey, don't forget the most key part of that. And Xavier Worthy, aka Deshaun Jackson, is a Kansas City Chief. Don't forget that one.
The best part is when my guy Xavier Legette's going to go right here. I hate everything. Please take Cooper DeJean. Please, Panthers.
And maybe that's what they're trading up for.
They absolutely traded up with the Bills because they wanted to get the receiver they wanted because they figured the Bills were going to take him. The Bills apparently played okey doke with everybody in the league about taking receivers, and they don't view it as big of a. Brandon Beane was right. He doesn't view it as big of a need as he thought as we do. He's just letting receivers come off the board and dictate his trades. He's traded away from 2 receivers now. This has to be a receiver. Why else would the Panthers even care to move up? The one thing I can say is that day 2, pick 1 does have value because teams have all day to reset their board, and sometimes you can get like a good trade comp up there, which I'm sure now Brandon Beane will do that.
Yeah,
Did
I'm
you
sure
just try to
listening to trade talks all day, trade proposals, drop and drop and drop. Oh boy, this has been a wild evening. From the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks.
We're going to bed reminding ourselves this is just sports. This doesn't matter.
You know the pick,
the
don't you?
Grand scheme of life. I don't know the pick. You think I care at this point to even get a spoiler? Are you kidding me, Josh? Oh my God, I don't care. It could be all of a sudden a trade for Brandon Ayuk for all of a sudden. There it is. Xavier Leggett, sweet, awesome, cool, fantastic. That's great. I've trusted Beane so much with his understanding of the draft and truly going at and getting his guy. And he absolutely flubbed the best draft we've had in the Beane era.
They trade away from somebody the Chiefs clearly wanted, and they didn't even charge them extra tax. If your biggest rival's trading up with you, you charge them extra.
Yeah.
And he gave him a deal. And then Carolina, what is this? Yeah, well, here, take our pick here. We'll take that 5th and make it our 6th and make it a 5th. So now the Bills have, I don't even know. I don't even care. They start the first pick tomorrow. They have 60. They have a back of the 3rd round pick, but at least it's a 3rd round pick.
Oh, sweet.
And then they have 2 4ths, 3 5ths, 4 5ths now. Luka, do they have 4 5ths?
They have 4 5ths. They have 4 5ths. Think about all those 5th round receivers we can draft. All of them. Oh my God. We're going to walk away with 9 receivers, Josh, all day 3. Hell yeah.
Hey, Ty, we didn't get anything. Nobody called us.
A fleece would be nice. It would at least keep us warm at night.
Yeah. God. At least a fleece has value. They really believe in Shakir. Apparently Khalil Shakir's mom was running this draft.
The Adam Schefter.
Enough, Tony.
Yeah, Tony.
Tony from great. PS4 Madden Chise. Puka was a 5th. Lucky us. I guess we'll get 4 Pukas next year.
It's just like you want to believe in something that's been successful to this point. You want to believe that there is something going on that makes sense. But everything that was just laid out in front of us, it's so hard to even look at anything that happened prior. And now you're just like, what is that plan? Because that plan makes absolutely no sense. There's nothing. It's very hard to think rationally about this when the X factor of it all. I mean, if the Detroit Lions came up and got Xavier Worthy, we would not be having this reaction. Like if anyone else did this, if the Niners did it, whatever it might be, We would not.
Anybody.
But the fact that you let Kansas City do it,
Yeah.
like, what in the... I'm not going to say it anymore because I've just been saying it so much recently. But what are we doing? And I want to hear Bean's words. I want to hear what's going on.
Is he
Because
even
it
going to have
better
to
be
speak
damn
tonight?
good.
I wonder if he has to speak tonight now that they didn't make a pick. I would hope so.
Oh, yeah. Is Jerry Sullivan around?
God, we need...
Hey, need someone that asks the hard questions.
Nicholas, haven't you taken enough from us?
Oh, way to tune in, man. Appreciate
you watching.
Yeah. Thanks for watching.
Yeah,
come
great.
enjoy drinking our tears.
Oh my God, dude.
Look, the depth chart hasn't changed. The Bills have Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir at the top of their wide receiver board, and now 6 wide receivers have gone off the board, right? Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Leggett, and 7 receivers, Pearsall.
Yeah.
7 receivers off the board. So if your plan all along was to take one at 33 and get another one at 60, good luck. They come quick in the second day.
I fully expect, just for what it's worth, forecasting AD Mitchell's going to be the pick tomorrow. First pick, second round.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
It better be. Jesus, if they go Cooper DeJean or a defensive tackle, I don't care what your draft board says. Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir are going to be catching balls from Josh Allen.
How do you, that brings me into what I wanted to bring up right now. Also, I'll pull down, stuff. We don't need to be watching the local news here, and we will even it out. And this is seamless, blah, blah, blah.
Ooh, I got things to turn on too. Sorry.
So
good things happen in LA.
So let me just say this, Josh. Speaking of Josh, how do you think Josh Allen is feeling right now, understanding what just took place tonight and how he had spoke about the receiving position, receivers he liked in this draft, all of that? What do you think Josh Allen is thinking right now as he kind of gets ready to go to bed?
I always feel like I go first. Stokes, go ahead.
I feel like he might have sent Bean the little thinking emoji. Like,
Yeah.
What?
I like the WYD. What you doing? Here's the thing I want everybody to keep in mind. We're upset, but there's a very important distinction we have to make right now. We don't have access to the Bills' grades, the Bills' draft board, or how they value these players. We also, if we are sitting here on this draft show with the knowledge we have saying, oh, when the Chiefs go up, that's for Xavier Worthy. When the Panthers go up, that's absolutely for a receiver, probably Leggett. The Bills knew that. The Bills knew 100% they were trading away from those players for minimal gain. So that has to tell you everything they think about those players in relation to what's left on the board. So they didn't get Xavier Worthy. They didn't get Xavier Leggett. The truth of the matter is, unless Bean just completely fumbled this, I don't think he did. I think, look, that's a different conversation, but I mean, fumbled it in a way like he didn't see this coming. Like, oh, I thought the Chiefs were coming up for a guard. No, he knew what he was doing. They just didn't have Xavier Worthy and Xavier Leggett ahead of AD Mitchell or Luka. I think that conversation about, I always want to call him Coleman from Florida State. I think that's a real conversation.
Yeah.
So, Lad McConkey's still out there. It's just, they clearly have this group of receivers. If it's receiver. Now, look, if the Bills come up tomorrow and take Cooper DeJean or a defensive tackle, I'm going to question everything about this plan this offseason. Because it's one thing to have the defensive coach. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. Under McDermott, the last few years, they've thrown the ball more than anybody. But then they fired Ken Dorsey, and then they hired Joe Brady. And lost in the winning streak was wow, they kind of became a really run-heavy team. They stopped throwing the ball to Stephon Diggs. But it's okay, they're winning. And now this offseason, they got rid of Diggs and Davis, and they haven't really replaced them with anybody noteworthy. And now the draft went by, and 7 receivers got picked, and they traded away from 2 of them, didn't get any of them. So if they let pick 33 go by without taking a receiver, I am going to be very, very upset. They absolutely have to double dip at this point. And I think they absolutely probably need to consider taking 2 tomorrow night.
If they're not walking away with 2 wide receivers tomorrow night, that is a catastrophic failure. Catastrophic. I'll say it. I don't care. Whether that's a hot take or not, and there's going to be a lot of analytical people out there and a lot of individuals that we understand like to sit on a certain pedestal or stand that want to say otherwise. Will probably push back on this. But the bottom line is what you just did puts you in a position now that I think your reaction has to be that. And you need to now show that this draft is truly as deep as it is at the wide receiver position. And you are the sole proprietor and reason, or the beneficiary, if you want to even call it that, of trying to prove that fact. And I mean, at pick 33, you would hope to God you're not moving back any further. And you take one. Pick 60 becomes a situation where maybe BPA gets involved again, and then you're evaluating the wide receivers and everyone else, and then you make your judgment call from there. But it is, again, at the end of the day, and the bottom line is, it is going to be extremely difficult to look past the fact that you gave a direct rival something that they clearly valued, and you now need to prove how what you did was the better decision in that move. And it is going to be extremely difficult in our eyes sitting here right now to do that, understanding what Xavier Worthy is a player, what he is as a player, and what Andy Reid is as a coach. Because I don't have that same trust with what's in our front office, what's at the coaching staff, and what they're going to be able to do on draft day. They better be damn sure they are right about that decision. And it just feels crushing right now with what they're staring down the gun of.
Our guy Trevor in chat, big Packers fan, he says, "I feel your frustration." It's the Packers model at this point, right? Like, they trade away Devonta Adams, and they actually had drafts where they didn't take receivers in the first round; they took defensive players.
Yeah,
but they kind of replenished their cupboard with a bunch of second and third and fourth round picks, and they've done very well. But now the Bills are in a quantity over quality approach, which that doesn't have to be absent of quality, but you better take a couple of swings here, and you better take some meaningful swings. I don't mean like take AD Mitchell to start tomorrow, which I'm in favor of, but then wait until one of your 5 round 7 picks now, or whatever it is, to take a swing on a guy that's a fringe roster player that is barely going to beat out Justin Shorter. Like, I want a meaningful pick, and there are enough guys left. So I wonder if Bean's master plan here. So let's play some hypotheticals. Maybe Bean at the end of the day, that's spam. Maybe Bean at the end of the day had a grade on this class like many of the experts. There's the 3 sure things, and then there's kind of like everybody else lumped in a group. And Bean's strategy was, I want to position myself to get 2 of those guys. How can I do that? Well, I have pick 28 and pick 60. So what can I do? I don't know that 2 of those guys are going to be there at pick 60. So what he's done now, he's moved back from pick 28 to pick 33, but now he has, with pick 60, much more ammunition. I know it's an eye roll, but that 3 on the trade value chart makes more sense than a 4 and all that stuff. Now he has multiple 4s, multiple 5s. He can take that 3, trade up to the top of the 3rd round. And what if it is a situation? I keep mentioning this name, Luka, I'm sorry. What if they get Ladd McConkey to start the draft off tomorrow? And then you're like, well, they still need an X. And then they trade multiple picks and they get up and get Troy Franklin, or somebody that at least has the X body, right? Like, then you've taken 2 swings, and I'm okay with that. I don't love either of those players. You've taken 2 swings. If I had my way, they would take AD Mitchell and then find a way to get up and take Ladd McConkey. I don't think that's realistic, but that'd be my preference. But at this point in time, they are treating the wide receiver position like it's the running back position. Like, anybody can play wide receiver in this offense. And holy cow, this idea that the Chiefs set the blueprint for not prioritizing wide receiver is such a fallacy. They drafted Sky Moore in the 2nd round. They traded a 3rd round pick for Kadarius Toney. They went out and they spent a 3rd round pick on Rashee Rice. They just haven't done a good job of doing their assets. They just spent a 1st round pick on Xavier Worthy. blueprint, bye-bye. We saw our week. We won a championship. Great. But we saw what is going to prevent us from maybe winning another one. I just said a lot.
I mean, it's funny to me how there's two train of thoughts, and it was interesting how there was a narrative trying to be painted about how a blueprint has been set now by the Green Bay Packers, and how you just take a lot of shots at middle round receivers, and unfortunately for them, they've hit on a lot of them, of course. And one of them being Christian Watson was an early day 2 guy. And that's where the Bills now find themselves to try to take someone like that. But overall, what I laugh at is the fact that what you just brought up is spot on. We're talking about the Packers, or I am talking about the Packers in this instance. And what have the Packers actually done to show for it? Yes, what they have seems to be talented and hopefully bringing them in the right direction. But it's not like they've actually gotten any proven results from it. Whereas a team that has gotten proven results, AKA championships, has done the complete opposite and prioritized it and some to bring in talent as best as they can with those true high-end blue assets to get the job done. And even when they're staring down the barrel of an issue with one of those guys that they actually spent a premium asset with being an issue and potentially not being able to play for a chunk of this next upcoming season where he is going to be needed to have another return to the Super Bowl, they go and move up to get someone else to put into that arsenal. It is just one of those things where I don't understand how you can look at something where it's like, I can justify what they're doing because this is right. It's like, no, when you, at the end of the day, you need to mold or at least look at if you want to pull from something from someone that has proven success, which is championships. And therefore you have one team doing it that way. And that is what you should look at. Don't try to talk yourself into something else. I just feel like that's a wrong way to almost give yourself a false sense of security on this is the way to do it. There's no proven result that works. And like the Patriots and that the decades of success, they're an outlier because they just had such an emphasis at quarterback and coaching that was able to just overcome everything else around it, that they were just so talented at drafting. Otherwise, it didn't matter. So it's one of those things where I don't like the example of Green Bay in the sense of I don't see any proven success at this moment in time. So why would I already try to get ahead of the curve and do that as well? There's no proven result on that. But now here we are where you absolutely need to be following that, because if you don't, as you've brought up multiple times, if you don't do anything to seriously address this, you are looking at a wide receiver room that is bottom 10 in the league. I mean, I'm just going to say it like that. That's what it is. Khalil Shakir is your only bright light. Curtis Samuel is going to be okay. But after that, it falls off a shelf and it's a true unknown that Dalton Kincaid is realistically your number 2 receiver. I'm putting him over Curtis Samuel, to be quite frank. And it's just, that's not going to be good enough. It just simply won't.
We saw the Niners take a receiver. We heard that the Niners were in talks with the Jaguars. We didn't hear this. This is what Schefter or Rappaport tweeted. Is it possible that Bean has in his back pocket a deal for Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, he better. I mean, yes. The answer is yes. To an actual educated answer, yes. And I think Stokes would agree with that. The answer is yes. He better. He has to have something in his back pocket. I mean, even if it's something as crazy and outlandish as what Tony says here, maybe you guys get Debo, Mike Silver reporting Niners are shopping Debo over Ayuk right now. And while that sounds weird because they just signed him to an extension at the same time, they can't have both Ayuk and Debo, it seems like, at the money that they need to. So overall, you would think they would have to move one in order to make the other happy. So there has to be something else there. So I'm just not entirely sure what that could be. But at the end of the day, to answer your question once again, yeah, you would think there's something in his back pocket that he understands what the value is for a trade or whatever else it might be that he can bring in to bolster that receiver room. Because it feels almost irresponsible to leave it with where it is and then not even address it heavily in the draft. So there has to be something as you watch the Nuggets game.
Sorry. Stokes, where's your head at?
I mean, sadness, disappointment. It's just like I feel unsatisfied. I guess that's the best way to look at it. I mean, we went into this evening with a lot of hopes and so much unknown, and we ended up with a lot of more unknown and also frustration to go along with it. And as Luka mentioned it, if it was any other team that we traded back and they took Xavier Worthy, it wouldn't feel the same. We wouldn't feel as frustrated about it because, well, okay, X team traded up and they got Xavier Worthy, and I also don't think it would feel the same if the Bills hadn't did the trade to give the Chiefs Mahomes. Like, and it's our fault for coupling those two things together. Like, we're fans, we're emotional, and like those two trades have nothing to do with one another. But in our heads, they've got everything to do with one another. So it's hard. It's very difficult for us to compartmentalize that when we have the scars, the emotional scars of what the Chiefs have done to the Bills over the last few years. So it's just feels. It's just a disappointing and unsatisfied feeling with the way the evening went. Of course, I just hope that we come out of this weekend or after June 1st and we see it and we're like, okay, well, this is what it all meant. And if there's nothing, then I don't really know. It's just I don't know, man.
Well, to that point, we've only seen the first stage of the plan, which is involving the Bills doing nothing but like changing their picks around. We haven't seen them pick any players, make any trades for players, yada, yada, yada. So it's kind of like reading the first chapter of a book and judging the book, but I understand it's not off to a great start. I think probably the analytical and the smart approach for like, oh, they traded with the Chiefs. Oh, they traded with the Panthers. Doesn't matter. The Chiefs, it shouldn't matter. It's business. And if it's a good deal, it's a good deal. That's probably the smart approach. But even the smart people are like, that's not a good deal. Like the value the Bills got back didn't warrant it. So again, we have to see the plan play out. I want to get to Brendan's question in a second, but Stokes, you mentioned something. The Bills trading away from the spot Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to mean anything. The Bills, I mean, if you're going to be the team to trade away from Patrick Mahomes, the Bills came out landing as clean as possible. They got a Wall of Famer in Tre'Davious White and a potential Hall of Fame quarterback in Josh Allen. So they're not the Bears who passed on Patrick Mahomes and took Mitch Trubisky. And here we are 8 years later, they're taking Caleb Williams with the first pick in the draft. I hope that works out for them. But it's still part of the story. And it's part of every time the Bills play the Chiefs, it's a graphic that comes on your screen, or it's Nick Wright reminding you of how you're your own worst enemy. And, it's the Trent McDuffie thing where they outsmarted the Bills in the trade because they trade up for McDuffie and the Bills get Kyer Elam. It's part of the annoyance of the story, right? Like the games are bad enough, but now we have these background stories. Brendan, I think Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are two very different players. In a vacuum, I would choose Ayuk and it wouldn't even be close. I think Ayuk is much more of a traditional game-breaking wide receiver. Ayuk, I think, is much more of a toy. I do not mean that as any kind of disrespect to Ayuk, because as toys go, he might be the best toy receiver we've seen in the league in my lifetime. He is dynamite with the ball in his hands, but you do have to manufacture ways to get the ball in his hands. To a much lesser extent, the Bills already have a guy like that in Curtis Samuel. I did say much lesser extent. I'm not sure how lining up a formation with Curtis Samuel and Brandon Ayuk really does your offense a lot of good, because you have two guys that I think you have to manufacture touches for, not necessarily guys that you can get open with their ability to run routes. So that would be my opinion. But I don't think you'd have to pay the exorbitant price for Deebo Samuel. I think you could probably get him for like a day 3 pick if you're going to take on that salary. It's just not something I'd want the Bills to do. At this point in time, though, no idea is a bad idea because it's Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir. Guys, I don't know how much longer you want to go. Jonas is sitting here saying, thank you for the live show. Jonas, you've been here all night. We appreciate you. We know you're far, far away. We appreciate the hell out of all of you. Look, we are in this together. Whether you're an opposing fan enjoying our misery, I respect that. I get it. Or you're a Bills fan that just wants somebody to hang out with and kind of go through this together. That's what we're here for. Tomorrow's going to be unique. The Bills start the thing off tomorrow. And the Bills have 3 picks tomorrow.
Maybe they start the thing off tomorrow, Josh.
Oh, geez. I will. You know what? You know what, Josh? I've been a very negative and emotional individual tonight. And I know we should probably wrap this up soon.
Yeah,
Matt Miller.
See my reaction to the end of
I'm
the
ready to
Nuggets.
step out.
Oh, Matt Miller. I want to hear this. Let's hear this.
Yeah, Matt Miller did send out something 5 minutes ago. Text from non-Bill Scout. Trading back to 33 for Buffalo is super smart. Now they have all day tomorrow to try and trade for T. Higgins or one of those 49ers wide receivers. So it seems like that's on the mind of individuals outside of the room. That feels like that would have to stem from something that would give them any idea. If we wake up and or go into the draft with one of those individuals already on our roster, that could change the tune of all of us, I feel like. It would be interesting to see what it would take to get one of those guys. We can finish it with this, Josh. I'll kick it to you first and then you, Stokes. If you had to rank T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel, which would you like best on the Buffalo Bills?
Me first?
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk. Pretty massive gap. T. Higgins. Grand Canyon gap. Deebo Samuel.
Yeah. Stokes.
I mean, it is similar, but I don't know about
Grand Canyon
of the gap. Yeah, I mean, it'd be Ayuk, Higgins, and Deebo.
Yeah.
I think on a game by game basis, Deebo probably has the higher ceiling because there are games where Deebo is he's the best player on the field, and I don't know whether I've seen too many games where I felt like T. Higgins was the best player on the field, probably because he shares the field with Jamar Chase. And with Brandon Ayuk, he's got these splash type of moments. But I still think from like a building of a team perspective, I'd take it in that order.
I don't get the sense the Niners are eager to trade Ayuk. And I want to say one more thing. I think T. Higgins' greatest strength as a receiver is something that Josh Allen doesn't really take advantage of. It's his ability to go win the 50-50, go get him balls. I don't know that we've seen Josh Allen do that. To his credit, hasn't really had the best opportunity to have those weapons to do it. It was supposed to be Kelvin Benjamin and and there's still, before we get out of here, Luke, I want you to make your point. I think we should hit on the receiver talent that's still out there. Like there's still a lot out there.
Yeah.
So go ahead and rank them,
and
then
we'll get into that. But yeah, real quick, I think Ayuk is truly that one that feels universal. He is the most universal wide receiver of that group. He can fit whatever you need to ask of him. And I believe that's also why the San Francisco 49ers do not want to move on from him. And they would really rather separate from Deebo Samuel. But I think it's actually not a massive gap, but I would say T. Higgins. I just do believe that T. Higgins could be something that Josh Allen hasn't had, almost to flip your own point on its head. I think that could add something where it almost would build up a trust in different circumstances that he feels like he doesn't have. And maybe those are the moments when we see him do really stupid things. Still old Josh Allen likes to appear its head. And all of a sudden now he has T. Higgins to bail him out a little bit more in a different capacity. And so from there, it's a massive gap to Deebo because as I do agree with Stokes where the highs of Deebo are above both of those individuals. I think that is much more of a product from what he is in and what they try to achieve on those given days that then he just absolutely maximizes. And I don't see that being something that could be truly utilized in its capacity that it needs to be by the Bills and by majority of other offenses. I think that is something that speaks to the greatness of Kyle Shanahan and what they do out there in San Fran.
Stokes, you got to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said you had to go. All right. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I will text you as soon as this game's over and either vent or be super excited. And appreciate you hanging out. As always, Luke and I, we can carry it a little bit longer and kind of reset what is going on.
Take care, Stokes.
Appreciate you, Stokes. As always, we'll talk to you soon. All right. So tomorrow, the receivers that are left, I think AD Mitchell probably stands out on the list. Keon Coleman, I think, is definitely in the conversation. I'm really focused, Luka, on these guys that can be that bigger X type receiver. So Keon Coleman and AD Mitchell, where my head's at. Lad McConkey to me is not a bad idea. I do think he's a little redundant with what the Bills have, but the reality is we're talking now about second round picks. Yeah. So just get guys. Troy Franklin in the second round is much more appealing to me than he ever was as a first round idea. So, I bet on the height, weight, speed. I get it. Any other names out there you'd like to throw into the mix?
Honestly, what's really funny? When this all took place and everything else kind of went the way that it did with the wide receivers, immediately my head went to, okay, I'm going under the assumption that pick 33 will be used and it will be either A.D. Mitchell or Keon Coleman. That is just where my head's at. And I absolutely firmly believe that they will be double dipping. By the way, Roman Wilson will be destined to be a Charger tomorrow. That is just written.
Jim Harbaugh connection.
Yeah. And Blake Corum will also be, I bet you Harbaugh double dips on Michigan boys and he goes Roman Wilson and Blake Corum. Just, it is going to happen. So I'm not even considering them because until otherwise, that's going to be it. Malachi Corley is another guy that kind of stands out a little bit as potentially they're leaking around the 60 pick. I get this sneaky suspicion that 60 is just going to be used more though for something else and not necessarily a true double dip at wide receiver. It just feels like something where Bean's just going to, I'm not going to say overthink it in such a negative term, but overall just be like, okay, we took a receiver. We got to do something else. Just that classic mindset of that. My head though, just to get around the point, Jermaine Burton's another guy just for what it's worth.
Yes.
Just to kind of notice and monitor. But Malik Washington, just someone to recognize, loosely track, and kind of see what's going on. Now, he doesn't fit exactly what they're looking for, and this is not a traditional X by any stretch of the imagination. Not many X's are 5'8", but even at 5'8", he's 191 pounds, Josh.
I have an X who's 5'8". Sorry. It's been a long night.
Malik Washington is just a fascinating prospect that I just sneakily kind of go, I wonder where he ends up and what the plan is for him. Devontae Walker is another good one that you haven't mentioned. Jamari Thrash. Now we're starting to bleed into the third round. And then day 3 wise, if we're talking that, I'm trying to get to him. It's down the list. Obviously, we're talking about day 3 here. But where is he? Yeah, I can't find him. There's other guys in day 3 that kind of my head started immediately going to and just was like, are we going to have to live in a world where this is someone we're going to have to speak into? Hey, this guy in the rotation of the wide receiver room could be decent. Like, this will be fun. The thing I want no part of that I see once in a while out there in the space that I'm like, please, for the love of God, do not make me live in this world anymore is Johnny Wilson. Just don't do it to me.
I'm with you.
Just do not do that to me. I don't need a 6'6" or 6'7", depending on what program you're reading, 4'5", 40 time receiver that has 0 hands. I just don't need it. I don't need that in my life. I lived it when he was at ASU and the biggest disappointment known to man. He went to Florida State to try to, do something with himself, got overshadowed by Keon Coleman, and he is useless. So that's the one that I go on the flip side. Please make sure that is not a Buffalo Bill when we are done with day 2.
Yeah. I think the best case scenario is they flip pick 33. Or no, the best case scenario is they're like, hey, what Luke has been saying all along, next year's draft kind of shitty. Hey, Niners, take our first round pick next year. We'll take Brandon Ayuk, and then pick 33, we take Cooper DeJean. We've addressed a very important need on defense, a very important need on offense, and then we have the rest of our picks to kind of fill in the gaps. That to me is kind of a best case scenario. If they trade a future pick for Brandon Ayuk, they can do whatever they want with 33. I would be open to taking Lad McConkey or A.D. Mitchell at that pick and really stack the deck at receiver. I'm not afraid to be great at receiver. I actually am in favor of it. I'm the guy that was pounding the table for receiver when they had Diggs and Davis. So now that they don't, like, pounding every table. But the thing we have to all keep in mind, they haven't made their first pick yet. It feels like a loss because this draft was cut off right before they were supposed to pick.
Last time, Josh, they picked their first pick of a draft, not in the first round. It somewhat worked out okay. Not the greatest, but it's okay with AJ.
I know the answer.
Yeah. No.
I was thinking Ronald Darby. I forgot about Epinesa.
Jeez. The confidence in failure. No. Yeah, AJ Epinesa, your guy come on. Yeah, it's one of those things where, yes, at the end of the day, they haven't made their first pick yet. We don't, as you've said a couple times now, we don't know what direction, what the plan is yet because we haven't seen anything happen. I will say, shout out to some texts I've been getting. Trading back for equity accumulation is the bleep nerds and I hate it. Math is lame. It's like, yeah, that's how this feels right now, Josh. It feels like the analytical community, and it was like, hey, let's get assets. Let's figure this out and accumulate things. The numbers say this is the way to play this based on our board. Feels like math is lame.
I agree.
Like it's brutal.
Okay, so some updates from the NFL insiders. Brandon Ayuk is live with Jaden Daniels on Instagram right now. Cool.
I mean, they're boys. Shout out ASU, Forks Up. They are guys. They are dudes.
Jeremy Fowler says Bills met in some capacity with Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, and Keon Coleman pre-draft, all three available at 33. How do you rank those three for the Bills?
AD Mitchell, Keon Coleman, and Ladd McConkey substantially behind them.
Samesies. And I like McConkey. I just don't like him for what the Bills need.
Yeah. I think that's even me just overall. I am not the biggest Ladd McConkey person. I think what he can deliver in certain spaces makes sense. It's kind of why I felt like him being a Niner was good. And then the Niners just had to throw a curveball and get the better version of Ladd McConkey. And it was like, you got to be kidding me, because it's someone I actually like and enjoy and was hoping would be, say a Viking or some, like, just throwing out a team. I'm not putting any thought into that, but just somewhere where I could be like, oh, I can enjoy this. Or, I mean, maybe Ricky Pearsall could have been a Cardinal. Oh God, would that have been fun?
Ooh, somebody here says something positive, and I don't think it's a Bills fan. Film analyst for RGR Football on YouTube, NFL 33. Oh, cover one draft, but he's not affiliated with the Bills. Let's see what he has to say here. First reaction, I thought the Chiefs gave up too much in the trade up, considering how they talk about top 100 picks, but I understand why they did it, and value-wise, very close. I think it was to make sure the Niners didn't take him at 31. That's an interesting aspect of this. In the NBA, there's like a clear line between like lottery picks and non-lottery picks, right? In the NFL, there really is a distinction between top 100 picks and non-top 100 picks. It tends to be like the cutoff point. And the Bills did go from having 2 top 100 picks now to 3. So that's not nothing. And now they have a couple of fourths in there. So I get it. They have holes to fill. But until they get that receiver, man, it's going to hurt. I like AD Mitchell a lot. I think he offers a lot for the Bills. I would have taken AD Mitchell over 2 or 3 receivers that went tonight, but I'm not convinced. I mean, the reason I can't say that the Bills love him is because I can't be convinced the Bills love anybody. They James Cooked this. They were like, we don't want to pick, trade back. We don't want to pick, trade back. Fine, we'll take James Cook. And then he turned out to be great. Did I just make you feel worse? The whole point of trading back is to get more kicks that they can. And all the Bills did was like move the furniture around. Like, instead of getting a 6th round pick, you got a 5th round pick, which is cool, but you're still in dart throw land, right?
Yeah. Like, are we seriously contemplating what the difference between a 5th and a 6th round pick is?
Like the top 100 pick is meaningful to me.
Yeah.
But, otherwise, it's not meaningful enough where if they had a high enough grade on Xavier Worthy, it was worth it to give him.
It's not meaningful enough to me for when Xavier Worthy on a skinny post absolutely roasts whoever the F it is in the secondary for the Bills when we need to have a stop in order to get to the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl or get to the divisional round, whatever it might be. It won't be worth it then. It won't. Because I think it's irresponsible almost to go to bed tonight and not just have that image in your head. Like it feels wrong. Like, you shouldn't be like, it won't work out for them. It's not going to be like the Chiefs just shot themselves in the foot. No, they didn't. Like, we know where this is all going. You know how they say life is not a story, life is not a book, life is not a movie. In this case, Josh, it is. This is I can't wait. I shouldn't say this because it's obviously with negative outcome, but I cannot wait for us to be having some sort of conversation where the next game against the Chiefs that matters, whether it's a late, regular season game, whether if the Bills do make the playoffs and they end up facing the Chiefs again at some point, whatever it is, that next game this year, and it feels like it's inevitable, that comes and we are sitting here having our podcast and or live show, and we are talking about how Xavier Worthy is going to be a massive problem for us on defense. And we're going to be like, oh, remember how we could have stopped that? It wasn't, with a corner or anyone in this matchup. we could have stopped this by not giving them the pick. That's how we could have stopped it.
Whoops a daisy. Yeah.
Regardless, I think we've gone on enough.
We've gone on enough. So here's Luka and I committed to doing the first round. At some point I have a daughter, and I was thinking, Luka, my daughter, who I love to death, she's trying to become a sports fan. When I explained to her that the Bills traded Stephon Diggs, I told her the Bills traded Diggs. Her response was, "Why? He's good." I was like, "Yeah, he is good." And she's like, "Well, did we get a good player back?" "Oh, no. We got a pick next year." "What's that?" We get to figure out a player next year." "Well, that's dumb." Wait till she asks me who the Bills pick tonight. And my answer is nobody.
Yeah.
She's going to hate sports.
Yeah.
Granted, I'm bringing her up as a Bills. Oh, sorry. That was a big shot by LeBron that he missed. Okay, the Nuggets are in good shape. I'm bringing her up as a Bills and Nuggets fan. But yeah, we can get out of here. What I was trying to get to, Luka, is we signed up to do the first round of the draft. Tomorrow feels kind of important. I can probably commit to doing a quick recap video on our YouTube page of what the Bills do tomorrow, just 15-minute quick hits. And then Luka and I will be breaking everything down on Monday morning on our live Bills chat podcast. We'll be breaking down everything. But I mean, if you want to see our reaction to everything, just go back and watch this live show, because I think it was probably fairly entertaining. And we got nothing accomplished. We got literally nothing accomplished.
How to spend 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds of absolutely nothing.
You want to know the sickest part, though, Luka, is I'm already looking forward to next year's draft live show.
I'm with you 1,000%. At the end of the day, as frustrated as I am, and I hope to God when I go to bed and my wife does not tell me that I woke her up with some of my reactions tonight, because the house is small and the walls are thin. But overall, I really hope that I remember when I go to bed, and I will wake up tomorrow knowing this. I really enjoy this. This is our favorite thing to do. I know that for a fact. And it is going to be fun. And next year, I feel like we're going to need it even more, because the draft actually sucks. It is just forecasting it for everyone out there. Draft is not a good one next year. I think it just so happened where all of these different talents lined up in a certain way. And hey, maybe the plan is for the Bills that they're going after Egbuka next year, Josh, because they think that they're going to suck so bad this year that they're going to have a top 10 pick. Please no. But overall,
does this make you feel better?
No. That was tongue in cheek. Just everything sucks. But this episode, or this live stream, this live show that we started last year, we did again this year. This is our favorite. I know it is for a fact. I know I can even speak for you on that one. And even though we didn't get to experience a Bills pick, even though we didn't have the joys of having something like we dreamed of with Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas Jr., even Xavier Worthy, who then somehow ended up at the wrong team, this is still a fun time. And we will just have to keep our eyes very peeled for what's going on tomorrow, because we are right at it at 7:00 p.m. Eastern when the draft kicks off.
I just want to say one more thing. We have 2,500 viewers in here right now, and it is 12:30 at night, and we've been kind of saying the same thing for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
If you want to peek behind the curtain, Luka and I made what was probably a tough decision at the beginning of this offseason to go independent. We appreciate Built in Buffalo for the platform they gave us, but we made the decision to go independent. We weren't sure how it would go. We joked all along, like, yeah, we're going to do a live stream for the draft. We might get like 10 viewers. 2,500, Luka. I mean, at the end of the day, the Bills thing was out of our control, but this is awesome. Like, it's fantastic. And we appreciate all of you so much for hanging out with us. And, when I disappeared for a little bit, I went over to hang out with the guys at Built in Buffalo for the live show. That's what Stokes did too. We still have nothing but love for those guys, but we wanted to do our own thing. And, on a night that was maybe tough to be a Bills fan for us personally, because of you all watching, this was a little bit of confirmation for us, and it made us feel great. And, we appreciate you.
Yeah. Absolutely. I couldn't say it any better myself. I'll be honest. Well said. We appreciate everything. It is mind blowing to me tracking it all night, watching the numbers, everything like that. It is truly remarkable to see that people do want to enjoy things with us. And again, it just motivates us even more so to do what we do.
For Luka, for Stokes, for the Bills pick that we don't know yet, I am Josh McCarty. I will have a quick chat on our YouTube channel on Bills Chat. Follow us on Twitter, Bills Chat Pod. If you're on YouTube, you're still hanging out there. I still see 10 of you watching there on YouTube right now. Please hit the like and subscribe button. It would go a long way. It means a lot to us. And we will see you all soon on Bills Chat. And we'll talk to you on Bills Chat Quick Chat tomorrow night with a recap of what the Bills do with their 3 picks if they use them all. They might trade them all to day 3. Who knows? Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you soon.